their ass.
We did a little bit. I mean, look, all LPL finals, that's all you really want. Hey, solid try, but...
I mean, I gotta say, I expected a little bit more, but 3 out of our 4 teams to make into playoffs.
Like, iWorld, we won MSC, but it still is an kind of an off-season tournament in a sense, right? And can't take it like a Worlds or an MSI.
So you call it Rift Rivals, I call it MSI. That was a true MSI that we didn't get. We didn't need the other regions. LCK and LPL, the 2 best regions. And any EU fans out there can fight me on Twitter. Through, and we got an all LPL fight. We think the top esports is something else, right?
Yeah, and I think as well, because JDG looked a little bit shaky, definitely. I think the cool thing was we kind of beat LCK at their own game. Like, LCK wanted to play their style, play their champions, but LPL, we did the exact same, and we were able to beat them.
I just saying, yeah, well, we wanted to play their game, we wanted to play more so in the early game ahead, and that's the fact that we played their game and we won is hilarious.
It's kind of the cherry on top, right? And it's kind of come into summer, which has already started. Granted, this podcast, we're moving down the line a little bit, and now that we're kind of in, okay, well, look, LPL's still looking strong. We still got some pretty decent teams going across, and starting the summer split, we already had some pretty good games, yeah.
Yeah, and I think what we could expect coming in, like coming down to champions and stuff, which made it easier to try and look at the teams and see, hey, look, maybe. But some of the games have been absolute bonkers, and I haven't expected half the teams to come out swinging in the way they did.
I was going to say, it's led to some expectations, but also some beat.
Sure.
Maybe something we could talk about more later.
Yeah, look, we'll dive into that a little bit, because I know today we've got a lot on the show, a lot on the agenda. Our first one, coming into summer, it's important that we give you the lowdown and a bit of an update. So here's how the schedule's going to run for you today. I know it's a bit formal, gents, but play on screen. Today, we're talking a little bit about power rankings, getting your dunk and your dud. I don't know if you like the name, don't approve, but of course pick of the week and then games to watch coming up as well. So just to get you into the LPL and into the groove, important because I know we have a lot of new international LPL, and each year that LPL wins Worlds, and when we do win Worlds in this season as well, the 3rd year in a row, it'll be important that people remember this moment.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in MSC, and it'll be interesting to look at when EU and North America get across, how that a lot of our teams just look unbeatable.
I also want to add that we add new teams every year, so it's never gonna get easier for other regions. But no, that's how it shakes up.
But it's even the new talent as well. Like, look at eStar, who came in during the spring split. They looked impeccable. Now we got some of the new talent as well that's come into like V5 and some of these teams. They all look incredible. Like, overall, this has just been a crazy year for talent.
I can't wait. Let's start with the power rankings we never got to release before the season. I know I threw mine out there, and we were just rushed into summer about 6-7 days after MSC stopped. So here it says start with Rob, and that's exactly where we're going to go, because your top 8, I would by standards, in teams that have found success in their off season, of course. We'll bring that up for you in a quick second. There we go. So, I'd like to start with this.
I feel like everyone wants to ask me about LGD.
Yeah.
For me, when I look at LGD, Peanut was the guy that most of the good plays came out of, and I think with the way the meta's gone towards them, I think Peanut can look really, really strong. I think Longxing kind of got screwed on RNG. Like, when he was back in Suning and he Xiao Al, you had a bunch of plays that were going towards him. You had Hacker who was playing Oscar on the roster, but coming on to RNG, he got left on his Todd in the top lane. And I think coming back into LGD, where they have the ability to play towards the top side and have a lot of consistency when it comes to their other laners, I think they're going to look really good.
I mean, while we're recording this, remember that LGD for us has only played 1 series, so it's been a starting showing that, I don't know, for me it doesn't put them 4th, but still shows that they are a top tier team.
I'd say we see the promise there that sure they can maybe make it to playoffs, but we also kind of saw the why it's a bit too much to put them there just yet, right? We saw a bit slower on the shot calling in their matchup. The pieces still aren't all together. Even Longxing, I would agree, right? He's getting more attention now on this roster, but also kind of benefiting from some of the enemies he got to play against. You know, eStar did run CJJ in 1 game, so I'm not
But
so.
Longqing didn't get to play the first game. See, so we've got like one sample pool against Shellby, you know?
That's true. But he got kind of an unfair shake on RNG. He got an unfair shake in the sense of how, like, the standard he was held to, right? Because he's realistically not a top 4, top 5 top laner in the LPL, which I'm happy to see him on LGD, because now he's on a team, I'd say, that fits kind of his placement in the league, and maybe that pressure kept him to show up against the likes of, you know, Morgan, Zoom, Bin now, even the Shy, if the Shy.
It's bizarre to me that Bin is in the conversation for really good top laners.
Wasn't it spring? But I mean, the recency of Suning, right? G8, you're the only one out of the 3 of us that has put RNG in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was a little bit of the fanboy in me still.
You are an RNG.
I think as well, look, I mean, it paid
I
up.
do also want to say, once you get past the top 3, I really feel like it's pretty much up in the air.
You were saying before show, you were saying that you'd rather do it by tiers, right?
Yeah.
Rather than
RNG, like, they have the talent to be a top 4, top 5 team in my mind, even without Uzi on the roster, even bringing in someone like Billy. Well, the question was, are they going to put the pieces together, which they didn't in spring? And I mean, we can say,
Like Shelong Bao massively stepping up shows that, okay, some games we see the brilliance of RNG and then it just fell completely apart towards the end. But I'm a bit worried because we started off on this good foot as well in spring, but then we're getting to summer. Great foot, we're looking good, and then it all
even more ominous that they're starting off on a good note, honestly.
yeah, so it's interesting. Again, only person that put RNG in that top 8 is the Dag that you could be, you know,
Yeah.
what's the word? Far above your time? Yeah. Turning another note, Mr. Lyric, it's your turn. Look, put your money where your mouth is. Great way to, yep, okay, let's throw out those right kicks on.
I mean, I'm just saying, after the first week, I obviously have some questionable choices. Not really question.
Is it 8th in BLG?
It is.
Okay, like just because the other parts of the list, I'm like, well, realistically, that's kind of similar to
Do you
mine.
not believe in King and Maokai? Is that the problem? No, is that
You know, coming into this split, even spring, I look at the Kingen in lane looks really strong. Might have a small champion pool, but I think in the LPL it's actually not too big of a deal. Slight upgrade over Kuro, who is doing fine in the LPL anyway. Meteor is an MVP level player, and their bot lane's average. But with the topside talent, that should be enough. But what's ever going on with this team, like the talent is just not meshing together.
And I think it's really weird. Even the draft, like that's why I was kind of looking at the Maokai was, I don't know why King, who is such a strong carry player, is being put onto these tanks. Like I feel like with the meta at the moment, you can put him onto these carries and have him perform. Like get him onto stuff like Wukong, like some of these other champions, but they keep opting back into this really
Kicking
tank heavy
reminds
top
me,
lane.
reminds me of Khan, right? Like he's got the ability to play tanks, but you don't want to see him on that. You want to see him on the Jace or see him on the field.
I would say in spring he didn't show up on tanks, where the first game his Maokai like individually looked fine, and then the product all scale, like they're fighting in like 5
The
minutes.
problem was when they started playing Maokai in the jungle as well. Like that was the, you know, the dirty cherry.
But the funny thing was, you said that in this. Who was their game against DMO? No, it wasn't DMO. Whoever they played anyway. OMG. No, anyway, whoever they played, they end up fighting at like
Against Vici.
Vici. Thank you. I knew it was one of the games that cast. It was Vici, and they end up fighting at that second dragon when you're like, okay, cool, you really thought it was an Ezreal and Zoe.
They
And
fought
then
it like 8 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
That dragon fight was like 8 minutes. We see Kingen coming in. You guys are even. I think they're actually even slightly ahead. It's you're gonna win this game, but they didn't want to win the game. So
I mean, that's why for BLG, for me especially, like I was very concerned. They had that potential. And I said this a while back that BLG could be 4th, 10th, or 14th. Like they could sit at any end of the
let's
game.
see how.
Yeah.
Not after the games we've seen. But moving on, I think the other questionable one, which even you had them high, was IG, right? I think a lot of guys believe in IG, and it's just so hard when you compare their talent to the rest of the league. I could see them getting.
and I think that's the thing, and their draft as well. If they move away from this weird loose top just blinding all the time for some reason. I think they will look a lot better. Maybe then you have a team that can actually
start
IG
right?
No, I am saying if. That is a big caveat.
But you know,
I don't know.
It's almost like the Shy wants to become an AD carry because all he plays in that top lane now, and even if you go towards his solo queue, it's still the Kalista top, the Lucian top, Vayne top as well. The top he played a couple of games.
He's
like,
just leaving notes for Puff. It's just like, I'm coming for you.
you fall down and taking that job. Maybe won it when Jackie Love left as well. It's an interesting one because Lyric, you putting them fourth is actually the same as I did, and I thought I would make a new one with my power rankings. And I didn't put these out publicly, but there are some regrets already.
What's your biggest regret so far?
I think I overestimated LGD, even though I've only seen.
How dare you?
Yeah, I said that straight
You're
up.
supposed to be on the bandwagon.
I mean, here's the thing about E-Star. When you make playoffs in your first ever split, I don't expect it to be a DMO situation where you suck the next.
I was even not really on the hype train last split, to where we saw towards the end of the split them getting more figured out, even with the style they had, right? Teams started banning, I really do. And now the fact that they did lose Cryin, it's like, I'm okay with a team being one-dimensional, but the question is your individual skill good enough so you can force through that, one-dimensional play style? I don't think E-Star is.
Yeah, and I don't think Funfun is. That's the big one for me was, look, he's looked okay, but I think losing Cryin is such a hit to this team. And like, I have had him kind of in the same boat as Knight, where not on the same level, but definitely you can put this guy in the mid lane. He was going to win his lane. You didn't have to give him any attention, and he'd be a star performer when it got to those late game fights.
My problem is, like, Wink is not reliable, right? So that's the problem, because Funfun in the team I think is actually fine. The problem is you don't have a reliable carry in top or AD carries. So it's like, well, what we need Xiaoxi to keep having these insane plays.
And he did.
Right, he did. So they could still be top 8. Okay, no, they can't. They could be nice.
Because again, to reiterate, I'm the only person who's put E-Star in the top 8, right? And then also LGD was 4. I'm just looking back here. RNG, which right now you see like the biggest parade.
Right?
But E-Star again, and it's only been 1 or none series. Like the because we still don't know what IG form they're in. They came into playoffs and bad, but in spring they were first.
Let's also
quite easily
point out that as of this recording, IG still has for us, so we're not quite sure what IG is going to show up yet.
Yeah, we don't know just yet, but those are the power rankings. Those are the top 8, especially take the analyst word. Fall flat on a couple of those. But moving forward, now it's your time in the sun, or also time in the ground, depending on which direction you go.
Yeah, I don't do well with sun, to be honest.
Yeah, I was told I shouldn't go in the sun. Out of the sun. We'll talk about that a little bit. It was a nice tattoo talk. Moving forward, Dagda's Weekly Dunk. This is our new segment because this is a new dunk, sir. It's for V5. Take it away.
I don't know how much longer as long as they're 2-0, I'm going to take every moment I can. But these guys look at D duo in the bottom lane with you got Sam D. These guys look really, really good. And I mean, it's hard to fault them. Like, PB got on the Thresh, on the Bard looked incredible. The Kalista for Sam D was amazing. And the positioning from Sam D in fights was really crucial for
light team put together that we said on broadcast lyric, and then PP God came out of FPX Blaze, and people knew about him. He just ended up on V5.
Look, I am Monte Cristo incarnate. I am the conductor of the Victory 5 hype train. I did when I wasn't even casting. And even when we look at, like, mechanically, in lane, Sam being PP God getting 2v2 kills against Helper and Mitsuki, a bit kind of over-eager a lot, but his Zoe is absolutely nuts. Wei is like, he's like unleashed. He has new life in him, and then, Bew does his job.
Cliff. Like, but these are hype, these are awesome, and
hey, this is your dunk, not my dunk.
I mean, still, Bew is great. Like, as a top laner,
he's been doing really well.
It's so much better than what in that top lane bit, and Bew couldn't balance anything in Zuni.
And it's the confidence as well. Like, he's going to make these plays underneath towers and bottom side, getting the kill, looking amazing, even buying enough time for the rest of B5 to come up. So Bew honestly, and his counterpart Bin have both been looking incredible, but really stepped up here.
I mean, look, I've done both V5 games. I know that you and Munchfuls actually take it on
Saturday.
What day is it? Yeah, coming up. So it's kind of exciting to see actually a top 8 team, because that could be the biggest mistake that we've all made so far, is not putting V5 in top 8.
That's why I wanted to talk about them now, because it's either going to go two ways. They're going to look absolutely amazing and Jordan is a god, or it's going to go
After the split, no matter what.
I know we didn't get to see the rest because we only got the top 8 of the power rankings, but tell me, where did you actually put V5?
I actually they were as high as 13, but they sadly ended up last.
Oh no.
In my final one, so...
See, I didn't put them last.
I didn't expect us to see this iteration of the roster. I kind of thought we'd still see Y4 playing for sure, and I didn't know who would be in the...
As well, by the way, have you seen the pose that Sam G does? It's the exact same one as Y4 with the double...
Y4's only had one to where he holds up both. So it's even an improvement.
It's great. Watching, we've gone from crazy drafts in spring, like draft any lane, who goes to that lane, and then watch them go. And kind of fun as well.
I want to come back to Weiwei as well, because we haven't really highlighted him. He looks really, really good. Like, tracking the enemy jungler throughout the early stages of the game. His mechanics have looked really looking like he's going to be at least pushing up into the upper half of the jungler.
Somehow. They're understanding their shot calling. It's all predicting that first gank from Hacker in the top side, and that pretty much set up the snowball for V5 in that game.
I mean, look in the incoming schedule as well. LGD is one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's on Saturday.
Yeah. That's the Saturday one. So
that's what we're going to be at odds.
Yeah. I mean, you got LGD up, and you're also on the hype train of V5, put it, but that is the dunk. And you slammed it quite well. V5 are going to Worlds, is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
Does that finish off? What?
The amount of times you've said this, and it's like, I don't know if you're like...
I don't know. Again, harder teams that need diverse, but a V5 look like a team, at least in the future, in a year, could potentially be a top contender. So it's exciting stuff, but what is also exciting is Lyric's new segment, which is his dud. And Lyric's weekly dud, we're not going to, go too hard, but I will...
OMG, the fact of how they were the gatekeeper and show up here, they lose to, you lose to RNG, who's really showing up, but then your other losses to Victory 5, and even though we're hyped on Victory 5, it still is a completely new con. His champion pool's too one-dimensional. Plays like Zoe, LeBlanc, pretty much full stop. Cold hasn't been playing good League of Legends since 2017.
But I was like at the start they looked great, and then it just kind of fell off a cliff.
The laning phase, where they're positioned in lane, I mean, Icon getting caught out early against RNG when you already knew where Shelong Bao was. Yeah. Then in the bottom side of the map, you see Shelong Bao pathing towards top side, and they're like, hey, herp derp, we're going to be halfway. SMLZ as well, just randomly walking into the mid lane at like 17 or 18 minutes and getting caught out as well, completely by himself. The second you take a step wrong, he's going to collapse on you. So I didn't get it.
It does look like in spring they benefit a lot from other teams. Strange, because they were a newly put together roster, but they have their system down pat from week 1, right? We knew Hacker was going to go gank top. We knew it was going to sit up for these mid games, Z being the main carry, and every game Icon got to play Zoe or LeBlanc.
You also talk about a new system, but I mean, Curse and Icon have been playing together in 2019, but also remember SMLZ and Cole, as he was known, 5 back in the 2017 throughout the duration of the year.
True.
So it's a new system put together now, elements that were pieced together.
And the big reason why this team is a dud for me is I don't know where they go to improve, because I wouldn't say there's any obvious star on this roster. It's all pretty middling. SMLZ hasn't shown up as a top 380 carry since 2018, right? Where do you go with this team if Icon doesn't get a Zoe?
There's a lot of questions for OMG. Dagger, is there anything too is a lot bigger than we give it, than other people have given it credit for?
Well, I mean, you talked about it already, Lear. Like, these are 8th and just fell at the end, and we're like, no, they'll bounce back in summer, they'll be able to do this. But they've looked completely out of sorts, and it's not like it's just down against better teams or beating out shot call. It's them making a lot of mistakes that they would bring. And these are issues that they really need to try and solve quickly, because you don't have much time before the split ends.
Especially when you start off in that bit of an issue for OMG. But thank you for giving us your dud lyric. That's very nice. The dud and dunk. We'll see if that name continues forward. I'll let my analysts moving forward. That might change, but let's also move forward into what has been prevalent in the LPL, because we started out in 10.11. Eventually, we'll be moving to 10.12. Pick of the week in week 1 and the bit of week 2. Let's pull up Bard, because Bard has been an LPL fan in spring 2020, where Luma actually won that pick. Now it feels like it's going up.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been a Bard fan for a long, long time. I'm actually back in e-fans called Scanlan Shorthalt that I accidentally misspelled, which is like a D&D show, and the Bard in it is called Scanlan Shorthalt, which is a Bard only one. But I have been dying to see more of him, and it's fantastic that we finally do get a chance to see him.
So, me and Deck about how, you know, coming from coaching, and even as an analyst, I've never really liked Bard as a champion, as a viewer, yes, but because you have such a unique identity that no one else has, right? You offer pick potential, you really want to roam in the early game, you have no good laning phases, and you're completely dependent on hitting but weird skill shots, right? The cosmic binding against terrain or another champion or minion, and then your ultimate out, it could just completely
also,
shut you
it
down.
can be pretty troll, because your ultimate can actually ruin
As we
games.
saw from Sword Art yesterday.
Also, flashback to 2020 spring, the old B5. Do you remember Wifeball's ulti that we coined as the worst play of 2020 spring?
Exactly, but that's also why the champ player, this champ can pretty much go in any composition if you play it well.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we've been seeing in the LPLs. We do have a lot of these great Bard players.
Yeah, and you can say like Luma who gets his hands on it, Sword Art who gets his hands on it, Y4 gets his hands on it. So there is that difference.
And we don't have any Y4 at the moment. Let's hope it stays.
I really like him because I think he fits into a lot of different styles, where you can either have this super long range engage, you got good disengage off the have like the greatest lane pressure, but definitely when you do hit that level 6 and you're able to get out and start roaming, you can have such a big impact.
But you see the thing that links it all together, right? You have good disengage. If you hit your ultimate, you can set up team fights.
As the
ultimate.
aficionado that I am, I don't miss my ultimate.
Oh man, I gotta say though, like I know we have some clips here as well. I pulled from B5 because it was so easy there for the first couple of series, and they were hit correctly. Props to PP God, who is actually a Bard aficionado as well, like yourself, Dag.
Yeah, he was super. So many of these players you can see there catching a bunch of folks out, and this is what our PP God was at, setting up, catching people out, but even when he was in lane, getting aggressive against some of these more picks where you wouldn't expect Bard to come out on top like against.
That's impressed me because Bard's really only good lane matchups are against Tom, Kench, and Braum. You're really low range. You only have one ability, and not really laning abilities. Your Q is quite short range as well, and you're so squishy. If you ever get hit by a death sentence or a hook from Nautilus or a Blitzcrank or something, you're just dead. The LPL, who've been able to just make this work so well.
I mean, we're embracing the V5 hype we had a little bit earlier, right as well, alongside this. But the Bard that I always, since I made my casting entrance here, was Lumao. It's good to see that that's not restricted, that we are seeing a bit more comfortability within our meta be an option.
And I think it does bring so much more to the table, where you've actually got to change how you play as the opponents, change how you play your game, because Bard can just catch you completely out. Saying this competition on your screen, going aggressive, they're all this big 1-2 punch with the wombo combo. Well, it can change everything in the blink of an eye.
Bard just completely changes the way you have to think about the game, right? A magical journey can just come out of nowhere and you're like, oh god, we're now getting a Bard gank in like 5 minutes in the mid lane. Sneak pick, very special, and even though I came in week 1, me and you talking about it a lot, that this is not going to be a meta pick, it's obviously a meta pick.
So are you happy to call it meta right now?
Yes.
Because uncommon was week 1.
When players like Lumao were playing it,
He
even
did.
PP God. That's one thing. Sword Art, and again, I've been one row seats.
He's a Tom Kensler.
He's never, no, he's not a Tom Kensler. He's a Thresh player, Thresh All-Star, but
last year was, but
he's
okay.
never been known as a Bard player. So the fact that even he's embracing this Bard, it's like okay, well,
Point, right? There's
Well,
the turning point.
I think you kind of like, you got to look at the way everything else plays around. Like if you've got an Ezreal in the lane, either you're going to be able to farm fine, you're not going to be under too much pressure. So hey, look, Bard fits on both sides of that then, because you can get him out of lane and try and work stuff around the
I mean,
map.
getting out of the lane part's important because especially when we deal around like absorbing other lane's pressure or sending it right back. I think Bard's like the pick of our region. North America or Europe, or you think this is just an us thing?
I think it'll just be an us thing, because to me there's some champions I don't know if will translate well because other players in other regions feel confident in the skill to play it, right? Because this is something that if you're not good at, will just completely fall flat.
So what Lyric is saying is he doesn't think other supports are good enough to play
Oh, see? Hey man, you know we... No, that's alright. Maybe next time. Hey, moving forward, because we do have a couple more minutes to guide you through what has been happening here in the LPL. And with Bard on the menu, with crazy picks that are still flying through the air in the LPL, I'm looking towards some games. Now, as we're recording this, of course, we're coming up towards our match of flying past that, as well as LGD B5, which I know we're going to talk about. But we're moving towards JDG the Thursday coming up for you guys as the last series, and JDG Derby, but of course RNG moved out of Beijing. They're now here in Shanghai, and JDG I believe are as well, so technically the Shanghai Derby guys have gone head to head.
Yeah, to me, just especially now that RNG are in form, and I would even say had JDG did, I think you just have so much reliability across the map, especially in that mid jungle. I think Xiaohu and Xiaolongbao are complete performance.
Right.
I will point that out, but completely Yagao in those games.
And I agree. I think this is going to be a real test for JDG in particular, because we just saw them yesterday against Suning. They did not look good. Suning nearly picking up the victory. It was Suning mistakes that actually brought it back in JDG's favor. And if they're going up against RNG, if RNG are picking up these wins against our top teams, at least who we expect to be our top team, he's nice and early in the split, but they're going to go flying straight up the ranks into that 8th place spot.
It's like they've
potentially,
swapped a bit, haven't it? From what we've seen already here in the LPL, they've swapped. It's like JDG have gone from one of the cleanest, LCK-like teams in the LPL to yesterday, it's sloppy. And then RNG have gone from, well, what are these drafts? What are they doing? To, wow, they're actually looking pretty
There's
clean.
one thing I want to point out, though, the fact that JDG did play the mid-season cup. We don't know how long they've actually been scrimming, right? They could just be coming right off of a break that they finally get, since they also did play finals, compared to RNG, who've been off for maybe JDG just needs, a few more days to, get into that groove.
Hopefully we get to that point where this matchup, top for the standings, because we know JDG still got the 2-0, which doesn't feel right saying after watching the series versus Suning and RNG, of course. But some reason, New versus Zoom might not be where everyone looks, but New with his performance has come through, Zoom with his expectation.
Definitely with the coordination that RNG have in getting New into these fights, especially in that early to mid game stages. We did a breakdown on the desk of their play against OMG, and that he had like a couple of seconds where he had the level 6 advantage first, and they ran away with it. And it's these minuscule, when JDG had gaping holes in their play yesterday against Suning, I'm not convinced. Especially when Zoom was trying to look decent.
Yeah.
But realistically, if you're going to be on an Orin, you're not going to be able to do it.
Find any status up in that top lane? Do you look towards the matchup?
I think that's really exciting, because the question either stops Zoom from having the impact or have a bigger impact than we already know Zoom will always have, right? Even if JDG just fall behind early and go to Zoom, still came in, became an unkillable tank, and really carried these team fights.
The thing was, though, in game 1, it was the Wukong Renekton where he was losing as the Renekton. A little bit of an advantage towards the early stages of the game. He fell off a cliff before he even hit the level 6 marks. But Zoom is the big carry that we used to think of.
Thinks RNG's going to finish higher than JDG.
I'm a fanboy What can I say?
I mean,
Come on. You know?
let's come back, right? Where do we all put JDG?
I have second. Yeah.
Second. Like, there was no shadow of a doubt that I thought they were going to be better than FBX.
There's a lot of
we didn't.
One series, Dag. Now let's.
And
maybe,
MSC.
I'm just saying maybe I'm judging. I shouldn't be able to say it. Still, JD's a champion.
Let's not forget as well. Bringing up the scrim time for JDG is important because it is 6-7 days to the start of the season that MSC was over. We got into summer and a half later. Like, it was really nice that the LPL gave those 4 teams a bit of extra time to get ready for the LPL. But
yeah, unless you're suiting those, had to play 3 games already. That's a little bit tough. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Give them a bit of time, but I can understand stakes, but I think overall, JDG were looking so potent that this isn't a case of, you know, it just looks like.
But I don't think needing to scrim has anything to do with adapting to the meta a lot of times. Like, if you're someone like you pointed out, Zoom in the matchup, right? And you know, he hasn't been playing as much solo queue or as much scrims, and to me that's what would really show that you haven't been practicing as much, that you're having like a hard time in a laning matchup.
I think another important part of that is who they verse first and like what their schedule looks like. And we talked about, I know you guys yesterday were looking at JDG versus Suning, and even though Suning had been performing well and were up towards the top of the table, still there for JDG, right? You still thought that this would be like the warm-up match for JDG before the top esports match coming up this week.
Yeah, and that's the thing is because they're going up against top esports, it's not like you've got time to kind of a little bit of a trot first before we go into our gallop. They've got to hit the road running here, and I don't know if they can against top, who really they did in spring, which was impressive because they came second. Like, I really have high expectations for top esports, and in particular Yuyanji has grown up so much over that last bit.
I know for top esports it's a different conversation, but Lyric, do you take any JDG?
Look,
like starting with Suning?
Me and you made a rule on the broadcast the other day.
What did we say?
Every team gets 2 series. if your first 2 series both look bad, you know, okay, well, I look Suning. I'm all aboard the hype train, and
it doesn't matter what team it is.
If they're 1-1, you know, they get more time.
Okay.
So that's my rule.
Okay, well, that's a very open rule. I feel like that doesn't help me whatsoever. JDG RNG are coming up this Thursday, of course, as this goes out. That is on the last series of the LPL. Now, that should still be broadcast across. Let's move forward to our second matchup. The one we're looking forward to was IG and EDG. 2 of the older organizations. Of course, IG have the status here, starting in 2011. EDG a little bit later than that as well, but a team that's always come first. Far look towards on this.
For me, a big thing is, so as of this show, we have not seen it on today for us, but IG's level of talent is just, it's Shy and Ning not showing up. I think Rookie looks like he's playing some of the best League of Legends of his career. He's no doubt in my mind top 2 right now.
Okay.
And if someone made an argument saying, hey, he's playing better than Knight, just go watch his laning phases against Knight in the playoffs. He was playing that skill matchup LeBlanc versus Syndra so well with no jungler. So I am truly impressed by him, and I think there's a lot of teams that with him playing so well and with their bot lane just being stable, they're going to pick up a lot of surprise wins, but up against Scout, I don't know.
Well, look, I think I still give Rookie the edge in that matchup. For me, it's how badly does the Shy feed? That's the question for me, because the Shy was on this Lucian. Over and over again, they were picking it. Over and over, got punished in lane, everywhere else. Yeah. And if you end up giving over that much control, wins by influencing the mid, influencing the jungle matchup, and that's the big issue that I see for IG.
To me, that's actually what's impressive about Rookie, though, is the fact that both is still winning the mid matchup.
Oh yeah.
To me, the thing for IG is going to be about Ning, because we saw early in spring that he lives top lane. He's going to, you know, always full clear top or try to cut the map so he can just constantly be top for the Shy. It's like, well, if they can get that off to lose, but I think EDG looked like the flat out better team. Their shot clock was great. Junja was playing so well. So I think that'll be the key factor for me. Junja is going to shut down Ning, and it's that
asked me for Junja was I had him written off as a tank player. Like, I was like, Sejuani, Jarvan, that's going to be it. And then he came in and this Nidalee looked absolutely spectacular. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this guy is going to perform. As he said, again, yeah, going to play towards top side, but no one who's really going to pressure him too heavily. And when he looks so good, and so to see him put that foot forward against
I mean, the problem with Ning is the same problem as always, right? Like, he'll go towards the top side, he'll be patient, but patience isn't always a waiting and maybe not counting your, enemy jungler's timings. At this point as well, also remind everyone, if I can get my words together, that Lo Yen is no longer, so it is only Ning.
I think that's a good thing.
I think that's a bad thing.
Really?
I think Lo Yen behind him when Ning came through and did eventually, play it, was a bit better than we saw him in the summer split of 2019, but then still got towards Ning level later.
My problem is no matter if we compare these junglers together, IG at all. And to me, it's not even about finding a good jungler for IG. Because of the way IG plays, right? It's not correct League of Legends. It's not going to give up everything just to make sure that their soul laners can do what they want. The role of IG jungler can only be filled by someone like Ning.
Do you not think another jungler behind him pressuring him is a good way to get Ning into form? I don't know why, but form.
It's tough. Like, you're already a world champion, right? I'd say for someone who still has that potential fire up wanting a trophy, which I'm not saying Ning doesn't, right? But when you're an LPL champion, you're already a world champion. Will that make a difference? I'm actually not quite sure. I feel like that fire needs to come a lot more from within.
Oh, at that point, I kind of see what you're talking about, because it's like, what more do you have to fight for? Maybe
former coach, by the way.
Hey, rather than your paycheck and looking good on stage. For Ning against, Junjo, or whether we see
JJ.
Thank you so much. We see there's too many J's here in the LPL, or whether we say JJ.
Have you realized what it's like casting with you guys? Jake, Jordan, and Joe. That is.
I'm so
every
sorry.
single time I'm
I'm
trying
so
to speak to you, I have to remember which J I'm working with.
It makes it a little bit serious. You're looking forward to it, because like if we go bottom lane, if we have Hope, and then we have Puff again, is anything in the bottom lane interest you, or are we just expecting jungle v jungle?
To look towards Hope and Puff, I think that is going to be a very interesting matchup, and even we've seen a little bit more of like the Ashes and stuff come in. I mean, Hope has looked good on that. Having that wider champion pool where I think you can play a lot more diversity and have different roles when it comes towards Hope, I think is going to work really well for EDG. But when I look over at Puff and Setwind, well, they kind of have to just go back to, right, we need to be the staple carry. We need to be the guys who consist this, where they can't really mess around too much with the dynamic, because, as you said, IG have their set way of playing.
Not to completely shut you down, Dagda, but
Oh, no.
I'm not excited for the AD carry matchup. I am excited for Hope. I'm also very excited for Mako. Not excited for IG's bot lane. We actually know what they're going to do. They're just going to be stable. They're going to farm. They're going to get to the team fights. Mako, to me, is the one I want to highlight for EDG, because he looked amazing in that first series. And Mayspring had some very good moments and some very bad moments as well, to where against WE, he just looks so great with these engages and was proactively moving around the map, which is something I think we haven't done.
Consistencies out of Mako through spring were a massive concern, especially when you have the franchise player for EDG, right? Scout came in a little bit after. Mako's been there the longest. He's the face of EDG, especially now has left. So Mako is the guy.
I want to kind of go back to we're excited for Hope. This EDG style originally in spring was front to back team fights. Go for the late game, and that's where we're going to win. That is not at all much more aggressive, trying to get flanks, having these really like the set in the perfect position to set up for these plays. And I think that's why I'm so excited by Hope being able to bring out these new champions, by what we're seeing from Junjo, new avenues that have opened up, where I had them nailed down as just this one style, very similar to IG. And I think I want to see coming up against Invictus Gaming if they can mix it up even further.
I say, no doubt in my mind, Hope was a top 3 AD carry in spring. Yep. And I still expect him to be top 3, so I can understand the excitement. And even, obviously, really going to be about, to me, I'd say mid-jungle for IG, even though that's not how they play. But Rookie needs to have a carry performance, and then for EDG, to me, it's more about maybe bot and jungle, to where we know Scout's going to be stable, but once again, it's about Hope playing these team fights well, and whether it's Junja or JJ, and how they were both playing against WE.
And I want to see Scout give himself a chance. If he's going to go back towards the likes of the Diana or something, Rookie's going to have an absolute matchup where Scout can actually have an impact, so then he's not just outright losing against Rookie, because I feel like there is the potential here that Rookie just...
I will say as well, I don't think Scout had a particularly bad performance in spring. I think Scout had, one of his better splits, right?
Scout looked good. So to me, it's jungle and bot for EDG. It's that I know Scout's going to do well. Scout's going to do his job. I don't think he's going to lose out too much. Rookie might not even lose, right? He's going to play the side lanes out well. Probably going to look for flanks in the team fights, because typically he likes those style of champions. But to me, he should have no problem against.
They're going to be facing on Sunday as the last series to end out the week 3. At that point, gentlemen, remember, we've got a lot more weeks this time around. I'm glad we're spacing things out again. We've said on broadcast that it is nice to have 2 series a day, to absorb them, to enjoy. Still not really a day off, but that's just the way it is. But moving forward, IG, EDG, JDG, RNG, those are the 2 matchups we should be looking forward towards. Schedules going forward, we'll bring that up on your screen for you as well. Those matchups will be there, but remember, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. Did I miss a day? No. Thursday, Friday are the non-English broadcast days. That's how we'll keep running towards the end of the split until we get towards playoffs. And we're on the world's path yet again. And our top 8 is this hard to decide. What does that tell you?
LPL is damn good.
We got
how do you not have excited by them? There's so many good talent that's there. We've got 2 teams now that obviously the MSC we saw got to the finals. They both look great. But when we're arguing about whether Invictus Gaming even touches into our top 4s, former world champions, that's when you know that this is going to be a super spicy split.
Or that IG of that just untrustworthy. Right.
Just with you throwing us this topic, I remember on broadcast last split saying that V5 wouldn't be last in another region, like they'd be middle tier. So to me, that shows my opinion on our.
What a good way to end the show. Tell me where V5 would be. I know other leagues haven't started yet, right? Tell me, think about what spring was and LCS,
I don't
LEC.
need to think. This is easy for me. It would be 3rd in Europe, and they would be 2nd in NA.
Yeah.
In LCK, I don't know.
Imagine they'd go to Worlds.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm all in, baby. I'm all in.
I don't know if I'm that high. I know. I don't know if I'm pushing at least top half of the bracket in most of the regions. And especially, I mean, with the newly formed team, these guys genuinely look good.
Let's go.
I've just been listening to him too much. That's the only problem.
No. Hey, the V5 hype train, it goes for a very long time. And I will say, if they were in North America, they'd push. Would they be better than Cloud9? Easily, dude.
Jeez, you're even worse than I am.
You got a gentleman. Big thank you to Lyric and to Dagda. The last tip will be coming at you a little bit more regularly to take you through the LPL summer season of 2020. I have been Asterix. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you next time.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. But I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Disaster, heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Кто улегся? Юки. Юки. Че улегся? Встал?
Nervous, watching. It's starting up again. Pulses racing. You're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Far.
The LPL Week 3 continues as we are rattling through our split already. There's only...
I mean, the fact that you said we're already in week 3 kind of blows my mind.
My name is Munchables. This is Lyric to my side. And we have 2 today. Isn't that right, Lyric?
I feel like ahead.
We'll see. We'll talk about the matches in a second. Let's first talk about what happened yesterday as we had some very surprising results. BOG somehow took down E-Starlet.
First series subbing out Xiaobai for CJJ, and now yesterday not picking Smite and having Ignite in the jungle position really coming back to bite them.
So WE, this one wasn't a silly series. This one, WE actually looked really strong.
We still expect WE to be a top surprising here.
I feel like WE, by circumstance, have become one of the very best teams in the LPL. JDG have been falling off, FPX have been falling off. Speaking of that ladder, our standings right now have WE sitting pretty at the top, but when you look at game difference, top esports with half of the games are actually matching them.
Looking at the standings still, B5, LNG sitting up towards the top, going to surprise a lot of people. And OMG and DMO sitting at the bottom with no wins.
Yeah, and speaking of OMG and DMO, they're both going to be playing across the course of today. And having their work cut out is one way to say it, because we've got 3rd place against 16th place to start the day, and then we have 2nd place against 17th place. These are some polarizing matchups.
Yeah, we're gonna we're gonna see something today. Probably out there who likes that.
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
I'm really, really hoping that we do see these top teams actually pushing the tempo a little bit. Before, when it's an easier matchup, the top teams kind of just take the foot off the pedal and take it slow. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen today. But let's talk about our teams, especially in our first series, starting with LGD, because when you look at LGD on paper, and we've said this before on broadcast, this is like an ingredient to this recipe for LGD. It feels like this should be one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team in the league, honestly. But it's a matter of consistency, because in spring they didn't look so hot, and with a couple of changes, maybe they fix some of those issues.
It's interesting because the changes you talk about, it's like all of these players were kind of like the misfits on their old team. Mark and Shie coming in from DMO, and Longxing, of course, kind of the odd man out on RNG, but Kramer and Mark, a ton of consistency. Peanut having star. Much all you talk about Shie.
I mean, Shie, the TA master. I mean, he gets that title. He did actually look at series, but also went for the back door to win the series, and just that single moment by itself, I think, netted him that title.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's played 6 games. He's only played 2 champions. 3 of those games have been on TF, so he's at least vying for that title.
He's definitely vying for the title. We'll see if he can keep that rolling. And obviously, they played against V5 most recently. And we saw PP God finally losing his series, much to the heartbreak of many LPL fans.
Much to the heartbreak of me, but the thing about LGD that's so interesting is that at the end of last split, I feel like their macro and shot calling was very good. They had good setup around objectives, but the execution wasn't there. They've kept that same good macro and understanding of how to set up on objectives, but their team fighting this split is much cleaner.
Yeah, this is the clip of Shie where he plays TF just so beautifully during this fight, kiting the whole of V5 back and setting his team up for massive success.
Yeah, Shie looking great, and I also love that Longxing and Mark give LGD a very consistent Peanut able to play that carry position, which suits him much better.
Yeah, able to kind of have some free reign. Peanut on your roster, I think that's a really good maneuver. Just set him up so that he can individually succeed, because we've seen many times on the world stage if able to pop off. But let's take a look. Oh, are going to have their work cut out a little bit here, but they have been winding back the clock. They've been going back to stuff that's worked for them in the past.
Yeah, Twyla did change his name to Xiaowei last split, going back to being Twyla now. Of course, his team's still playing, and also bringing up Mitsuki. For anyone who doesn't know, he's actually been with the team since they were Sinnoh Dragon. Played 1 game in the LPL at first, 2019, I'm sorry, and then got replaced with Mark, but being back up.
Game as well. Not even a series, a singular game. It was a win.
Yep.
He played Thresh, so good on him there. But DMO have had some moments of glory, especially Twyla on the Zillion.
Yeah, it's been around in this series, but Twyla finding good roams on the Zillion, really supporting Xiaopeng in these skirmishes, and actually came out ahead in the early game. And when you look at their comp, Jax, Zillion, Yuumi, it's actually a pretty disgusting comp if it gets ahead, but again, sad the game just yet, but there are things there that can set DMO up for success.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned winding back the clock. You mentioned some of these older picks played a ton in the past, and it's something that he feels comfortable on it. And it's a pleasure to watch him being comfortable on that pick, which I say as he dies is very much one of his favorites.
And they did pick up 3 kills for his 1 death, so you know he's definitely going to be one of the players that needs to step up if DMO wants to find success.
Yeah, so I want to revisit the topic of the supports, because you mentioned Mitsuki coming on in and originally, but Mark has moved away. He's moved over to LGD, and the same can be said for our mid laners. Shie, who was on DMO in spring, has moved over to LGD as well. So suddenly, in the mid and support roles, all give a one-sided rivalry.
It's really interesting because Shie and Mark came in and took the jobs of Twyla and Mitsuki, but, you know, instead of choosing to go matchup to watch, and especially Twyla, I feel like has been a standout player for this team.
I feel like this is kind of a funny rivalry because you got Shie and Mark who chose to leave. It's not really a rivalry for them. They were completely in power the whole time. Then Twyla and Mitsuki find their positions in this roster and prove that they are the better players. It's almost like, if you've ever seen One Punch Man, it's like LGD are Sansonic on the other side. It's like desperate to make it a rivalry, but it's just not happening.
I'm sorry.
Have you seen that?
It's going right over my head.
Someone in chat will look at that reference. That's like my one anime reference that I have. But either way, let's get into the series. Enough about anime. And let's talk a little bit about League of Legends instead, because we've got LGD and DMO, and as we've said, LGD, kind of this bizarre mix of a super team slash this group of misfits, this like ragtag crew. I feel like a lot of these paths have veered off in directions that the players didn't necessarily expect.
It's actually very strange to look at how the roster's coming together, because even looking up top towards is probably more skilled individually. He only got 1 chance to play a game, but then Longxing coming in looked like it brought a lot of stability to this team. And I've loved how LGD have looked in drafts, Aime and Pokemon, who's also the other coach for that team, doing...
Straight off the bat in this draft, Lyric, I'm going to ask you a question. Why on earth suddenly become so popular?
It's only against DMO. They banned it every game so far. And it's because just go played champion by far, and he's just absolutely wrecking faces with it.
All right. Fair enough, Xiaopeng. And also the Syndra, take it away from Xie. We already mentioned Xie has played 6 games, 3 of them Syndra. He's 1 champion remaining for him.
Yeah, but still LGD going over towards that Ezreal. It is expected. We saw it has a 66%. Teams that prefer the Ezreal over the Aphelios. The Aphelios now in return. And interesting to see them pick up the Galio because Twilight has been spamming this champion in solo queue.
Interesting as well. Graves on a 43%, a much higher win rate, honestly. Because
He definitely does. I feel like we've seen more success with Trundle in the LPL. And typically when Trundle is open, a lot of teams do opt to first pick that if there isn't a priority AD carry, but kind of curious to see DMO go with carry right now because, you know, you've already picked your AD carry. We could save that for third. And we are going to see LGD go towards a more traditional style. Longxing is always being put on these frontline tanks, and I feel like it's good that LGD entity that we know Longxing's going to be a frontliner, Mark's going to be supporting him in some way. It's going to be about these front-to-back team fights.
Yeah, and obviously Kramer's going to have Israel Yumi in the bottom lane. And over on the side of DMO, you mentioned the Aphelios. It's not going to be locked in, though. They're going for Natural's comfort pick here with the Camille.
It's very strange, but the thing that's kind of nice is it seems they're very cognizant of what their identity needs to be. They need Natural supporting him. Another interesting thing about DMO is they've played a different champion every game. They've played games, so we're finally going to get a bit more consistency with them picking the Graves and Camille once again.
Yeah, kind of sticking to a style that has worked for them somewhat. Also going to be able to ban away Xie's other champion, so suddenly Xie has to splash out a little bit. Granted, Xie, he's been a pro for over 5 years. Probably goes deeper than just TF.
Yeah, and now it's a question of where does DMO go with AD carry. You do still have Misfortune owing out something more obscure. Of course, Lulu's support is up, so they could look to pick up a hyper carry and go for that route against Ezreal Yumi, which is obviously very big over in the LEC.
We could see the Ashe, because it's something that's been happening more and more. And there's something beautifully arcing up a utility AD carry.
You're right, it is. And it actually kind of fits their comp in a nice way where you think about it, they don't have too great of engage. Sure, they have the Camille E setting up the Galio, but I do like that they're open.
It's going to be some kind of engage locked in for them. And now LGD have to answer. Looking towards me. You've all seen Peanut on Lee Sin 1,000 times. Xie gets a casted in as well. And suddenly, with this rounded out LGD composition, they're feeling really strong in the later stages of the game.
Once again, they go to front to back, absolutely disgusting. And DMO going to be hard pressed for options into them. It really feels like at this point, it's all about mid game.
And I'm curious at what role everyone is going to be playing here. So it is going to be the Galio going into the mid lane. I wasn't sure if they were going to flex that into the support position when they were hovering the Jace, but looks like they're going to be sticking to the standard here. Natural still taking the Camille to the top lane to make this fight happen.
They do, but like we said, they're going to be on a timer. They need to make these fights happen early. So once Helper does get that level 6 mark, while Kramer playing on this Ashe and constantly looking for arrows around mid and jungle.
And that's one of the big things that separates good and bad Ashes, right, is not just using the arrow regularly, but target selection with that arrow. Because if you hit like Xing, if you hit that's going to happen. He's just going to tap the Bellows Breath, and he's going to waltz away.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Peanut decides to play out this early game with the lanes that he has. Sure, Ezreal Yumi does expect Ornn to have the ability to trade with Camille in the very early stages, but after that, it's going to be quite hard with... I mean, we've seen in the LPL teams draft Cassidy and still opt for early skirmishes, but like, it doesn't feel like that's the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but that is the expectation. That we're going to see these top teams maybe speed it up a little bit. They've gone for a Cassidy in the mid lane. Can LGD actually put their foot down, though? Is there ways for them to play around the early?
Yeah, they should be able to find opportunities, I think, especially with on, but then they could just look to play around their prio in the bot side and try to turn that either into...
We'll have to find out if Dragons are going to be the option here for LGD, or if DMO are going to make something happen early on, because we've seen him play it 100 times in the past, but also he's going to have matchup later on into the game.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to sit in the side lane, but not really about the split push in the side lane, with the fact that you're just so easily able to force teams. Just stacking your comp with engage feels like the way to go. But looking over to DMO, their comp spikes so hard at level 6. They just have so many high impact ultimates. And to me, what LGD have drafted with this team fight comp is a pick comp from DMO. It's about getting to a fight first with the Galio. You have the Ash Arrow to start it up, and you have a ton of bursts coming out from the grave. So if you do get anyone's from LGD's face, they should...
But also just look at the combination between Nautilus and Galio. Nautilus goes in, he's going to lock someone down. Plenty of time for Twyla to fly across the map and chain and shutting someone down. So if they can execute it, they have a magnificent pick comp, but that's a big if.
One interesting to see with the runes is we have Xie going for comp in the LEC spring playoffs. I believe Nemesis picked it up, and it's a rune you go where a lot of people view it as if you have more confidence than someone who would just want to take fleet footwork.
Yeah, it's less survivability in the lane, but more potential, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can pop off harder late when you get your stacks on your ultimate.
Yep, you get those stacks. You're also going to be healing up, so that's quite well. And just imagine but also on the Cassid in the late game.
Natural is having a whale of a time in the top lane. You mentioned that Langxing on the Ornn. Obviously, he'll be able to do well in these early trades, but only once
level 3 mark, he will be able to start answering community's trades. He has the grasp as well. The shield from your passive.
Good effort there from Mitsuki, wanting to try and force the level 2 fight, but Kramer respecting it, moving away on this Ezreal. He'll be able to keep himself safe. And this is, you know, playing a hook champion in frustrating lane if you're a support player.
Definitely is, especially early on in this lane where Mitsuki not going to have a lot of chances to find anything, but that's a conversation we kind of started, giving very consistent performances on DMO, and I'd say the best performing player, even in spring, was the one that was stepping up, and we've already talked about it a ton, but his one play with this...
It was right at the start of the split, if I'm not mistaken. So it was like right to start the spring split, he came out, made one of the biggest plays. The team basically subbed him out from that point. I was kind of disappointed that we didn't
get some action right now with Twilight having mid priority. And the cool thing, CC in all 3 of your lanes, so you're always going to be able to find some setup if you're looking for either a gank or a 2v2. And Graves, Galio, probably one of the strongest mid jungle 2v2s you can have. Lee Sid.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. Because Kassadin ain't going to do a whole heap of much. Natural trading. And this is exactly what you were talking about, right? Now these trades are going to start to go the way of Langxing. He has so much damage. Twilight continues to just bully Xie in that mid lane. But when you look at this, even.
Yeah, I mean, Xie's been paying for the fact that he stayed even in CS with his health. In my work now, we do see that Twilight does still have some of his able to heal up just fine and keep punishing Xie.
I thought Natural was about to go in there. I was like, you don't have too much HP, buddy. I'm not sure that's the play.
And long with Peanut pathing topside, so we really helped Natural get that push so we could look for a good reset.
Xiaopeng is on the top side of the map right now, so could move over once he's finished his Krugs. Langxing move on in. Natural has just started an engage as Peanut arrives. This is terrible timing for him. One more from Peanut just to guarantee this kill. First blood for Peanut on Lee Sin.
Yeah, Great shot from him, just kind of the small micro, right? We saw him path when that it could be warded, went over. Natural having no way to really get out of it comes from, I'd say, we could say poor wave management, but I also feel like Xiaopeng could have just easily come to answer, help him push out that wave and, you know, find that reset.
And I think the pathing through the lane is the most important thing, because when you look at the minimap, there was also a ward on the blue buff
And that ward's still there. We actually see it did just...
Huge amount of vision available, which meant Natural felt like he was safe. He felt like he could go for these aggressive trades and try and force the lane in himself.
Be over-aggressive quite a bit. It's been his big downfall. We even saw against East Star where they were ahead. He was playing on that Jax and just getting a bit over eager, getting picked off in a later team fight, leading to DMO kind of all going down.
But do you know what? He's the kind of player I'd quite happily have on a roster, right? Because sometimes he may go a bit for it, but he's also the kind of player that's willing to make the play, right? And when it works out beautifully for the team.
Gonna see DMO just go for this early.
Zamir is Xie winning trades right now. I feel like maybe Kassadin wins this lane post 6. I don't know. You tell me, Lyric. I'm no
I
out.
like this. Man, this. That's why we've been talking about laning phases to actually see how they go.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to get a go in the way of DMO here. LGD don't actually want to be fighting just yet. But they might walk. Xiaopeng is here. Ignite is taking collateral damage. Is just going to clip him. And it's going to be
1v2 from DMO is so strong. And we were talking about how Natural could be. Looks like we actually might get to see it. Okay, they're going to back off. I don't think we want to see it. I guess it depends. If you're an LGD fan, you probably want to see it, but
it's him. So you can dodge away from the tower aggro for a second, but Xiaopeng just continue to control these scuttle preps.
Mid lane, I feel like the only way that Xie would be able to win out so actively, let's say W to try to proc Xie to Rift Walk on him and then try to use it defensively. So I'm pretty, which sucks when I've been talking about all cast.
What can I say? You teach him? I mean, did you see teach him? Unbelievable play that he pulled out.
I mean, do we even really need to talk about Ian? Twyla, we don't know him for this, so it's nice to see, but it's kind of interesting because Twyla is also an Aurelian Soul player.
Twyla right now wishing he had so he can learn the Galil circle.
And this is the nice thing about DMO's comp. We've already touched on the global coming out from Twyla in the mid lane, so DMO really needs to build up their lead, but looking over to LGD side, it is nice to see that Longshin's picked up in the top side trades.
Ooh, Riftwalk just gets through, but there's a dredge land and a taunt. Everything lands, and Helper gets the kill.
And DMO being so pro using this Ashe once it hits a level 6 mark. Just surprised that LGD get caught off by this strategy when they've been using this strategy
as well. Like coming from the top side of mid lane, Xie coming from that direction and gets caught out. It's going to be a very nice advantage. That's now 0-2 for Xie.
But DMO controlling both sides of River, even pinging out exactly where he is, so Natural, with Call of the Forge God open, they might be able to do a cheeky lane gank right here.
Might try. Down by Langxing. Peanut arrived, but he was a little bit too late. Going to be able to dash away with the hook shot. Camille is one of those champions that it is just so hard to get a gank off unless she goes too aggressive.
On Gromp, so they did know that Peanut was there. but he's going to lose a bunch of experience right here.
Happy to grab that one for himself.
Ooh, going for a dive in the bot lane potentially.
Xiaofeng's here. He has the Rift Herald as well. He steps
LGD
back in.
No TPs though. They can't save them.
Uh-oh. This is...
And there's no wave. Oh, there's a wave.
I've got some bad news for you, Lyric. There's definitely a wave. True Shot Barrage onto Mitsuki. He gets as fast as possible. They're not willing to pull the trigger.
LGD played it well, right? We just saw him hit his Arcane Barrage. Helper getting a bit low, not wanting to risk that. Instead, Xiaopeng just going to go back towards clearing his jungle. And this is in a side lane, maybe try and get natural elite going into the mid game.
That's why looking to move over. Grab his blue buff. Bung tanking the shots, just standing in there. And now, I'm curious how Twyla's going to start to use this hero's entrance, because it's such a hugely impactful. I've got a Camille on your team. There's no way out.
We expect to see it used for the upcoming dragon, but so far it's been used like the threat of the Gallia ultimate's been there, right? It was a Rift Herald, so kind of a nice use of CC without using CC situation. And now he is able to recall no time.
Helper's going to have that crystalline arrow available as well. Look, just hide in a way. You know that this is how their composition works.
Ooh.
Another arrow, and even with Rift Walk, he can't escape. And yet again, it's Helper to grab the kill.
Drop Herald and turn towards the dragon.
Great for Helper, because it's so often when you're playing Ashe, you don't often get the kill. Individual damage per auto. With the Herald now on towards Dragon. Peanut, he wanted to start that one. He wanted to go.
And this has been so surprising but great from DMO to see them use DMO's bot lane, right? Having the early push to make so many plays across the map. Top lane just been on an island, which
Absolutely. I mean, look at the gold lead right now. It's 2,000 in favor of D favorites coming into this series. LGD are in third place in the standings right now.
I remember going. I did say that if there was going to be one long back and
yeah, I mean, I also said I've seen many times where the top teams don't necessarily against the lower team opponents.
You were right, especially when the fact when they drafted the ES. You know, even though DMO have a lead here, I still feel very afraid looking at LGD's comp.
Cast it in at the end of the day. Helper is doing a really good job of catching every... He has a potential career in cricket or baseball following League of Legends quite as well as he can. But we'll let him off. He's hit a lot of... He's hit 2 crystalline arrows so far. 100% hit rate.
Great out of DMO, just controlling every neutral objective. Even going to get that. Keep our eye on is when that next Rift Herald spawns. DMO probably going to call and hover over it, and then it's going to be a question of do LGD just give, or do they feel at a strong enough point to contest?
Kramer is basically out of mana if Helper wanted to go for a crystal. I'm not going to pull the trigger on that one. Obviously, Kramer does have the cleanse as well, so it's a little bit more difficult.
Of Peanut, and they did know Xiaopeng confidence. And now we're just going to see... I mean, another game where until another neutral comes up, we're not going to see much happen. Of course, DMO can go. That's the thing I love about when Ashe is meta, is that with a lot of other on LCK, but with Ashe, there never has to be a lull state because
the cooldown is way shorter than I think. Up to this top side as Twyla could be in trouble in the mid lane.
Ooh.
Nice! He's knock up on a Peanut, but the flash kick keeps him in the fight. Now he's going to be rooted by the final self the kill. In the meantime, flip side.
still, that was actually really nicely played from Twyla with the flash, forcing Peanut to have to flash to guarantee the kick, but still, they DMO not able to contest, but maybe because Twyla does have TP.
He's also got the hero's entrance, right? All they have to stop sprinting back across the map. Let's get involved in the fight. And bear in mind, they never actually pulled the trigger. They moved away, so all of their ultimates are still available.
He's going to TP, of course, has Unsealed Spellbook, so going to be able to pick up a DMO's comp is very strong and going to back up for this one, but
yeah.
As we go into like mid and late, is we really only have the Hextech ultimatum to lock someone down. Nautilus or Ashe, when you have both a Kassadin and an Ezreal.
Yeah, arguably maybe get the Lee Sin, but even he has safeguards, so
exactly.
Just
born, like you said, and but it's because these champions are stuck in lane collecting the waves. Right there in a
Sharpunk opting not to use the Rift Herald for this top lane tower because they can just brute force that one themselves. Available if they want to finish off the last tier 1 in that bottom side, or if the game speeds up in pace miraculously, which I don't think is going to happen.
I expect him to just go towards bot right now with his. And like you said, just opening that last outer turret feels really good. Now, Natural going to have he elects to go in.
Natural able to just clear the way. Pressed a little bit here by DMO and their proactivity in the early game. 16 minutes, they got themselves a 2-dragon advantage that could be looking towards 3 in 30 seconds. They've got off this bottom lane tier 1, and things across the map are feeling pretty.
It looks like they're heading towards topside to get vision down. Looks like they're going to try and dive Twyla to secure this top turret.
Well, Shie does no damage.
No, he doesn't. He's a cast with a rod and a tear.
Just him, but with a Yumi and a Lee Sin.
They're not even setting it up, actually.
Gonna try and brute force this one. Taunt onto Peanut. Final chapter used before the minion as well onto Lang Xing. They're gonna try and finish this one off. Twyla gonna be locked up and finished off. In the end, Shie gets the kill. It's happily walks away from the turret as well with Rift Herald being dropped here. LGD might be committing to a second tower.
Yeah, but still they could just have one member recall and probably save it.
I'm pretty sure he is a Camille. He's got a Triforce.
Yeah, you're right. So actually, if anything, her turret compared to Shie.
Okay, Natural's not going to commit to that one. Shie's not going to commit the top side, and in the very much a positive trade still for DMO. Good for LGD that they can't contest on the bottom side.
Yeah, gonna pick up. I mean, they're already on soul point, right? So they only have to decide: are we going to fight you? We should be at a point by then where.
Let's take another look at this dive in the bottom.
He dodges it with the ultimate. We do see Nautilus ult come down as well, refarming this whole game. But when you have a Graves and a Camille, you know, you're not lacking for damage.
Against Mountain Drakes, that's when things start to get a little bit dicey when it comes to the damage department. Bear in mind, DMO, the one away from Soul here, conditions is that Shie's going to be able to. But if Ashe has a Mountain Soul, it becomes a little bit more difficult, and it becomes a further away win condition.
You're going to have 2 mountains, and we do increase resistances, but even with Mountain Soul, Ezreal are able to deal damage, you know, through the shield. This comp does scale that hard that the game get to that point.
Dude, I've just noticed on the scoreboard, Helper has been absolutely rinsed by Riot this game. He's bought a cult and it has 4. How is he ever going to cash that in? Ripped off.
Well, Munch, I feel like you just saved him. The caster
custom blessing. Natural's in trouble. Just about dodges. Dash hook shot away as well.
Ooh.
No gets stun on, but Yumi says no.
Yeah, still. Oh, but I actually don't feel like DMO are too concerned with this one.
Yeah, they're gonna take a question mark ping on the Baron. Confident enough to go for that just yet.
Yeah, and still LGD at the 2 item mark. I'd say ideally they'd want to wait for that. That's standardly aggressive, but they're not. If DMO chooses to start that dragon, LGD has to make a choice.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds until, let's see, 618 stacks right now on the Mana Moon, who definitely can't hear me because they're on the Chinese side. But so Kramer will be hitting that power spike to be able to finish off that last. For anyone that doesn't know, Mana Moon, once you finish off the actual item itself as well as your abilities, so very easy for the Ezreal to finish stacking that off. Which is pretty significant, but Xie won't have the Seraphs.
Yeah, I agree. And another interesting thing to look at is get pressure in a similar way where they have one strong side of the map, right? LGD meal, and then it's just about playing through that to put down vision. But obviously their stronger grouped is 5, so they can easily walk up, push a wave, and then go first. Since they do have an Ornn, a very tanky frontliner, he can always face the first ones to the objective as long as man's already massive.
He's hit level 13. He's got massive old tanky items in his inventory, so he's going to be very hard to take out. Whoa, look at the gold. He is so far ahead of Kramer. 1,000 gold ahead of the enemy AD carry. He's got to be F-sword there.
I would call that he would cash in something.
Do you get bonus gold?
Yeah.
But importantly, he's gone for the BF sword, so he's not going the Death Stance route here. He's going to go for the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, DPS.
Oh, LGD have decided it's time to fight. It's time for this Componius to block a lot of this CC. UK, but knocks off everyone on the team and Dredgeline out. Natural threatening Peanut in the backline. LGD's engaged, not really paying off, but Peanut's going in to try and make something happen. Galio is too late to the pot. Off. Xie with yet another kill. Now Kramer jumps over the wall on towards Helper. Xie. I guess they are online.
Well, remember, Munch, we said it's so only real option is a Hextech ultimatum into a Galio ultimate. He used his ultimate on Long Shing, didn't he?
Yep, and by the time the Galio ultimate came through, he was already...
Just because I feel like even had Twyla gotten there, the other members weren't close. Kramer's getting the free hit. Xie is able to do it. LGD gonna stop Soul going over to DMO before this fight. They're definitely gonna be online after. So we see LGD going in on natural. Okay, so he ult. Like you said, he goes down right away anyway. Regardless, look where the other Helper and Xiaopeng not even.
I love how bold Kramer is towards the end of the fight as well, realizing they've already essentially won the team fight. He can jump over and just look at that gold swing. Gold, that's gone up by about 1,000 in favor of Xie during that fight. And if you didn't have Seraphs by now, then it's going to be very, very close. He's got the blue buff, so he really doesn't have to worry about it.
You know, going back to builds, it is interesting that Helper's going to go toward, even if he goes for that with the increased resistances, that LGD just scales in. You know, since IE is maybe just feeling like scaling harder with damage is a better choice.
Yeah, worth mentioning, you get kind of his recall denied by, obviously IE affects Ashe differently due to her passive, but it follow up autos on anyone that you've previously slowed. So you kind of get the edge.
Now just once again gonna go to a point in the game where it's all about waiting for the next Drake. Nice.
Could have said it, but about 3 minutes on the clock until that Drake, and you kind of expect to see something out of DMO though. Let's bear in mind, this is a pit composition. If you wait to group up again.
At this point, I'd have him clear out that wave, have natural push bot, start having him path towards mid once LGD are catching waves, and look for another enchant lane, and have that kind of numbers advantage.
In the meantime, this wave crashing onto the bot lane tier 2. Natural of LGD, so he's not going to overcommit for the tower. This mid lane just going to be clearing the wave for now. Searching for a kick. Now Natural has actually found himself on the wrong side of things here. Hookshot over the wall, but he's on Kassadin. While Camille might be slippery, Kassadin is probably the fastest champion in the game when he...
Love how he set up for this play that DMO should make about pushing in side lanes, and X don't care about catching side waves. We're just damage to kill you and the engage with the Ornn, Kassadin, and the Yuumi in the side waves.
And the really scary thing for DMO right now is Xie's hit level 15. He is one level in his ultimate. And at that point, Riftwalk, or Helper once he gets a couple of stacks in it, he's really begun. Good mind. He went 0-3 on a rampage.
I mean, Kassadin is undefeated in LPL. It has not lost the game. Like a good bet to put your money on when there's a Kassadin in the game. Not gonna throw that out there.
All right, Lyric, the part-time bookie, moving in the mid lane now. But I'm not sure that DMO you want a, and I think LGD realized that as well. Langshin goes Call of the Foe. Final chapter, quite in the right direction. Helper gets the free shot for a while. Peanut stunned up. Oh, ult to keep everybody away, and Kramer just can't get into the fight right now. Mitsuki is low the team around. Kramer still wants to keep this.
Yeah, and so many members of DMO getting to, half, not able to lock anyone down specifically. And great Hextech ultimatum coming. He wasn't able to get on, Xiaopeng or Helper to delete them. And still, only DMO able to passive. But Drake is up in 10 seconds.
If they could have, honestly, if Peanut doesn't have a stopwatch, part of the strategy for LGD is this huge front line. Ash is great at dealing with that.
Yeah, exactly. And
Twyla's in trouble. Out of the fight, launching the target for now. Natural Xie, but Helper has already been deleted. Xiao collateral damage, shoulder, and another double for Crane.
And
it's a triple.
LGD just went to Drake as a form. Man, Fellow's comp is very, very ultimate reliant. And they don't have those ultimates up.
Well, now they're just going to charge down the mid lane, and
is this over?
Maybe.
There's no way this is over.
To just brute force this one in. No, they're going to decide against it in the end.
Lunchables, please respect professional League of Legends teams.
Being disrespectful if they went to end the game. That'd be them being disrespectful. I have no power over the team's Lyric. Don't tell anyone, okay? Don't tell them about the script.
Let me take over. So, in the mid lane, and that's what happened.
Yes. LGD have got to plant the game. Well, you see that character there that Shie is playing? It's called Cassidy. And when do this, and he can riff walk every second, and he's based, and it means the rest of his team can do whatever they want.
Exactly. And on a serious note, as we saw in that replay, every crystal arrow, no ultimate coming out from the Nautilus, no Hextech ultimatum on the carries of LGD, and then we see what happens when this comp that just has so much more base of DMO.
Casted in. Now try imagining Casted in with 4 Cloud Drakes. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what nightmares are made of.
Why are you know there's a cat with a Yumi? Isn't that a
Yeah. Based on that last team fight lyric, yeah.
We have
LGD.
ultimates up back on the side of DMO, but Helper has no flat, no big thing to look for.
See some kind of miracle arrow at this point. We didn't see Natural finding a good round. If he's able to oh, Mitsuki is in trouble. 8 from dancing around the fight.
But Natural's not here, so he can't stop anything.
I'm just saying theoretically here for DMO.
And Long Shing's just stopping him. Long team can win up 4v4 straight up regardless.
Oh,
Never mind,
no.
they're not saying that.
Game! She teleports to the bot side of the map. I don't think that was a
Disrespect.
So is that one my fault as well? It's my fault here in the LPL apparently.
It's place.
That's true. I don't think I get to take responsibility for that though, as much as I'd like to.
That's true.
That's all down to 13 to 5 on a bit of a slow burner, but aside from a few picks in the early game.
I think DMO were making moves all over the map.
I mean, it was like 4 kills.
I would say it was
Over
pretty
15 minutes.
consistent though. Like it'd be like, let's say 1 play per every, 2.
I'll give you that. Shie is just gonna chase Xiaopeng. Shie is just running around getting kills at this point. But he's so punches away from the knockup, but exhausted and finished off. And I think that's good because everybody's falling down. Help has gone, Xiaopeng's gone. The third inhibitor is about to go down. Close to diving the fountain. He's happy to go underneath these Nexus towers. Be able to finish off the Kassadin. Nah, maybe not, to be honest. It's a 5 and a dominant win here from LGD as soon as they hit that 2-item bomb.
Yeah, it's like a dominant game. What were you watching? But when the I don't like that LPL teams are catching on to Yumi. Even like the first few games, teams were not playing Ezreal Yumi, and then TES and JDG were the ones carrying
And healing champions in League of Legends, like Soraka's not so bad, because at least you could just kill Soraka. You can't just kill Yumi.
Late when Soraka
Yeah, but that got nerfed. That was different. That was like that was
still playable. But back to the match. LGD jump ahead.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd place versus the 16th place team, but LGD are new overlords.
Only the best in the LPL, according to only the standings. But still a little bit like draft difference. This did feel like in the early game. They needed to accelerate quicker than they did. They needed to lead that the Kassadin couldn't come online in time, and this Ezreal Yumi, once Ezreal gets the 2 to 3 item mark.
And it feels like had they executed that one fight differently, it could have. It was actually LGD the ones trying to engage down Peanut and Galio following him in, while all the rest of the members are like, over terrain, I can't be there. And after that, all of LGD's comp came online, and DMO are kind of left scratching their heads. The good thing is,
Yeah.
I think many people expect at this point, down to, you look at LGD's draft, they have the power picks and...
He was stopping the damage, but ultimately he did die quite a few times in that game as well. Helper as well, I think, really good job with his ultimates. His crystalline arrows were on point and trying to hit impressive stuff. But the damage obviously isn't going to be there because these fights weren't really front to back the way I rightly say. Ash can't follow in a dive composition.
And it's sad, Drake, where we saw Twilight. He stayed a bit too long. LGD got on the map first. They got the setup. And it made DMO feel scared and anxious, it looks like, because that's evident.
Yeah, and honestly, Pino got one of the most valuable stopwatches of all time during that fight. Because it meant it impressed the team fight. That's going to be game one in the books, though. Going the way of LGD. And hopefully, DMO, we can see a little bit more of this early game action right after the break.
但是没有什么眼位，可以这里不想放。
这 best 标已经正面直接
这里
啃掉河蟹了呀！
但这里直接爆摔，但血量优先收下这颗头，包括在侧翼身上被挂了一个点燃，小白绕后，正面的话 ，Wink 和 Wink 两个人在皇城 PK， 在侧拿到了一波双杀，同时双方上单都是拿到了双杀。
小白这波硬帮兄弟止损啊！
闪现
太多了，只剩下 Wink 一个人苦苦支撑，还好一技能刷新出来了。Wink 是，我听出来了，蛮大的，就感觉没少。
来了，这里一技能直接拉到了对方脸，后续的话背上一个大招还是补上了伤害。看一下啊，
哇，马老师这波扬眉吐气，
马老师。而且女妖背上的位置被发现了，这里勾到 Hero， 但是第一时间并没有能够秒掉他。同时大闹天宫直接进到了好多个人，但是没有人可以跟伤害。同时一个 W 打出了不错的一个伤害，噩梦倒了，看一下后续的一个输出，姐原地交出一个金身，在正面的 Morgan 还在跟对方缠斗。
哇，
这波
最终的伤害点倒了，那剩下的残
活。
哦，沙袋来了，随便打。
来看一下 Morgan 又在
都在绕行，绕完了之后这个老 Morgan 绕 Morgan 这个位置很不错，
看4个人。
这波正面 Cube 已经被拉进来，但是后面的话 Morgan 已经单切掉了风，好像是爆离了对面的马老师，但是现在想要顶线被厄运猪排给摆走，九梦已经杀疯了，九梦往前不断的输出 ，iBoy 还在，但是人去走一个攻到了 iBoy， 解掉砍下4杀，这场比赛。
看到残血就想去留，
宝具交踢，而另一边 Cube 也交踢，一个
只能在侧翼骚扰一下对方，但是 Forge 这里其实是承担了比较多的一个伤害，2个人同时马老师闪现来接抢到了，抢到了，
是时候重拳出击了。
Got a feeling nothing is forever slow. The sun is high, but I would moonlight. Ooh, I'm out of the shadow.
I've never felt this bad a taste. Now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
Back, and we're ready for game number 2 here between LGD and DMO. And LGD drafting this late game composition and playing it to a T as soon as those carries came online. They didn't. I mean, the rest is history. And when you got a kitty on your shoulder as a captain, feels pretty great. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric. Talk me through what we need to see here from DMO to turn things around. That feels like a big question. Now I say it.
DMO themselves can't find the answer to that question. What makes you think I can? But, like, at least personally, I just want to see DMO going for, again, bring out the Zillion, keep going with the Camille and Jax. It hasn't worked. It might. You can't really practice against it unless you're playing DMO. At least there, maybe we can win.
Okay. DMO has to do any good stuff, but let's look at our MVP for game. To say it's gonna go to Mark. I'd like to see a Yumi get an MVP, but to be fair, GA would because of Mark.
It's strange because whenever a Yumi's in a game, I typically feel like it should be MVP, but yeah, see, clearly deserved Munchables.
Avoiding all the skill shots.
But we'll go back to what we were talking about before, where last split teams and feels like whenever we see a Yumi on the Rift now, especially with how we play with these team fights, these big tanks and kind of sustain champions, overcome.
Yeah, I mean, right now, and especially if you can set Yumi up with the correct composition alongside her, she can be an incredibly strong support. Obviously, doesn't work in every composition, which is why I think Yumi is not an issue in the meta right now, because you can draft around her, you can draft to play against the Yumi.
You can ban her.
You can ban her, for example, but like you also do have to draft a composition that works with the Yumi, because quite a lot of compositions when you don't have something like an engage.
Because I was talking to some of the LPL coaches before the split about Karma being the meta, is the fact that she can, and we know that other regions are playing the Lulu. Just not at
least. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Twisted Fate good side this time around. Banning the LeBlanc as well.
I expect him to either ban. My guess is they would first pick it themselves, because this is a champion that DMO banned quite often, but I did see him also practice.
Like that Kassadin ban though. If I was DMO in game number 1, I'd want to ban Kassadin. They kind of shut him down in the early game. The kid didn't stop it.
What way can you play around Kassadin better? Like, they killed him 3 times, which, to be fair, had they executed better, could have meant something, but to me, if I'm DMO looking at the Karma ban be coming out from LGD once again. But now LGD will just pick Syndra.
Actions on through. It's the Ezreal for help to try and take away the Ezreal Yumi combo. LGD. They've actually Yumi could be a good pickup for DMO this time around.
Yeah, Mitsuki has he could pilot. LGD and pass Syndra over Ezreal, so that's why I'm actually expecting them to pick it here.
Lyric, you're not wrong at all. It's going to be the first pick for LGD. And I wouldn't be too, they're actually just going to go for both solo lanes, which is not a cop right at the start of the draft.
It's also strange when you think about the DMO have natural.
Yeah. I guess not wanting to give away a strategy though, right? Ornn is a pretty neutral top lane pick. You want to play the game?
I am quite disappointed that I feel like DMO could just go see them go Trundle here because, of course, the pill, they've already taken their Ornn, so just take away the stats. And Yuumi pairs well with Trundle as well.
They could still go. I feel like you know these teams quite well. Are you an LPL analyst or something?
You know, I might work. I might be like a substitute Clement Chu in a way, but I can't.
Not in my heart.
I know. I agree. Interesting guy, but this right there we go. This is the pick that would make sense. It's actually DMO. LGD, of course, picking it up. So they are going to be able to map DMO.
Yep, the Aphelios. It's been strong the last week. There's having some pretty insane performances when they can stack up the shurikens. Azir going to be banned away by LGD, away from DMO. Is you know, when looking at their composition.
Yeah, and I want to see where they go with jungle. I was expecting them to go for the Kindred, but you know, DMO just banned out the Kindred. Obviously, as shown by last game, I don't think Peanut really cares about how.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut. If you've got anyone on Lee Sin, Peanut's the guy, right? Maybe Caster can be in that argument as well, but Lee Sin is actually going to be taken off the board in the end. So now LGD have to re-go. The Rek'Sai available.
LGD against DMO.
Yeah.
Xiaopeng is the Rek'Sai man.
But anyway, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't be crazy to see Peanut playing.
It's just gonna. If he'd gone for the Yuumi, that would have been not the Yuumi. I'm sorry, the Elise would have been a bit weird. But I was gonna say, we know here players. It's not about what goes best in your draft. It's about what you feel most comfortable on. I like what DMO's been about what goes best in their draft. Now the question is actually, what does Twyla take in the mid lane? Because his champion put anything that answers Syndra quite well.
It's going to be the Sylas by the looks of things going.
I actually want to see if it is going to be his Sylas or if they're just going to have natural pick that up in a Twyla champion.
Top champions though, so it could well be Twyla debuting on the Sylas.
Don't fall for it, Munchables. They're going to lock in Azir or Azili. Okay.
Nope, they're going to lock in the H. Don't fall for it, Lyric.
I'm just saying, it's going to be really interesting to see how Twyla plays this matchup. Obviously, even as it keeps going, you're very dependent on your jungler playing around. Very similarly to Irelia in the sense that to win lane, you need to constantly look for trades and all in.
Now we're Grave Syndra versus that Trundle Sylas. But the Leona locked in fun in the past. Actually, as an 8th, I'm not sure how many games that is over, but it's been picked. It's a decent amount.
I just went up beautiful. But we're moving forward because that's not the LPL style. Overall, though, LGD's kind of every game, even though they've had these comps with TF, they still drafted core 4 that is very strong in front of back team fights, right? We have on a frontline champion. Mark as well as Hendricks. Then we have our 3-man carry kind of in the back. On the side of DMO, though, it's way more brawly, way more skirmishy. You want to create a lot of chaos. Trucks and Sylas will thrive. Both of them terrifying.
That is for sure. But the big question for me is, can DMO keep that ball rolling? Strong, but it felt like they sort of stalled out in the mid game and couldn't keep the picks. Now, again with a mid game style, can they get that snowball going enough that they can push through to a victory.
Strong in the late game.
Yeah.
When it comes to styles of fights that we can see, because if Aatrox and Silas can coordinate jumping onto that backline with the Yuumi, I should too much in that scenario because any of the carries of LGD, but if LGD can get that vision set up, have the front to back.
And it's going to be a question of engagement. DMO are the ones starting that fight, and maybe they can set up that kind of situation. But if LGD are in the right spot, it's going to be that scenario here as we head into game number 2. LGD starting the series off strong and drafting towards these.
Also, going to be interesting to see for Twyla. Reverse marks is good as well. In my opinion, it is going to be more about these engage style ultimates, because Silas is a champion that I feel like uses Yuumi's ultimate well, because you're able to like jump in and choose kind of where that goes yourself.
There's a few ultimates that I feel like. Also, Fiora's ultimate he's pretty good at, because it gives him the extra movement speed every time he procs. 5 a little bit better during those fights. Runes, everything relatively standard here. And then Mark and Kramer trying to go a bit aggressive in the bottom lane if they ever get the chance to get onto Helper on this Ezreal.
Good to have Cryo in the mid lane. It's again, Shay hit those Qs. Can Twyla land in E? Of course, Shay to coordinate that matchup, but if Shay is able to get push and kind of lean towards spot, then
I feel like there's a lot of action in this bottom lane, despite nobody really getting hit by much damage. You see Mitsuki trying to get the most of the poke out of the.
Yep, just this is kind of how we'd expect the lane to go right now. So aggressively with the poke they have available.
About to hit level 2, and they do not want to get hit by the Zenith Blade. Do need to be a little cautious, because even if Felios, you know, we talk, he's not that weak in the early game either.
Oh, and they're baiting this one out.
Here we go, 2v3. Stood doesn't have the Eclipse, so he's not that tanky. Forced to flash away.
Yeah, now play as aggressively. You're always going to have to wonder if Xiaopeng is in that back pocket, but see more in pro play, which seems like we don't, is seeing. I remember using like fake ward, go to pretend to ward, or mid laners that like just walk into fog of war and put this kind of fake pressure.
Yeah, I feel like we don't see it too often.
Not much. It's something I feel like we see more as the year goes on, but
when you're getting to playoffs, right? When you're getting to the really serious game fight on our hands here, Kramer's in trouble. Bear in mind, summoners are already running. First put to Kramer. How on earth are they winning this one as Helper forced away? Not ideal for DMO.
Not only first blood, but he has those double buffs. So Helper and Mitsuki red buff. And we already see Mitsuki's mana. So
in a 3v3 as well, when Mark and Kramer, oh, there's a stun. Xie doesn't have any mana. Auto's in. No, the Kingslayer. Oh, Xie. What have you done? Did they? Twyla still surviving. Xiaopeng desperately wants to finish.
Look, Machables, we've seen two things here. One, Twyla does not play Silas. I'm sure he plays Silas to a good level, but. And then Xie just. It seems like he hit him, right?
Yeah.
Because had he pulled the trigger initially.
Waited a second before going for the Oh, aggressive from Mark.
I'll
There.
still
Hex
say
flash into Zen.
good from Twyla to use and try to abuse that mistake from Xie.
Yeah. Gets the Kingslayer off. Now going to get aggressed upon by.
If you can hit that E, you can hit the Abscond Abduct. Pretty much all Silas feel very good in those trades, but that's why Xie has the phase dictating if he is hitting those Qs.
So I'm going to keep. We kind of have this easily the two highest priority junglers across the world. I'm curious how they're going to be. Because that's actually going to be the one that takes more damage.
So it's also very interesting that I feel like the opinion on this matchup is very divided because analysts and coaches, everyone says this matchup is Graves' favorite. Graves beats. For some pros I've talked to, they don't think it's that. Despite the phase rush and the mobility coming out from his E, it's not that easy. Even with the frozen domain and the pillar is enough to get in those 1v1s.
Point. We'll revisit the jungle talk in a minute because Natural has to flash away. Does dodge the second knock up. And his World Ender gives him move. And Peanut has a lot of damage. Collateral damage though won't be there yet. The Brittle.
And great to see coming out.
Oh, another Zenith Blade onto Helper. He's able to just dash away, and that means that LGD can't quite finish.
Great to see Peanut ganking top because on this iteration of LGD, we've actually seen that, which is nice when you look at kind of how the roster is built. You obviously Xing is no stranger to, but still great by them to.
Looking towards the Scuttle Crab. I didn't have Natural at the right place at the right time. He's able to just sneak that one away from him. The conversation though about never gonna have time. Xie's in trouble now. Oh, he's gonna be chased on down and he's actually, but it's still a kill and it still goes to Xiaopeng.
Yeah, feels good matchup. Whenever Aphelios up, it's gonna be so rough, especially once we get into the mid-game fights against an Aatrox, against a Silas. Just gonna be able to easily. Of course, the Yuumi ult as well.
Oh, hang on. Moonlight Vigil and a flash from Kramer. It's answered by Helper's own flash. He had to try and make the play, and Mark might. They are not on the same page, though. Mark is just trying to force them away. I feel like Mark wanted that, and Kramer just didn't. Heal now going to be used. Barely gets. If he had been just an inch further back, he would have been caught there.
Know that LGD are doing this dragon, still posturing so aggressively despite Xiaopeng being there. 8 advantage for LGD, but these two games are a lot closer than I expected.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he got past sort of the 20-minute mark.
Hey,
things fell apart.
Was that a
quick.
DMO LGD issue? Or
I mean, I feel like it was maybe both, honestly.
I guess you can't have
games where it's not like, oh, 2 items. Okay, we win the game immediately.
Hey, not in the LPL.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's not. You finished the Seraphs. You don't even have the shield yet. Okay, well, you still just win.
Hey,
the
but
game.
we're missing the context. Okay, I guess this DMO kind of. I don't use the word inting, but kind of running into that fight beforehand.
Yeah, you're kind of arguing for me here, Lyric. I'm not Xiaopeng to deny the charge from Langxing. He's there to finish this kill off. Langxing with the second kill of the game now. And this is good. Xiaopeng has been found. Stun comes through. I don't think Xie has the damage to finish it by himself.
He wasn't putting down a kill there, but I'm also very pleasantly surprised at how well Mark and Peanut have worked together, because we had Killua on the roster. Chance was more of a rookie, not having much experience, and I actually liked Killua being on this roster. Job of moving around the map and finding these playmaking options, despite the fact that Killa was also a Bard player.
Yeah, and I mean, Killa are playing a lot of the Taric as well, to my memory. And it's kind of a team-based pick, right? You're not really the individual player.
Exactly, and to me, that, especially the Braum, I was having a conversation with Clement about that about Killa, the thing that stood out to him was the Braum. Stick with your AD carry sort of support.
Be individually exceptional in that role, but it's not quite as flashy, right? You're not going to make as much of a name for yourself. First tower of the game, though, important to mention. Kramer grabbing that one and getting a ton of gold, 610 into his pocket. He can charge off of the Herald as well. It's a little bit of a Brucey bonus for them. 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes, but it's the other way.
Ultimately, going back to that second shot, it doesn't mean too much because LGD don't have a comp that's actually going to threaten that. It's more of a... I don't even want to use the word luxury. It actually means nothing. It's actually like a meaningless charge. Maybe it'll mentally affect naturally. There's pressure, but it shouldn't do that.
Okay, well, I get excited about the second charge. I know a lot of people at home get excited about second charges on Heralds.
You know,
second charges matter, okay?
This is going to be a campaign slogan.
I think, see how the night goes on.
Some new LG
charges matter. Anyway, so I do. I'm really nervous to try and bring up the Graves Trundle topic again. It starts.
We'll just do your best. Let's. Okay, actually, we're setting up for a dive, so.
There's gonna be a fun.
Suki.
Maybe help us just fine here.
Syndra is here. Twyla also has very good TP coming off base.
It's possible to keep himself out of harm's way. The rest of the team responds from DMO. Nicely done to answer this. It means the dive can't come through from LGD in the end. Mark still wants to make this happen.
We're gonna get something.
TP actually going to be pulled from
Ooh,
Natural.
double TP.
Team in the bottom lane. DMO pulling a play off. They're looking for Kramer, and he is late to his own party. And now, nicely done here from DMO.
Yeah, nice to see them have some creative playmaking ideas. The unfortunate thing is there isn't exactly an immediate objective for them to take. And ooh, very lucky from Peanut to still get that when he smited too early, but he will be able to come back on the map in time for Dragon. But I still want to... They weren't showing us signs of life in their first two series, so this is exciting to see.
It's a great... Right, where it's like... it is a great play.
It's a play. They're making a set play that they proactively chose to do.
It happened, and it was great, and they pulled it. Was there an objective? Did they achieve anything in the grand scheme of the game?
No,
not really.
No, not at all.
But hey, is that quite often we see from E-Star, right, that they make these, but it's like keeping the momentum in the game going. These kind of plays, then they're in a great spot.
Now I want to see if Natural starts walking down towards Dragon. Of course, Longshin could have passed towards Dragon right now, and LGD could have just secured a second one.
Marcus fires there. It's a lot of damage from this team. And this cat ain't so happy when she's alone. There's a double kill for Xie.
Ultimately, that just feels like a mistake from DMO because you think about it. They're pot to look for a dragon, but Natural and hopefully Longshin will show on the way, but they're doing both at the same time.
And by the way, Kramer has got himself every single turret play in the top lane and in the bottom lane. Much gold from turret plays is absurd.
As a whole, because it's one of the reasons I'm still skeptical. Ways they've won feel like it doesn't look like, let's say, a WE win or slow. There are a lot of like errors you can see.
Hang on a second here, because we've got a fight. Oh no, we don't have a fight. Never mind. I don't know if anyone 1,000 tower plate gold for Kramer. Just absurd amount of cash.
Like, I just remember their Game 3, sorry, going back. Again, V5 drafted that Cassiopeia, Ornn, Kindred.
That is not fun. That is not fair.
Oh my god.
And that isn't a Felios, by the way. That's just, look at the iron.
Also, he also has a bit of a spike from the Infernal as well.
He did crit twice, too.
Yeah.
With the twin. Well, I guess.
So it's a lot more than just an Felios thing. It's very much a kind of the game sort of thing.
Yeah. But the fact that he was a crit 80 carry helped. And Felios is a crit 80. Sorry, continue with your point. Talk to me about why you're so far.
Well, I'm sorry, LGD are busy trying to convince.
Xiaopeng knocked up final chapter across the team, but the trolls are already gone down. Type here. Langsoni knocks the ram the wrong way. Now gravitates him onto Helper, who is feeling the wrath of the Aphelios. Flash for not like Ezreal's, apparently.
Oh, very basic analysis. If DMO are ever standing in front of LGD's...
I love how Langsheng literally altered the complete...
What is
Natural
this?
doing? Oh no!
Oh.
It's mental.
I was gonna say, if there's any sign of absolute right there.
He just
Holy.
But say about
I do want to assure everyone at home that is not negative gaming.
Oh, I've lost it.
Oh, that hurt. It hurts because we've seen some bright spots out of DMO.
I really hope.
And something very standard. They're pushing out the side lane.
Oh wait.
What?
Oh
what
no, never mind.
The first ram was Twyla.
Yeah, I thought it was Twyla's ult the second one, and it was like. Oh, it makes sense.
Stepping a bit, but the big problem for me here is that their window, whatever it was, like 2 or 3 minutes ago, where Natural was the one pushing, they didn't use that opportunity, gave LGD the lead, and now it's LGD's turn. They don't respect it. Natural still sticks in the bot lane, and then
hey. Oh, he plays the brush count by himself. The player Natural is going to be locked up and finished off as well. Oh, does have a good amount of sustain actually with the Yumi. Barely escapes. Ignite is there though, and they just caught LGD.
Okay, when you said turn, hey, maybe he can kill one person, but he's not turning anything around. He's still dead.
At this point in the game, when the round, that's positive gaming right there.
Okay, I give you that situation.
He's making up for literally running it down 2 minutes ago.
That had to come out. Kramer, no one's coming. I'm just going to kill this guy, but...
Helper is not having a fun game.
Zillion-esque play, right? He didn't save his teammate with the ultimate. He said he wanted again.
Yeah. Twyla. Role-playing as Zillion, even when he doesn't get
the early laning phase. It happened. Is the most consistent, like, decent.
Yeah.
We see glimpses out of the others, especially Xiaopeng and Nash. We also see moments like the thing now on Reddit, but you would expect it to be at least.
I would definitely expect it to be, but I don't know, that kind of fame.
I hear with a lot of promise.
And look at his first game, right? We had to see him on Camille regularly. He had really, really highlight moments.
Well, and so it was close for the first 10 minutes. We saw, but then there's always one moment which
keeps
just go. I don't even know at this point.
We're at 20 minutes, and LGD are just doing. I mean, they're doing to this point. Herald used to get the tier 2 in the middle, all in the bottom side.
Just look at the face cam of Twyla right now. that does not. At the end of the day, you'll meet a lot of pros who I think even Sven from C9 said it pretty recently in interviews. Like, you know, this is still League of Legends. It's still a game where, like, it's fun. It's that's why after games I always look for. I think it's a very good tell.
After this, I think they're going to be laughing to the bank after this one, honestly. Definitely for LGD, when you look at the histories of the players, they need wins like this. Like, when you look at the recent history, for players like Peanut, for players like Shie, these are guys, they were on top of the world. They were both in the world semi-finals at the same time on opposite sides. And then you look at their recent history, and wrong for them, or slightly before they came to the LPL, or at least for Peanut, before he came to the LPL, he joined Gen G and just didn't have a great split for himself that'll work for him now.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, we're at the point where DMO really don't have. At this point, it's dictated by if LG, but
it's possible, but Kramer's not looking to make that happen. Shie, he has the skill button. It's available. His mechanical outplay was just magnificent there.
Sure. For this match, you know, if they're going to decide to stick with this roster, which they do still have Bless on the bench if they want to try that every split now, it doesn't really do anything. At least to recognize...
For this one, actually, Shie is going to be fine.
Just reverse sides of life in this best things they could take away. And yeah, sure, there are a lot of bad things they could take away as well, but learn from it. Don't be discouraged, DMO. Oh, I feel like we were being really hard to be a silver lining in there somewhere.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Right now, Jordan. I don't think they're going to be going, okay, we need to go back and see what...
If they need some kind of motivation.
You're doing a what, dude? You're like, I'm available. If anyone's looking for a new member of the team.
Hey, I appreciate one, D.
Yeah, I mean, no criticism. Oh, God. Just making yourself... I'm not going to lie, Jordan. I'm for a job. I'm not sure DMO is the career move right now. Entire game roasting DMO. And then say, hey, new gig.
You know. Make a good point.
I'm just saying for some career advice, maybe it's another play. Anyway.
Push into the base. They have lots of damage. Can look to dive these inhibitor turrets at any time. And DMO...
Yeah, I couldn't agree. I mean, honestly, Kramer's a failure, so he probably could just dive the Nexus towers and still be fine. Solar Flare doesn't quite land a stun, but actually... Actually, this is it. Mark goes very... Doesn't quite have the damage, and he'll fall. And suddenly, maybe I got a little enormous gold lead. And maybe I forgot that LGD are going to close this with a weak cut to everyone. Shie playing with his food. There's another kill. Peanut jumps onto the fountain, falls down. It's going to be a 2-0 in the end. LGD finish.
Fan. You feel great about this one. If you're a DMO fan, well, 12, 13 more, you know. There's always hope.
No, he's on EDG. They have Helper. Which
see, but this is what I'm talking about. We look at LGD right now. Where's the camaraderie? Where's the smiles, the laughs? This was an expected win, which, you know, it was. But honestly,
okay, they're still with the win, and that's what we wanted out of these guys. And I think as we said before, some of these guys, they needed a win. They needed a bit more of a pep in their step. This is the recipe for success, coming together. We've seen plenty of teams in the past with huge names coming together. By the looks of today, maybe this LGD roster has some of them.
And reiterate that these weren't necessarily for sure was a superstar coming to this roster. Yeah. Kramer put some star level performances on LGD, but not really famous, exactly, yeah. Right? Longxing is years, I'd say a bit unjustly so to a degree. Mark Hale likely have that reputation, so
Shie though, Shie decent.
Oh, exactly. Shie nice that you bring all these work in ways on their teams together, and it does make some kind of uniform.
Yeah, so far so good for them. They've beaten E-Star, they've beaten V5, and importantly for them as well, every other against, well, I guess V5 have stepped it up this split, but now against DMO, when they are the favorite, I think it was quite important for them to be able to just say, look, against the bottom teams, we are a top team in the LPL.
And the thing that's nice is I always think it's important to show that you can play from behind for a team, because think about it, in this of playing from ahead, it's, you know, you play out the game that way. It's like kind of behind, I'd say, especially a lot of teams in scrims do tend to, you know, kind of end early, just go next, and a team to have.
It definitely is. And one thing I've just noticed on the damage, 10,000 damage, so he got a nice looking statistic out of it.
Oh god, I don't think.
And if that ain't,
think that makes him feel better. On the side of LGD, damage numbers don't matter. They just, again, it's looking great for LGD going forward. Yeah. The thing is, there's good. Again, 4 world slots this year, right? LGD are clearly vying for one of them. For LGD's opponents, I do see areas you can attack, so there is still room for LGD to improve.
Okay. So where are those cracks then? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Like if I'm, what is it that the game plan has to be to try and pull some of these weaknesses apart?
Despite the fact that I feel like they're set up on objectives, especially their recall timings and their vision setup is very well, 5 and even in game 1, these players are still very prone to making execution. 5, we saw Mark constantly Longxing, and they look very dependent on Longxing in a lot of these team fights to me that, again, can be punished. Especially, we even saw in that game where they walk straight top instead of heading towards Dragon, where you're an ore and your composition is based around fighting for these neutrals. Arguably, that's
kind of a similar thing with Mark as well. You talked about him going a little overzealous. We saw on the turret, did not want to be a part of it. And Mark just went all in. I mean, it was his Ignite. He did. He thought that Kramer.
There's glimpses there of where they're not coordinated. They're not on the same page. There are just so there are places where you can find advantages over LGD.
Yeah, so there are potential ways for them to, and potential things that they need to start working on across the course of the split. But definitely, the real big question now is, at what point can you start putting people that have been fans of this organization? And it's one of those organizations that people are nervous to believe again.
Against V5. And to me, V5 looks like it's going to be a middle-tier team. V5 and Suning are kind of after their performances, so the next kind of echelon of teams, I'd say, to me. So I want to see how they perform against them. Over W and EDG, we're now moving on to the you know, RNGs. You know, how does LGD stack up against them?
You put RNG above W and EDG right now?
It's hard,
that's
right?
Kind of
we saw 2 very dominant series out of them, but yes, we did. It's hard right now. Like, gauging LPL teams after...
There's still a lot to be played. Today it's going to be Shie grabbing himself the MVP out of the game, and one on the Syndra, 9-1 and 7. I feel like he maybe could have got it in game number 1, honestly, on the Kassadin as well, but
That one would have been a bit
later on in the game, he looked great.
would have been a bit hard to justify, but
Did his job well, abuse the mistakes that DMO were making, and
just hunt.
I mean, natural kind of hunted Xie, and Xie just kind of said,
It's like, yeah, okay, I've already killed you twice, like 2 minutes to go, but sure. Yeah, I mean, game. He was able to
all
just
of LGD looked like they were having fun.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you've got this kind of composition with an Aura, you get to just do what you want during the fights. They're going to go in, they're going to tank everything up, and you can just throw out your orbs.
I like that you're ending on like this draft talk, because we started at the start of the day with how their drafts look so good, right? They have a very clear team identity. They play around power picks quite well. We constantly see the Ornn, we see the Syndras, the Ezreals, and I'd say these comps are wrong, and I love that they're sticking to that.
Yeah, it's working so far for them. It's a 3rd series win in the books for LGD. DMO still need to go back to the drawing for the split, but we're going into our second, because after the break, we're jumping into top esports up against OMG. Now they're looking like one of the very best teams in the entire world. We'll see if they can keep that form on top.
位置看起来还可以。
Wink 交了一个秒躲了一个精准。精准上后面的话，人马经常生活飞剑，后排全烂掉了。
转瞬即逝。
一个 TP 这样的话，威武在这边。这个支援太神奇了！
泰博这边交出自己的闪现，
这来了。
但这4兄弟的撤退可以往右边。
小东北怎么办？小东北先这一波躲开了一个沟。
你不想玩吗？我会逼你的。
小东北的
坏掉了，小东北。
果然。想操作，
另叫下俺老子！来了！大陆这波就是要杀死暴杰的，但是这个布隆3个人应该是。
大招给急了，不过中路叶来了，先拉一个飞星。
了吧？马哥这边直接被
鳄鱼
撞死了。
这边有点难受。定住，有没有
又被
本事？大招先冲进来保护一下队友，已经选择先往后拉扯一。马老师闪现进来，藏到了2个。看到逆袭一个人过去，好像没有人在理，出发自己的一个致命节奏。正面的团战在马老师以打不顺利的打赢了这波团战。
这波看看啊，一控是控，他的那个位置也被找到，但是他自己是比较灵活的。这个时候大兵已经兵临城下，临近了防御塔。这波要看这个节奏啊，一个麦芽塔，2个麦芽塔，快速的扫掉，非常快，还差2下左右。看看有个复活甲压起身，抓 Q 卡萨丁。这个时候差一点点。
有的时候。
敌将会得到胜利。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. The sun is high, but I'm moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Make the wish headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I see the ghost of laughter in the afternoon. This is it now. Come out of the shadow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I'm way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here with me, I'm overwhelmed. When you touch me, you talk so sweet. I hear the sound. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for our second series of the day now, which comfortable, if not confident, win over DMO 2-0. And now we're going to be moving into our second series of the day, which is Top Esports versus OMG. My name is Multiples. This is Lyric. And Lyric, Top Esports, they're looking pretty good.
Kind of similar to the first matchup in the fact that we have second against 17th. So Top Esports, I think, have shown signs of fight, which is going to be interesting. But I mean, Top Esports is the best team in the world.
Kind of says it. And suddenly, things the Angels cried out as Jaculov joined the team and changed absolutely everything. The second he joined, also that suddenly, like, Karsa turned around. Suddenly, miraculously started playing amazing.
I mean,
as Jackie was in.
Karsa playing Night, their 2v2 just wasn't existing at all. Yu Yanja, the experience of Jaculov looking great, and I love that they lost this since Jaculov's came. They've only lost one series, which was the this team's turned around.
If you're gonna lose a series, I think the final of the LPL to have your only loss on. So pretty good stuff from Top Esports so far. And we can take a look back at their games against JDG that they had recently. But they didn't look like it.
The thing, step up, Karsa having such a great early game, setting up three. I mean, I think he ends the game like absolute monster, and of course Knight doing his job the whole series. And I think people want to forget about the things that Jackie Love did in the second game.
The game was something else. We got to see the beauty of Jackie Love's Kai'Sa. We got to see as well, I think 369 about enough in this roster.
No, and it just goes back to the fact that LPL, and right now 369 is playing some of the best League of Legends of his short career of last year, but glad he's really stepping up now. And you know, this game, Jackie Love and Uyanja getting on that edge they could do. 369 showing him down as well.
Yeah, and obviously Jackie Love, when he gets on the Ezreal, we saw it against JDG as well. If Jackie Love is on Ezreal, he's whoever he's up against. And I mean, the same thing, we got to see Knight on Orianna. Orianna very much coming back into the meta. Not everybody adopting it, playing it. We've seen Rookie. I mean, Rookie plays it no matter what the meta is, but I'm glad we get to see some of these champions that really show off in individual skill.
It's also its pocket pick has traditionally been something like a Victor. Picked up in finals, yeah. He played the Victor in the finals itself, so more of this scaling, very much in the same vein. Also, strong laning phases, which is what we know Knight for. So glad to see him.
It's good to see Knight being able to flex a little bit, especially with a lot of there's a lot of people touting him. It's a lot to live up to across the rest of summer split. We'll see if he can keep it up, but he's been stepping up. He's someone with a long career of success. It feels like he's leveled up entirely.
It's insane to see if you top esports game, seeing him in that first series against slowly leveling up. He was pretty much at MSC, and even now in their first two series, Karsa is the one all of these victories. I still remember the one against Rogue Warriors where he's let Knight shine and eventually carry that game.
And that's so often that you say it's something he's played for years and years at this point, but he's a Lee Sin pick, right? There's a lot of debate. Good Lee Sin is as a pick. Karsa is one of those players that it doesn't matter. He's going to make it work.
And I love that he's so good in the early game. Again, he's averaging 5 kill participation by 15 minutes. So this guy's very active in the early game, like we saw in that first clip against JDG, where he's just constantly ganking top over and over again. So we're going to possibly see Karsa once again vie for that title of like, hey, I'm the best jungler in the world.
It's very much on the table right now. But honestly, when you look at the top esports roster, kind of reminds you of IG, right, where they went through each individual being so incredibly strong. But let's quickly talk about OMG before we jump into the draft as well. And OMG is kind of an opposite side to this story, right? We've just been praising top esports. OMG on the other side, there's looking honestly worse than Spring, which is, you know, they finished out Spring. They were in the race for playoffs. They nearly made it towards that top 8, just losing out towards the end of the split. Coming in Summer, I mean, I don't really know what to say. A significant fall from grace.
It's very strange enough this team to plateau in Summer because SMLC just isn't having the earlier in his career. If you look at the rest of the roster, there's no clear like star level bad, right? We expect them to vie for middle, not having a good split. Cold was even their worst member in Spring. They need an icon very dimensional in the champions he's very effective on. Kind of leaves Curse as the only and the biggest disappointment is when you look at the roster, it's not like they're all of these players have been around for so long
and it's just not working out. It's kind of a head scratcher because there is so like one thing that you can say, oh, if OMG could just fix this thing, then suddenly a much bigger issue than just individual gameplay.
Yeah, and I love that you look at and you could try to like break down their issues into one or two major things. I think WE's typically been a team we talk about. look at OMG and everything just looks like a mess right now, and that's why they're sitting in last.
Not looking good so far for OMG. They did take one game against V5, so they're showing up like a middle of the table team. And let's bear in mind that the teams that they have played so far, EDG, still seems weird to me to say V5 in that as a solid team, but these are...
Yeah, and so far, draft panning out in a way we'd expect. I'd say the one standout is the fact not wanting to opt into that themselves, and of course, Set is very strong on red side since he's a champion like that until the very end of the draft. And Ezreal's just an expected first pay up to 65%.
Especially if you can get the Yuumi, it wasn't banned away. And OMG sealed the Yuumi away.
I just think they'll take the Aphelios over Ezreal. He's played Aphelios 5 times this split and only played the Ezreal and Kai'Sa once. So 3 series.
The problem that they've had though is that SMLZ has been getting a recent series. We've seen him mispositioning. Hopefully he can easily sin. Hacker's going to take it away from him.
And this is an interesting thing for people who don't know out there. Doesn't play Graves. He can Trundle, Lee, Olaf, Jarvan. So the fact that he's staying away from such an important, but going to that Rex side that you talked about,
yeah.
Karsa is another one, just like Xiaopeng. You go to Karsa just spamming and loving the Rex side, of course, this champion. It's all about getting these early in because Lee Sin still offers a lot in the mid to late game. Rek'Sai doesn't.
Lulu in the first series.
And this, we don't get Lulu over here, which is kind of strange because we were talking about this before broadcast. That if you play it, it would have been OMG.
So talk to me a little bit about why is it...
The great thing about it is, one, you can obviously shield all the poke coming out the AD carry, so going to be very easy to find return damage in those trades, and just pairing it up alongside to match the scaling of something like an Ezreal Yuumi in the late game. But instead, LPL, we don't like that.
I already said before, SMLZ has been mispositioning a little bit. Help him get out of those situations.
Right. Our answer to Ezreal Yuumi in the LPL is trying to find things with lots of exchange that we don't actually try to dive the Ezreal Yuumi. We just try to win out. And obviously it hasn't worked out by the fact that we saw the Ezreal has, you know, like a 65%.
Diana and Echo banned away here. Two of the two in the past, especially that Diana who's been playing a ton in solo queue, but the Azir picked up by Icon here.
And Icon is aficionado in my mind. He plays these two champions. I'd say you could say he's top 6 in the league when he has these champions. But out on the side of OMG, though, you do have the potential put together of a position. The thing I don't like is you are outraged by the fact that they do have this Ezreal and Yuumi on the other side. And Knight going for the Akali's game.
We've seen the Akali a few... Oh, actually, the Kale to answer for Curse in the top lane. Well, we said Curse has been the standout. The Akali quickly first, though, because Knight... I mean, we've seen Akali a few times in the LPL. It hasn't looked good so far. Probably Knight.
Akali just has such a rough early laning phase, and it's like Sylas and Diana in mid lane not pan out because teams would just, they'd have too much priority to go in. About this is you also have the Rek'Sai in jungle, so you have a very strong hits at level 6 mark, especially once she picks up the Gunblade, so hard getting Knight ahead early on.
And especially with that Rek'Sai in the jungle, you expect Karsa to be being pretty proactive. Up against Hacker. Hacker taking away his signature Lee Sin from Karsa. That kind of would be counter to the Lee Sin in the Rek'Sai.
Yep, and again, we were already touching on that being that I feel like a lot of people make it out to be this more like an Elise and a Rek'Sai in my mind, where once we get to function all right, Rek'Sai has no other choice other than to go in. You're very squishy. Your damage doesn't scale too well, so you pretty much just die if you're not a function. Peeling for his 80 carry ability from his W. So it just gives him a lot of options to play with.
Also, when you get kicked, it just wins the game, right?
Exactly.
If you're a good enough Lee Sin,
So,
that's
sure,
one of the
still have room to play with as compared to something like a Rek'Sai or an Elise. And Rek'Sai, I mean, you need to be winning.
more holistically than Lyric, because we talk about scaling me up against an Aphelios. Do you feel like in the mix there? There's an Ornn in the mix there. There's a lot of factors here.
That's the thing, is I don't feel this composition that does want to play more around TES, Yumi kind of being that backline threat. Akali's going to be in there making a ton of time with her Twilight Shroud, and then you do still have a big beefy frontliner. Options to play around, you can see where, and even Yumi, she shores up a bit of Rek'Sai's weakness. This isn't a sense, since you do have that safety from the Yumi once you go in. Of course, it's nothing like, it at least enhances him a bit.
Yeah. And it can mean that Rek'Sai can't just be kited out, which is typically the weakness every go in. It's very easy to just avoid. As you rightly say, give them some zoomies, give everyone a route, and help it a bit. Because while we've got Knight on the Akali, we also have Icon. Akali does too hot in that laning phase.
Well, of course, right? Akali doesn't have many for that one item power spike once you get the gun blitz. These comps go in team fights because you look at OMG's comp and it's like, okay, Kayle, Azir, and Aphelios. Like, what could go wrong? But have a true frontline. You know, they can play a disengage role, but Knight is going to have a ton of mobility. And so my member to watch is going to be Curse. How he decides to use his side to play more of a split push role, but I doubt he's going to do that. I do expect to see these team fights.
It's kind of a weird one as a player. You think of the guy that wants to pick something like the Renekton, and he wants to 1v1 you. Kayle as a defensive during the fight is not that same style. And sure, you have a lot of late game damaging the game that we usually see out of Curse.
No. Right? We talked about all in Springs. It was Hacker would gank his lane early. It was about playing these really aggressive picks. Back in spring, when the Shy was really disrespectful play style,
yeah.
Curse was one of the people that he wasn't able to bully against.
Yeah, that was
Curse,
that game.
And Curse was like, you're not going to disrespect me. I'm a good player. I we look to on this roster to really have an impact. That's why I'll pick, but the fact that he has the confidence.
And I'm a little bit scared because we've seen early game shenanigans in that top lane where very quickly for the enemy team, if gold early on, get to the Gunblade early, get stacking up on some. The execution on the composition from top esports becomes way earlier in the game.
But still, we look at top esports comp, Kayle, Lee Sin in the 2v2. What is around? But he doesn't like giving Jackie Levar the calls coming out from Jackie Levar themselves. Carson loves going top, so if there is a 2v2, this could go the opposite way, but you were just saying we don't get like a 2-0.
But it is going to be that same situation today where even if you go 0-3 on Kale, we saw it for Shie on the cast, but then you're still a casting it. Kale is slated on if they can survive long enough. That'll be the question. Waiting for this game to start. But top camaraderie within a team, it feels very much like top esports are all very about the team environment. Rek'Sai, it was an instant lock-in followed by an instant Yumi, and you get an away to himself.
I'd say there's this camaraderie I've seen in the past between players that were rivals on top teams are typically very close because they played each other so much. So I'd expect Karsa another situation from their times on IG, RNG, and TES that you inted into me or I solo killed you, or I could believe that camaraderie being there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, these top players, so much experience on this roster. Obviously, you also who's played in so many worlds. There is. These guys have met each stage. There's a lot of history there. So it's good to see them natural that this roster has. But hopefully we will be able to see game starts. But I want to bring up about the mid lane because there's been a lot of conversations right now. I've seen a few tweets, best mid laner in the world, hands down. But I want to bring someone else to that conversation in Rookie. Now I know, but I feel like individually, Rookie versus Knight, it's actually a very...
It is, and it's been a race that people gave some arguments for doing Winby, also bringing in some intangibles. But I think if we're looking solely based on kind of skill as a mid laner, let's look at it. I'd say Rookie issues for a lot of 2019, so wasn't in that argument. I feel like Knight kind of sold right now.
Yeah.
He is playing, and for those of you who don't know, after the playoff match where IG said like, man, Rookie beat me in lane so hard, like playing lane against
bots from that series, and it's neutralized, right? But Rookie is in position. Rookie has priority. It's pretty much every game, and it's Rookie that's coming ahead, and Knight is I'm not going to fight you in this lane, which I think that says more, honestly, than just actually fighting, and that Knight was willing to give
that. That's like, you can definitely tell Knight looks up to him as a player who's been around for so long. Player in the LPLs, I'm not sure, but I guess especially in this kind of culture, not willing to praise himself, put that onto Rookie or another player. So it's an interesting conflict. This is cut and dry as like saying Knight is easily the best right now.
Take this away from Knight because I do believe that Rookie is just definitely better than Knight. I think that series though is missing in that Rookie is still very much in this conversation, and when it comes to individual performance, one of the things people praise, so the fact that he can have conceded the lanes to Rookie, it says a lot.
Like in the argument of best mid laner, probably have to edge it out tonight for the emphasis of still is a part of the argument. But when you do just come down to dissecting the play, interesting, and I do probably favor Rookie as a laning player. But then if you look at the whole, Knight might be better, and it's like, where's this argument going?
And then it's a very difficult discussion right now. It's very difficult for Rookie to be, because most of their games. He is just like individually winning his little. Can't really roam to influence the top lane because the Shy's already died 6. It's kind of difficult to step up for the crowd at that point.
It's kind of funny because that's probably
yeah,
so.
Definitely.
Now 2 mid laners having very similar experiences at different times. And I guess even the matchups I'm most excited for.
Yeah.
Is seeing TES versus IG.
I can't wait. Earlier on, one of TES's biggest in that they have such strong individual talent. They can win through their lanes. They don't and win through beating people down during the later phase.
It's the thing is that TS feels like the full pack. Push those advantages and then bring them around on the map to where IG would just taking the structures himself. You even look at their 3% or something for a team that ended 14-2.
Yeah.
To where it's much, much better. So, man, I just don't know why you stopped them. Because even thinking about the IG matchup, right? You think about 369 and Karsa against Ning. And Ning in the
looks of things, we're going into game. We can continue this conversation if towards the start, but we are on to Summoner's Rift against OMG. I'm curious, Lyric, where you think Icon. Probably not. Uh-oh.
On fans, but
Where you think he's about to have a late surge?
I mean, he has been around since saying anything's possible, but anything's possible.
True. The guy's 24. I looked it up earlier on.
I was gonna say, I guess in the league community's mind, or not, don't agree, but in teams' minds, still a pretty young guy.
There is one guy. Who was the guy you talked about earlier that was like 30 years old?
Joker qualified for LCK on Sandbox at the beginning of last years old. BRTT also, you know, up there. They're 28 as well. It's not exactly our game, but
just here and look at the stars. Everyone going for a Doran's shield. Everyone just saying, "Look, we don't want to fight you right now."
No, and that's what you would expect, right? Especially working. Icon going with the aggressive route of taking that comment, looking to kind of get every small is if 369 is going to elect to go for the bounce back top to a state where Karsa has a very easy gank over that terrain.
Moving towards that top side already. And you will have a lot of action towards that top side. Hacker on Lee Sin versus taking a good amount of damage here. We talked about it in the last series as well. Ornn, when he gets his basic items, it's a pretty lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the reasons why he's been in the meta, right? We've had Maokai pop.
Yeah, I mean,
HP tanks. They don't really have any
icing on the top there.
Yeah, they're long Xing sometimes to TS's bot lane. They do have priority mid, so if they did want to look for some kind of play, we could see them setting it up. But also good pathing by Karsa to make sure he's on the bot side right now, just in case OMG were going to look for any shenanigans?
Actually, I figured it out. We saw the shine on and he picked Doran's blade.
Yes, he did.
There you go, there's your answer. Carson moving down to the bottom side to try and potentially make a play, but he's spotted on the ward as he moves into this jungle hacker. Knowing that Carson's moved away, might try and make a play in the bottom lane, but I think he's decided against it in the end.
Oh my god, Hacker's going to be unlucky.
What? Oh, he stays. Does he know? He obviously has read that this is a potential play. He stayed here for so long, but so has Carson. What is they're going to 1v1 under the tower. Hacker's like, wait a second. SMLZ now having to use the heal very early on into the fight, but it's Carson that's low, and he's going to go down first blood to the Aphelios, and now Icon goes in. But he has absolutely no mana, so Jackulov walks away.
Still, that was great sense coming out from Hacker, and I like how this is that play, right? They were stacking up the wave, which put them in a dangerous position. Obviously, very hard for them to dive as an Aphelios Thresh against an Ezreal Yumi, but still just using that as bait for Carson to come. And Hacker's patience paying off.
Yeah, and you know, he waited for a long time to make that play happen. But I'm glad that that would have felt real bad for him. But a TP up to the top side very early on with the perfect execution here. Surely Knight to get close. I thought they'd completely messed up.
That's why we freaked out, because this is Knight. Knight doesn't make those mistakes, but he did, and
he had it under control.
I also think it was interesting that Icon looked like a wave or a wave and a half, and again, he had no mana, and their bot lane, enemy bot lane has exhaust, so big misstep from Icon. And we talked about this for Kerf, as you know, like a 0-1, 0-2 Kale. And now 369 also getting a huge advantage in CS. Not only gold, but XP to turret.
Now you can see on your minimap there as well.
Zoning him off.
To his own turret right there. Bottom side towards his red buff though. Caster Smite. It was Caster Smite.
Good to see OMG putting up a fight, but we have seen this before from OMG, right? They took a game off victory from against EDG. I think it was heartbreaking, especially for you, who was there.
I was there. I don't know if heartbreaking is the word, just like, honestly.
Yeah.
That was a one. And you know, OMG, like, one of the things before we came on today was that, like, you know, OMG is a team with so much talent on the roster that you want them to do well, but it's kind of hard to get back so far in summer. It's kind of hard to get excited,
but not excited if they start becoming a
I'd love to see it. Has the ability to make these plays, but obviously against Ezreal Yumi plays, but maybe not if Icon and Hacker can move down as well. Jackulov and Yu Yanja are in trouble. There are no 4 right here. They can't do the Kramer. They can't force the minion wave away. Kicked off. Hacker gets low, but they can't finish the kill. This will be both going the way.
Yeah, Knight tried to make it down in time, but it was a pretty doomed scenario. It was actually great by Curse to spot.
It is going to be Castagram in the Herald, though. Curse is going to try and bully him, but
can't trade for too long. Of course, Ornn is able to follow and has that huge range.
And that's another to the tower. Curse, you can see him on your mini map once again is going to struggle.
Yeah, and this is just 369. I probably expect him to even just drop Herald down.
Yeah, and I think when you've already got this lead, why not? Now, it does give Curse a bit of a longer lane to farm in, though.
That is on against the Kale, and something Kale feels fine, right? If Curse can try to, like, pull the weight.
I don't think top esports mind, though. I think here we go on a journey. Casa follows the lantern, and Cold has bitten off more than he can chew. Towards Curse as well.
That is great because right, you pull these should be a 2v1, but Yumi showing once again legends.
And you know what? Why not go over to Jackie instead? You don't have to give the gold over to 369 on the Ornn.
I mean,
it to your
right?
carry.
It makes no sense, Jackie Love, or if you could have put it on Knight. I like this play coming out from them. Of course, Knight gonna benefit a lot from a long lane as well. Akali not exactly a champion that I'd say sense that sure you do great in the ice, but in a lot of matchups you aren't the type of champion that is able to.
Yeah, even if you get alone time on a turret,
Maybe he could this game because of how far behind Curse is. Him to get Curse to blow his ultimate like fine and then be able to have that dive pressure on him.
And one of the things made a couple of these roams around the early game. Knight's actually ahead in CS in that mid. He's over 10 CS per minute so far.
I remember Akali last split before she not last split last season. Before she got all the in laning phase, really strong in the isolated 1v1 in side lanes, and she didn't even remember that's when Tom Kench support was being played, so they have a very strong follow-up with the Abyssal Void and did those nerfs.
Yeah, Kali was so insane. Where last season, and more than she was, I felt like a lot of teams disrespected the sheer power.
So much, and again, rightfully got nerfed many times, and now Knight's it up as he doesn't, so gonna do great in a side lane.
Grab themselves a dragon here. This is their second one of the game, but it's gonna be
It's 4 oceans for top esports.
It's tower spikes. In the next 5 minutes, they're gonna be able to fight. You'll be able to see Jackie finish off his ice bomb gauntlet before that next Drake.
We're also seeing one of the benefits of an Azir right now, to where you that can safely farm 1v2 mid against the bot lane, so you still Helios Thresh bot feel fine and can pressure turrets better against the Ornn.
So if you're top esports, obviously you have this kind of mid-game thing with side that's going to fall off a cliff. Like, what are the objectives? At what points in the game you really need to pressure to make sure that you keep the ball rolling and you don't early on to them?
I'd love to see Karsa pair up in the Curse, potentially find a gank onto him, try to get him to blow that flash and ultimate, can create a play onto Azir. There is some dive potential there since you do have a Yumi. But it's gonna be Knight has in a side lane.
See if Karl is moving towards the top side of the jungle. Spots that award for himself as well. As long as he takes a tower shot as he can. He's got 30 seconds to do. He's going to be soaking the pressure. Icon could be in trouble here because Curse is well, not Curse, sorry. Oh, dodges everything, walks away with his life, and gifts Jackie.
Lunchables. Top esports nailing the plan that was pretty much set out with their comp, and the way it's heading right now. I'm not sure if he predicted or if he just kind of got lucky, but regardless, look and yeah. Being able to lane turret.
Beautifully done from Casa on the Rex towards his Ezreal as well. We talked about whether or not Ezreal will hit the 2 items. Certainly going to help.
Yeah, and he still has 2 minutes, and again, they're getting free damage down in mid. They feel out from TES, but on the side of OMG, doing well as well, right? Icon showing 9 allowed for SMLZ and Cole.
Rift Herald going to be spawning in less than 30 seconds, though. Let this one go without a fight, because in a decently commanding position so far. Although when you look at the gold, like, it's actually down our top esports. Is it just the fact that OMG can't fight?
I feel like they win right now just for the fact that Curse still is complete his first item. Okay, finally is able to get that Gunblade, but not already working on his Black, a fine, pretty much non-interactive PvE game where he's just getting all the items he wants.
Honestly, he gets to just stack up that gold. He's 2 levels away from items. In the meantime, Casa gets to start this Rift Herald off. Hacker off in the brush over there, but he's going to be able to clear some vision. He knows he can't contest for this Herald. And Herald, one of those objectives, it is not worth suiciding to Transmice.
Scaling, we talked about how these comps really play in different ways. I still feel like I favor the side of TS, and the other side has a Kale, which over a game all on its own. But when you have a frontliner like an Orin, Ezreal, and Akali scaling up, I feel like they shoot down the members of OMG's back line before, you know, OMG can take out TS's front line. You only...
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about Kale, right, super OP AD carry in front of you. But against things like Ezreal, things like Akali, it can quite often be difficult to find that situation where you can just pre-firing.
Right, we're not talking about this, about how these fights are going to be set up in the mid-late game.
Nice dodge there from Jackie with the Arcane Shift.
But if we get the 6 items, he's gonna...
I mean, ultimately, it's the kind of conversation of advantages to that composition. Knight doesn't know it, but he's sitting on a ward, and it means that OMG can set this play up. Looks for the Shreamer Shuffle, knocks him back, but he's on the Twilight Shroud, followed by Hacker. Very nicely. Get away? No, he won't. Sonic Wave to finish him off.
Critical, because we were seeing how Akali's so good at buying time for the rest of her team to follow up, but Hacker getting, you know, extremely good Sonic Wave. Yeah.
No.
Find that pick, and now they're on soul points.
Yeah, they're rewarded with an Ocean Drake, and it's top esports that are going to be under pressure in 5 minutes time. But you damned, if you get an Ocean Soul, you're in a real good spot.
That is the true statement.
I don't know if I'd call it analysis. No, it's not a word I like to use. It's a stylistic thing.
That's it.
Oh dear.
Playing around a side lane with
like the
Akali.
first series that they broke us.
I don't know if it was a series. That's
Trill
the
just
one
running
played
it
by
down.
Natural. Oh god. God, it still breaks my heart. Trying to build DMO back up.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Lord.
try and apply for a job.
I do want to point out I am not applying for a job at DMO. I am an under
That's true. As far as I know.
for Victory 5, not in the sense that I'm a fan of Victory 5.
I really hope, I don't know when when Victory 5 and WE played this split.
I love that the
So we can both be exceptionally biased.
For any of you that don't know, what they bring former pro players of the team.
Yeah.
So they have Cat casting the floor. Insanely fun to have that sort of bias on. And for the Chinese side, it typically goes the opposite way, where on their team, like, what is this guy doing? He's terrible.
We've all seen the clips of Uzi bring and basically just roasting everyone
What
on
is
the
Xiaohu
team.
doing? Like the worst mid laner in the world.
Yeah. And Hacker move into the top side here. Don't think they'll be able to hold here. Still has flash to avoid any kind of CC, so it's going to be fine. He is on at the end of the day.
I'm really sad that we haven't seen Karsa pair this. We have this Rek'Sai which wants to be this play potential coming in from the Akali, and
look at the composition from Top Esports. I was expecting them. They're playing this one incredibly slow. I guess conservative early game out of them.
And even here we see that for mid, we could see them lean towards the bot side while Knight's pressuring, with Karsa following up and give Knight the ability to get some damage on that turret.
The map here.
They also have TP advantage right now. Icon having no TP would not be able to follow a play that 360.
Curse, I thought was going to be in trouble, but Karsa's just going to set up around the mid lane instead. Curse gets to free farm on the bottom side. Move in on towards SMLZ instead. Cold is in position and he can get the lantern out. So SMLZ clears the way. And
honestly, I feel like it's a mischance from TES. We even saw that OMG were posturing for the opposite play, right? Hacker was hovering for...
Curse is in a whole bunch of trouble. Lost chapter. Meantime, OMG have started their own objective as they kick this Baron off. True Shot Barrage onto everyone. 369 walks away.
That was a great flash from 369.
We nearly had some action there, Lyric.
Action started from a mistake by Curse. Not actually by TS, you know, making the proactive pressure play.
And bear in mind, Jackie Love walked over a ward. Like, Curse did. That
yes,
ward right there.
That exact ward. Thank you once again, Observer.
Yeah, he literally walked past the ward straight down towards Curse. Get the grub first. All right, I got time. It's like the scene off the Incredibles. It's like, I got time. I got time. What I'm trying to say is Curse is Mr. Incredible. And he's going to pop off.
He's getting there.
Show his strength later in the game.
Exactly, right? We still have time.
I got time. And SMLZ is Frozo.
Wait, what?
I don't know. They're just friends, I guess. I don't know where I'm going with this one. On to the mid lane.
Just so TS can follow up and fight for this Drake.
And this is going to be Soul Point here. This will be the Ocean Soul for OMG if they can get the Drake. They start things off through True Shot Barrage. Not the greatest. Knock up onto Curse, and only Curse from that. Now Jacula, the dragon resets. SMLZ drops it right over the wall. Jacula is able to get so much poke down before this fight has even begun. Actually here.
OMG have no real engage, right? You either need Hacker to make some kind of outplay or you need Cold to hit a death sentence.
Oh, and he goes, and he's straight on to play from Hacker. There you have it. Knight has to flash away. Carson now chased off as well. And OM's an Ocean Soul.
That was absolutely beautiful from Hacker, delivering on such a slim win condition, but pulling it out.
And now everyone, SMLZ kept alive with the Divine Justice, but now turning things around. Curse free firing, and then double kill for SMLZ, make it a triple, and why not an Ocean Soul on top?
That was such a great knockup coming in from 3-6 to a 4v5. You have a ton of AoE damage on the side of OMG. And again, they had to execute on this. Jackie Love even gave him the chance by Eing in aggressively. Advantage, and the fact that we were praising TES as the best team in the world.
Yeah.
They were missing out on macro play.
I said I didn't have anything to get excited about OMG over. Well, apparently Hacker is that something, because that was beautiful anticipation on the lead sin, and he set his team up for a win.
That's great, and again, you've already pointed out, so Ocean Soul coming in, SMLZ is ultra fed, already on his way to that third crit, item like a truck, and we already saw all of the Kale damage. But just look at this, Jackie Love going a bit too far forward.
Clean.
Great flash, like clean is the best word to describe it, and here we do see a good knockup coming in from flashing out, not flashing out, just walking out, I guess, aggressively, able to lay down all this damage from the Kale, and doesn't matter that Knight's doing his best to make it work. You have too much damage from SMLZ, Icon and Kurt.
Ultimate onto SMLZ to keep the Aphelios safe during all of that. Now it's OMG. They're 3,000 gold ahead. They've got this Baron.
And going back, we saw the makings of how TES would win that team fight. You pointed out how Jackie Love was laying down all that poke unanswered because you have Death Sent 2 options. So, come out ahead was there for TES, but OMG reading and execution is not something I thought I'd say.
No, Hacker specifically on all of the credit for that fight. If OMG wins and Hacker doesn't get the MVP, I'm going to be heartbroken. That play individually, and it's not just that that play was good individually. It's the time at which he's made that play, because it opens up the rest of the game.
It's something that we don't talk about in League of Legends as much, but I know is an important concept in CSGO. Is like being clutch at the important moment, because there's obviously more pressure on you. It's harder to do. You're focused on more things. So I'm glad Hacker's showing up in that way.
I'm excited for Hacker. I'm excited for this Lee Sin pick that he's brought out against Lee Sin away. But important to mention, Jackie Love has actually gone for the Triforce this game. He realizes he's got to. He needs to get all of the damage he can.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. And on the other side, SMLZ going for the Death Stance, which is just becoming so normal on pretty much.
Do you build AD? You have a Death Stance.
Exactly. Becoming pretty much unkillable, especially if you do have sustained. Nax obviously does.
I remember when the Death Stance change first came in, I was like, this item is now. And I can't remember who I was talking to, but I'm fine. I was like, this is a better version of the original item.
I didn't expect it on ADs, but I remember I said on Broad better version for Aatrox and champions like this.
Could have a fun on our hands here. OMG decide not to force the issue too hard. The Baron has fallen off. Hacker knocked up. What's Jack to use though? That sentence goes wide now. Jack now before the fight truly kicks off, and Carcer, we're getting to the point in the game where it's falling into the classic Rek'Sai issue of struggling to get into the fight.
Still, they're just a Calibrum coming out from Icon.
369 locked up here. Might be able to trade for Hacker though. That's going to be Kale's ultimate on cooldown now. SMLZ there, and Carcer's Bagler for jungler. And that is going to be that.
And ultimately, TES do still have a ton of poke coming out from the... Ooh.
Good effort from Icon, wanted this away.
And he still does have the flash, so that's why Icon doesn't want to overcommit with his own flash.
And we saw all of the poke out of Jackie Love before. There's an Ocean Soul now. It's not as easy to get that poke down. They're going to be able to heal on through. 369's gone in. He's trying to get onto Cold and SMLZ, but they walk away and keep Love doing... I mean, Jackie Love is going to be topping the damage numbers at the end of this game.
That's always Ezreal, right? You're always going to be topping the damage numbers because it's so easy to just throw out these Qs, but like you said, and there we go. We even see the heal coming out from Kale, not even just the Ocean.
Curse just hit level 16, so if it wasn't hard already for top esports, it just got harder.
I also love earlier when you said, you know, like scaling be damned. We have an Ocean Soul.
But, you know, to compound on that statement, even when you consider the scaling, there's still a Kaelin.
Again, the only thing they're really missing is a front line and a consistent way to engage, right? Those are the two things that are very annoying about OMG's comp. But when your composition is ahead and you're able to just push onto their turrets and make a deal about having a lack of engage when the threat of you taking their structures is engage.
And now we're in one of these games and we're in one of those this elusive thing that people refer to as star power on your team really matters. Because as you rightly say, Hacker showing exactly that to get the lead for OMG. And the question was, step up, be the clutch player, be the one to somehow make a miracle play that can turn this game around.
That is gonna be going into this game with objectives. If TS are able to ever get on an objective first as a 5-man set down vision, you look at OMG's comp, they don't actually have anyone who could safely face check brushes, right? You do have the lantern, so it is a bit easier. You send Hacker in, have the lantern set up, but fast by something like a Rek'Sai and a Kali, if Curse isn't there to save someone with his ultimate.
Curse is split pushing right now, but he does have TP. Immediately, Jackie Love and Caster start. 6ix9ine is behind them.
And Ornn does not want to flank. Ornn needs to be standing in front of his carries.
He's clearing out this mid wave. Teleport are the ones to get on this Drake themselves, pulling it out of the pit here, but I think they've decided they don't want to DPS this.
Actually, Ornn doesn't necessarily need to stand in front of his carries because Jackie Love has a Yuumi, but still not a big fan of the flanking Ornn. TS want to fight with all of OMG in front of them.
And TS are basically just saying, come at me, start this Elder Drake up. 369 has his teleport.
And like you pointed out already, Jackie Love's poke isn't enough flank angle to get on someone like SMLZ. But definitely doesn't have that right now. Ooh, is he gonna solo Baron?
Ocean Soul?
No, he can't solo Baron. Well, that looks like that was answered.
It's reset itself.
But he's not gonna solo Baron.
Okay, so they're gonna.
Yes, need to be decisive now, but I don't think they know. Okay, they know.
True shot barrage. This takes a huge chunk, but they're gonna be able to finish this Baron off. Top esports have to pull the trigger on this fight. Knockups onto everyone. Lost chapter. The hook, but they've walked away with it. They've got away. Daylight robbery right here, and now Elder Drake for top esports. If they can find base.
They can. Still, you're going to give over Elder, which has the execute. Nothing for the fight is what I prefer to see from OMG.
That's exactly what you're going to see as they move in here. Lantern to keep eyes. It's nobody's CC'd and just not tanky enough.
And Knight was nowhere to be seen. And TS just give up. We saw Karsa just get out of the pit.
This might be all she wrote for this game, honestly, Lyric, because I don't see a way that top can get back into this fight, can find some kind of miracle still. Jackie Love has his true shot barrage for his divide from Icon, but he's just forced completely away from everything. Hacker now found feel like they have the damage.
OMG, you just don't want to risk the chance of a steal, but I agree with you, right? Doesn't feel like you have the damage. All the sustain coming out from the Ocean Soul. You have the kill right along with you, so Knight having a really hard time to assassinate anyone.
Damage out of Jackie Love, but Curse is going to chase him down, and he's on the wrong side of this play. Carson happen here, but OMG are on the cusp of taking game number 1 right now. They've got this Baron still for another minute and 30 seconds. SMLZ gets the Dark Path.
Point out the fact that OMG do have an 8k gold lead.
Yep.
So that is a big part of where this damn. Again, we think back to 10 minutes ago. Fights were on very even.
So just let's talk about this Akali pick again for a second, because this is the like 3rd or 4th time it hasn't looked good basically at all. What has Knight done wrong in this game? How is it meant to be used to like, can it to win in this game?
Against what OMG have and how they're playing it out, I don't think so, right? They have so much sustained on Aphelios as well. The big problem with OMG's comp, right, is on to TS, and TS's formation is just so well. But OMG are so far ahead, right? They can just constantly push, and TS need to go into them.
And it's great on performing so consistently, because consistency is the biggest criticism we've had of this squad. Consistency, it's been a matter of showing up at all. They look like they showed up. They look like they're prepared as well. This is a great draft out of them, and it's a great this game to slowly but surely win the macro game against Top Esports.
And they've been playing very, very patiently ever since they got the lead themselves, right? They didn't risk the... They're taking it minion wave by minion wave.
Speaking of Casa, though, he's coming around the back a lot. This could be the fight, but I think potentially decided no. For this dark passage can't be taken by SMLZ. Kale's ult used already, and SMLZ's been caught. But they can't quite get in because there's an Azir tower in the way. TES staying as a group. Top Esports would love to continue this fight. 369 goes in. The rest of the team can't quite follow up. Azir tower now falls, and that means Casa can make the play, take the rest of his team. The healing is there. Curse still surviving. There is still being chipped away at, and Top Esports are 5 members strong. Double kill for Jackie Love down, but Jackie Love will not be stopped. He goes over the wall, as you know he always does. True shot.
Again, TS being able to mechanically outplay their opponents that all started off with TS baiting out.
Oh, now we're going to see TPs coming on through, though. Knight's here to try and defend, and there's no Kale ultimate right now. Knight can fight E, but 369 has arrived as well. The Curse will not be able to end the game just yet. Elder Dragon goes the way of but that's going to be all that he gets.
What is
I say that. He's still going right now. He's kiting them out. Until the kill.
This is absolutely ridiculous. He wasn't even a 4-item kill at that point. He just picked up his Rage Blade. Baiting out the Kale ultimate onto SMLZ originally, right? They baited that out. They didn't overcommit. They just used the Call of the Forge God. Then after that came out, they all jumped on SMLZ. The coordination was very well, right? Waited for their cooldowns to come back up, then coordinate the engage with 369. And here it is, right? Call of the Forge God comes out. We see the Yuumi ult as well. And how they all jump in together, take down low, wait for those cooldowns to come back up, and wait once again for 369 to jump in, and then let Knight and Karsa join him with as well. They out-mechanicked.
They were rewarded so heavily as well with an Elder Drake off the back of this fight.
Yeah, and it's just great to see that TS have options of winning out through having a better macro game sometimes. Didn't feel like it this game, especially mid-game. Mechanics and trying to force out enemy mistakes like we saw right there.
And this is such a strong team. It's so holistic in that they have so many ways to win. Bear in mind, that Ocean Soul is still going to be a thorn in their side for the rest of the game. They've got Elder Buff for another minute and 20 seconds.
And this is the big hindrance. That teamfight not let OMG get to this point. Well, then in these siege scenarios, they'd feel a lot better with Jackie Love just whittling for OMG to fight back when TS are on the objective.
Aka's here. He's already made one miracle play this game. If he could steal this Baron, it would seal the deal. He can't quite do it, though, and that's Kale's ult used already, and he's not going to be willing to go in, and I don't blame him on that one. But
Definitely
Baron taken.
Yeah, exactly. So TS once again getting another objective, but you know, when we came in, we said scaling was going to be close. It wasn't going to, but maybe underestimating this scale a little bit. Curse has looked pretty scary with just 3 and 4 items. Once he gets to that 5, I mean, he's at 5 items. Yeah. When he picks up his last item, going to be quite scary for TS. I'd expect him to go towards the death cap. Not sure.
Probably not.
Probably not, right? But
oh, Jackie Love has taken the gold lead. He's been behind the entire game. About squeezed himself about a 4 gold lead. We're getting to the point in the game where the gold leads are going to stop mattering.
I'm just really dominant games, like Rogue Warriors Game 2 or in their last series against JDG. But we've also seen in Rogue Warriors Game 1 as well as here that it doesn't matter if it becomes a slugfest that goes to 50 minutes. The long game and wait for those mistakes and try to force those mistakes out of you.
And we OMG go to these really long games that they should win, like their series against EDG.
Shout out to everyone in chat for EDG Game 2. We're back, boys.
Yeah, another catastrophic throw here from OMG. And I was so excited, but it's not over. Still win this game. Honestly, at this point, I really want OMG to win this game for OMG fans.
Yeah, I want to see Kale get to 6 items.
I don't know if I go that far. We do have this Baron though. Top Esports going to be able to have this for another minute. That's the final tier 2 going to be knocked down by 369 in the bottom lane.
Gold is even, Munchables.
There's an 1,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports.
So we're at a 9k gold swing then, because TES were 8k gold down.
That's a while ago now.
That was like 10 minutes ago.
What a way to start. You've showed up, because this is not what I expected out of OMG. Even if they end up losing this one, honestly, I'm impressed that they had such a great early game and were able to play this so slowly and methodically. It will be a shame if they can't win, though. I guess it was more than mid.
Still having a hard time of getting this turret down, but Jackie Love coming now. Yep, should be able to go down. We're gonna have Knight TP in as well, and they're gonna.
Oh, that's a hook on to Jackie Love. Gets away with his life barely, but that's all that was already used. It's gonna be on cooldown. 369 doesn't have the stats, and he will go down. Knight. No. It was Carsa falls as well. Jackie Love and Pet Cat, but the Ocean Soul is going to mean that this damage just isn't enough. OMG, maybe they found their miracle fight right now, because in 28 seconds.
And Jackie Love might still be alive, but Jackie Love is the reason that 369 and Carsa end up going down. Twice Jackie Love has been caught out and given OMG room.
Uh-oh. Hacker has found shifts. And that's a Yumi GLP.
That's a GLP, yeah.
I like that.
I like it as well, because, again, we talked about OMG. Just another way to stop OMG from getting on top of you.
It's a creative build path. You don't often get to see so a lot of games, so...
We don't usually hit 42-minute games.
No.
And still growing, right? 59-minute game. Hey, I'm ready to take this as long as it goes.
I'm right there with you, Larry. Let's go. Come on, OMG. Take a game off the Top Esports. What a statement that would make. After they've started this split 0-2 ED RNG, the expectation for them coming into this series was, well, there was no expectation.
And our expectation for Jackie Love now is, we came into this series, Jackie Love made this the best team in the world, and we've seen him be the one to get caught out twice on an Ezreal, along with the Yumi.
And it's like,
OMG aren't
it doesn't feel
up,
necessarily
right?
like he's misplaying. It feels like he's being disrespectful.
Yeah, he's trying to like play on the knife's edge, like push his limits.
Yeah.
But it's giving OMG the room to work with.
You know you're a confident age. But I don't know if it's necessarily limit
It's
testing.
not limit
or
testing,
just like,
right? Yeah. Best that he could.
He's trying to min-max. He's trying to absolutely carry.
Exactly.
Hacker takes a huge chunk there, but he will survive. So frustrating for Top
Just
Esports.
look at Hacker. Hacker was at 25% HP 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. That was pretty great. And he's going to get heals from
that
Kurt.
Ocean
well.
Soul is probably going to be the decider of this game, because it doesn't matter if 369 engages, they lose.
Hold forces the engage, and that means the inhib goes down. They're backing away. Jackie jumps forward once again.
It's anymore though.
No. And that's crazy, because Ezreal is one of these champions that you expect to do insane late run though for OMG. Bear in mind, they've got this Elder buff. Top esports cannot fight them right now for another 4 casters. Been found. He's out of position. Getting chased on down here. He doesn't have an Ocean Soul. He can't just sustain through this. Jackie Love's in trouble. He's going to use his stopwatch at this same time as the Divine Intervention. Maybe this is the fight for top, but Curse is still going strong. Icon pushes every play. Knight goes back in, turns himself gold and keeps himself alive, but he finally 369 knock up onto everyone. But the minions are blocking Jackie Love. He can't do any damage. Nobody can follow up. OMG have done it. It wasn't the cleanest game in the world, but damn it, it's a win. And for OMG, this is a massive victory. If they can turn it into a series, they're just looking for extra kills as they take game 1.
And especially when we saw a hacker turn it around, get that pick onto Jackie Love, which secured the soul. And then once they had soul, it doesn't matter that you have this untouchable Ezreal that can constantly poke, because they're just going to heal it all back up, and it's like kind of positional advantage. Now it's all gone.
Yeah, I mean, down with the Ezreal. I mean, we saw it on the Soul fight, right? That fight when got everyone to like half HP already before the fight began.
Right? Before that, TS were in a good position to win out that fight, and then that one advantage is gone. And after that, we saw every play had to be like the bot lane fight, right? You need to bait out the KO ult first, and the Akali. They all need to be in position to jump in onto whatever the strongest one. If they're not, they
decide this Akali pick again. The Akali did, I mean, basically
getting an advantage in the early and mid game. It wasn't like the Akali was getting an advantage, right? They were setting behind the Kale, and Azir constant was moving, so Akali got ahead. But then Akali link up in the mid game, player on this side, have Jackie Love and Yanja lean bot. They weren't even doing that, so the Akali play wasn't there. Even the macro was
something like the Kassadin, right? You can match the scaling a little bit better. Clearly, Top weren't planning on making any early game things happen, because we just saw they didn't. Maybe something like the Kassadin, and you could scale up. Knight has a bit more carry potential behind.
Would have been still just criticizing the Akali pick, right? This game was still very winnable by TES, so we saw glimpses of how this comp works in that bot lane fight, where you do have this like dive squad that all goes in together, and then Yumi. But that damage is very telling.
Look at that gold graph though. That is a roller coaster of how almost threw it away with an Ocean Soul, but you know what? They didn't, and that is what counts at the end of the day. Managed very best, but he also got caught out multiple times.
I was gonna say, do not be deceived for people who are randomly maybe just tuning in at the end of this game, being like, oh, that Jackie Love damage, he was making some misplays.
Yeah, MV9 in that he was the only champion that could function prior to the team fights. Like everyone else is kind of just waiting for these fights to happen. Jackie Love was the only one that basically had anything to do.
Yeah, it sucked because by the time we got to the team fighting phase, like we saw Ornn do well in that the initial Dragon team fight, but again, once we got Soul, it's like, well, Rek'Sai can't go in. We talked about Rek'Sai as a bot. The Kale got so fed off that fight, as well as SMLZ, that they were able to whittle him down so much he was barely a tank, and then you're left like, okay, I'm Ezreal. I don't want to jump in. I want to poke, but that didn't work.
I don't know, Jackie Love did want to jump in.
Did want to jump in. That's true.
Let's see if Jackie Love is going to continue to jump in our second game of the series. OMG take a miraculous win to start this series over top esports, and we'll see if they can keep that ball rolling.
下路再次逼近高地，这样不过EZ一个大招又把线顶了进去。
山猴竟然还
卡了一下，稍微有点危险，闪现一个大脑闪，巴德达定住，这波开得很好，拆开了还能操作吗？一回来一个冰拳减速回身，还能打伤害，三条来了一个大拿。单枪先被拿到人头，史特克直接一击人全被套了一个虚弱净化技能之后，史特克这边还在拿着应该被点死，史特克这边往前一感觉有点上头，而且包冰爪上来粘住一个绿毛这边交一个中亚金身秒表结束之后反身一勾勾到了冰女呢这波被定在原地之后，冰女这边并不慌张，正面泰坦一勾直接勾到了 Loken， 我们 KDA 最高的 AD 在这一波中硬撵卡纳维一个 Q 技能过墙之后，先是直接随他过来2下扇死了卡纳维。子哥过来。看到一个巴德一个 Q 猫直接开大，但是2个人被定住了，一下来带着猫，巴德回身大，卡纳维躲了一下巴德大，导致自己之后再拿到一个人头，而且莫伊菲塔没有减速到，但是水子哥有红 buff， 闪现 Q， 哎呀，这波2个人其实如果往左一点就真的都晕到了，打一个闪，宁王这边靠过来，他。围观之杯，强手猎撸捏了3个，直接秒掉。刚还差一点点，最后是有一个巴德的奇妙旅程 ，Rookie 捡的闪现过来拉飞星，先上锤石。
打得好，到我了，对吧
Double kill, triple kill.
然后上路想去搞这个蓝 buff， 2波把红卡纳维还是直接到猴子过来，这个位置一见命中是最弱的3，而且猴子看他上路并不好，被定在原地，一个第2段，但这边带特被推就直接秒掉了，猴子可能也要被挂一个虚弱，史蒂克拿到这个人头之后还在粘单枪这个位置也走不了，史蒂克1的2秒旅程敢钻吗？敢钻过来身上带着包，亚高这个位置被顶一下也换到了，史蒂克已经3杀了，
是时候表演真正的技术了。
Triple kill.
Keep your voice low, high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. What disaster, heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
We're back once again with the summer split here in the LPL, and OMG have upset the apple cart here in game number 1, managing to find themselves a victory over Top Esports, the favorite for the entire split, never mind this series. Really strong performance coming out from them. Able to get an Ocean Soul and able to just turn things around. And I mean, let's just start the conversation straight off with where it began. It was all about Hacker this game.
Yeah, it was all about Hacker. He found the one big play on the Jackie Love that turned it around. When it comes to Hacker, I don't
decide the MVPs, but I agree with this MVP.
I definitely
wholeheartedly.
I agree with this MVP as well.
That singular moment won them the game.
Exactly. That singular moment, some point that, okay, like a 6-item Kale apparently outscales the whole comp of TS, and the fact Ocean Drake probably played a part in it as well, but Hacker did have a really quiet game in the early game, but exactly, that kick so well, peeling for his team and just, you know, getting the job done.
It was beautiful stuff. That kick individually that secured them the soul, and it's exactly what you said during the cast, right? It's those clutch moments that separate good players from great players. Hacker stepping up on the Lee Sin and proving why Lee Sin is such a valuable, able to get his team the Dragon Soul, and I mean, the Dragon Soul pretty much nullified Top Esports' composition entirely.
The Ezreal didn't do enough poke to really whittle anyone down. He kept trying to, but it didn't matter. Were too hesitant to pull the trigger on a all-in with the Akali Rek'Sai. Of that Kale ultimate was always there.
Yeah, I mean, it was so difficult for Top Esports to find a fight. Later picked out SMLZ before met out from Curd. But at the end of the day, one fight is not a game, and it means that OMG is going to move forward. With
that second fight, they still baited out the Kale ultimate, but Karsa and Knight were not in position to like jump in together. So 369 then got Death Sentence all over from there.
Also, in case it's worth mentioning that Jackie Love multiple times got caught out in the later stages of the game. He was trying to kind of min-max his damage.
Yeah.
Getting this as well from Cole to set those up. But when your Ezreal, that is your primary source, it's always going to be an issue. But let's move into the draft here. And we talked OMG, we talked about issues for top even to the same sides of the ball.
So the big difference we have so far, and set ban's the same, but this time opting to ban out the Thresh. I still expect us to see an Ezreal first pick. I think going for the Ezreal Yumi combination, and the only thing you probably have to the Kali setup and go for something that does give you a bit more consistency. And now Yumi gone as well, so makes you wonder if, hey, Ezreal Yumi isn't the thing, it's just the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Yumi's great, but and SMLZ says, look, I'm happy to do it again. If you're happy to do it again, it worked for me last time.
SMLZ loves his champion. He's now played it 6 times, played Ezreal 1. This is clearly pure comfort for him now.
Yep, and I mean, we thought he was able to just free fire away from mode that the rest of the team couldn't get onto him. And we'll see if OMG are going to go for this full late game style once again.
And this time opting for the Trundle. And Karsa also not wanting to play the Graves. Karsa, just like Hacker, has not played Graves this split yet. So 2 junglers into the Lee Sin Trundle matchup. Of course, you do lose out pre-6, and then 6 you do start having the ability to come back since you do have the...
Once again locked in, and 85% win ratio on this Leona. We keep on seeing it as a backup support for this Ezreal when the Yumi is removed from the options.
But this is very different to where it's pretty much free scaling together to try and make things happen early on, but Ezreal definitely not the champion that can follow up on that. Of course, you can try to find, well, not leave the map, leave the lane, since if you left the map, not if he leaves the map,
honestly,
OMG 2-0.
If I was top esports and Hacker gets that kick onto Jackie Love, at that point, I'm going to leave the map. Honestly. But at OMG, you're going to ban away the Echo here on the answer.
Yeah, the Echo is pretty strange, man. Typically, you only taking the Syndra, but the Syndra already banned in itself as well. I'm going to guess it's 4, and if not, I would just say that's a really strange ban if you're going to counter pick mid on 5, regardless.
I mean, Knight does play a lot of Echo.
Champion you can blind pick. It has a lot of rough matchups.
Don't know, perhaps they know something we don't know. Perhaps it's going for here. But they're still going to have that counter pick, have that mid pick for last. They can go for whatever they want against Knight's blind pick. The Wukong comes through from Curse. It's something that has been...
Yeah, it's been our most contested top lane pick right now, sitting at a 78% presence rate, and I think it's done pretty well, right? We see it consistently, even if it does in a lot of lane matchups once it hits that level 6 point. In team fights and skirmishes, it is just so insane. It can win team fights.
So much damage, as well as obviously knocking up the entire enemy team, but a combo off into your ultimate, and then once your ultimate is done with, get another combo off. You can easily finish off 1 or 2 squishies if you're left unchecked. It's going to be answered by this Mordekaiser from 369.
Here you have to set up in Lee Sin and Leona as well. It's also a champion. Not only did he play the other day, but playing that one a bit more.
Something that has been played a ton over in Europe, and understandably, because it looks incredibly strong at the minute. We've seen lots. It has an absolutely massive impact in the mid lane. Also, just the sheer lane presence that you have in the early game is pretty outstanding.
Answer ends up being, we mentioned so many times in game 1 that he is a LeBlanc and Zoe play. Bread and butter LeBlanc. The thing about LeBlanc is I always love to see a strong mid-jungle 2v2, which Trundle LeBlanc is just so awkward. You can set up a pillar into a chain on a champion like Gorion. You know, it's not something as prime as a LeBlanc Rek'Sai or LeBlanc Lee Sin, right?
Trundle doesn't offer the hard CC to set LeBlanc up, unfortunately. So you kind of, the pillar ethereal chains can't land. And the ethereal chains often are landing because of the hard CC.
Exactly. And I still think it's fun. It's a lot of meta champions, and you're obviously very strong in the levels like 1 through 3, so it guarantees that aspect, but just more guaranteed picks as we see respect coming out from both of our coaching staff. It is why.
And we'll have to see how these compositions are going to pan out with the Diana coming on through.
Could have swore that was LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Definitely, like, no doubt in my mind.
I guess we'll find out when we get onto the Rift. What's in the mid lane? I saw a lot. Unless we're going crazy.
We might be going crazy, but
it's very possible.
I'm almost positive.
Okay, it was just a weird thing on the LED wall. We get as his LeBlanc. Stop beating game 1 in a surprise upset. I would love to see them take this, because that would mix up the standings.
Also really interesting that he picked LeBlanc. LeBlanc doesn't pressure in the matchup. It's, you have like a lot of mobility from your distortion to try and dodge out on the ball plays. You know, a Q and an auto, come out ahead with an electrocute proc, but even 6-7, Orianna of course has the shield. Her passive makes her and will always have the ability to clear the wave, and Orianna stick with the spellbook build, so gonna have a lot of utility as the game goes on. Gonna be able to pick up something like an exhaust.
Yep, you can go for whatever you need at the time. Well, let's talk a little bit about the expectations for these teams, but in terms of when they need to win the game. Because obviously OMG not just go for the hype.
No, OMG having a lot more of a, let's say, comparison to what TS have picked up, for the fact that you do have a LeBlanc, you do have a lot of these skirmishes around the 10-15 minute point fighting for these Dragons and Heralds. Having the Orianna and the Ezreal, so a ton of scaling there, as well as the Mordekaiser, which is going to be strong in the laning phase, but will also side lanes later on.
Yeah, this is the thing. Mordekaiser, as soon as you've hit that level 6, you're pretty much consistently going to those team fights just because of your ultimate alone. Even outside of scaling a tank, just that ultimate does so much.
The thing I love about Mordekaiser against compositions that have, like, it's very nice to kind of peel for your AD carry by just the threat of the Death Realm against someone like...
Old Proxy's big old red eyes with the shield there, but it's going to be forced away in the bottom lane. And we are going to see, I'm expecting a relative game here because we don't have the Lee Sin versus Rex side matchup that we had last time around. Karsa is going to be on that Lee Sin, based on game number 1. Bit of a trade in the top side. But
also keep in mind that this is a losing jungle matchup early on, and you are getting pushed in the mid lane. Hacker, of course, should win this 1v1.
Ball onto Karsa, who just has to
also has the red
away
buff,
over the
so
wall.
red buff plus press the attack, plus the fact you're just a trundle against the Lee Sin. Feeling quite...
For Karsa, it's not available for Hacker though, so this should be red buff taken away here, given a shield by Esports. The rest of the squad moving in to make sure that Karsa's going to be okay.
You do lose a bit though, right? Because Orianna was losing a bit of experience taken away by the turret, but once again, good to see good play coming out from Hacker, realizing he has the advantage, using his mid priority and just trying to bully out Karsa in this match.
The best player on OMG in this series. Continue with that kind of theme. If he can though, it's going to be very much question. Forced away from the Darkness Rise here. Pulled it in.
This is what we expect to see. This is Mordekaiser against Wukong. Gonna have a very easy time. Curse in a really rough position. 369 can try and zone him off some of this range CS, and he might be forced to blow.
It's going to be a TP from Knight. Curse dodges away from the pullback, but he's so low. 369 can take another shot. Nice flash. Karsa doesn't quite finish it off. No flashes for the kill. Karsa with first blood once again. Now he's in a 1v1 though. Keeps himself alive. Sonic Wave. Oh my days. So close, but Hacker gets it.
I have to start off with absolute perfection. There's probably nothing micro-wise you could have done better than what Curse had just played, and secured a 1-for-1 trade by him, and is pushing in that wave level 1, giving 369 the long lane to abuse, but that's what we watch LPL for, right? To see.
So well played, and going so deep to finish that kill off to make the play worth it. Nearly found the 1v1 somehow against Hacker.
Instead, we end up in a 1-for-1, and it does look like it's okay for 369 because he still has flash and TP, and it looks like the wave is pushing back into him, so Curse still...
We are going to see Karsa kicks off with this Infernal Drake. Start that one off as he knows Hacker was over towards the top side. The Hacker was on the top side of the map. Feels comfortable to just start this off.
And they have TP advantage, so it's...
Going to be able to smite this one away. Safeguard over to safety. Icon trying to threaten, trying to pressure, potentially look for a kill, but on the Lee Sin, you are very safe to say. Safeguard being able to just nip over the wall whenever you need.
And now we see Hacker trying to take advantage of that, expecting Karsa to go. Gonna try and counter jungle, also gets some good vision, which will give Curse some safety later on, depending on his jungle path.
And once again, Hacker doing the right things here. He's going to be able to set up for this top side as well, for when Rift Herald does.
Can't really achieve anything in that 1v1 top side, isn't going to take any plates, so instead looking for the team play.
And it's an important thing to mention about that control ward as well is now half. So long as that control ward is still there, so long as it's not been cleared out by then, that's going to be very crucial play on that, and if it is contested.
Yeah. And Curse used the scrying plant, which let Karsa know that he's there, so that's why the is already on his way.
Curse moving back towards the top side. Karsa is spotted out on a ward. His blue buff has that one. And in the meantime, Hacker moves to the bottom side of the map. The Trickster means 369 can't get quite as much damage as he would have liked. Still going to be winning out this matchup overall, though.
Yep, that passive shield is always just so dangerous.
So we have quite a quiet early game. And Lyric, I want to ask you, you know, looking at this series overall, OMG managing, what does this say about top esports to you? Because we were coming into this series saying, you know, top esports, best team in the world, etc. Do you still feel that that's the case? We actually might have a solo kill here. Curse is really going to commit to this one, and Hack 9. I mean, he's going to go for the 1v1 with Hacker. Actually, Kits 9 wants to make the play. 2v1. Doesn't have his flash, though. Now he's on to Curse. He could just 2v1 this one. They can just be on cooldown, though. He gets one of them. Curse turns it around, but again, 1-for-1 in the top side.
D6-9 just wasted so much of their time. Almost showing us the strength of Mordekaiser and why as a level 5 Trundle, you do not approach a level 7 Mordekaiser.
And once again, 369 as a player has been one of the top laners in the LPL. But I think this split so far, he's starting to make a statement for himself.
Even in spring, we said in playoffs, it was very un-team vote. It definitely should have been 369. 369 was having such a good split. But just continuing that once again, Nanig is in the top lane. Curse not able to go punish, even if he had known that Karsa was doing the Herald, so going to lead into this kind of play. But I want to go back to what you were saying before about what does this say about coming from a team background, coming from a coaching background, interacting with players. I want to say that playing a series of split, you are going to have bad moments, and it's much harder to, let's say, go something like 16-0 unless you're playing best of ones or something like this, right? You're going to have off times. You're not going to be able to prepare for everything as efficiently as you want, especially with how many games you're playing here in the LPL and how often, right? It makes days and there's scrim days and things like this, so it's too bad of a portrait of TES.
Okay. We're going to allow a few mistakes. We're going to allow a few compositions that don't necessarily work.
Let's even saying, hey, we're going to ease up coming into a split because there's just too much. And think about it, in LPL, if there's two, there's like, oh god, I don't even want to think about it.
There's like triple or something. 369 just going to get a solo kill. He made it look easy, Lyric.
Yeah, once Wukong hits that level, the scaling on the max health is just so strong. I don't know. Wukong's an etching on in other regions. We were talking about this Wukong. When you watch LPL and just, like, what's Wukong's weakness?
I don't know, man.
You lose in the very early laning phase, then you kind of have more of a neutral matchup once you hit your, like in the very late stages you can't side lane, but you're not a side lane champion. You go in, you press R, and you just win.
Honestly, he just, the amount of, not just the CC that you offer, but also the amount of damage that you do with your ult.
Let's make the caveat, ooh. really good play coming out from Yanja. Cold was actually doing there, but forcing SMLZ's cleanse.
They get the Drake as well. That's going to be 2 now in their favor. So perhaps learning from game number 1 and deciding this time around. They aren't going to be so lucky though. It's going to be the Cloud Drake. The Cloud Soul, sorry, this time. LZ finished off. Easy peasy.
And build up this bulwark on the turret and then drop it down. And typically TS does do this. It's very interesting because we don't see them play around bot lane, right? But they almost always hold, which obviously differs from composition to composition, but he does tend to be on the Ezreal, and that's where they like to put their value.
It makes sense as well because, you know, as stages of the game, giving that plate gold over can help you to get your 2 items on through. You can get towards even that death stance a little bit later on.
And Icon taking advantage of the 2 times we've seen Knight TP to the side lane is able to get a bunch of plates in mid, but still type of advantage. We see the items are equal right now, but I expect Icon sitting on a back timing, so should be able to go and buy something, but of course you feel a lot better about having an Orianna in the Blanc.
And I'm kind of surprised at how, I guess, passive Icon has moved up towards the top side. But again, it's a Mordekaiser. I'm not sure really the best target to try and pull a dive.
You think about it, right? You have a Mordekaiser on one side, you have an Ezreal on the other who's going to be very hard to lock down, and it's like he's
kind of difficult to pull a play off. And as you rightly say, the 2v2 not there in the mid lane, but Curse 369 wants a bit of revenge. So is going to be happy to help him. Goes for the Sonic Wave. That's a clone, my friends.
Still going to force him out. Should force Curse to use the TP, so 6-9 with a TP advantage to make a play around Dragon in, you know, about 2 minutes.
Nice. We did see Hacker move into the mid lane there.
We see Icon moving.
Yeah, and I think Jackie Love knows what's going on. Definitely knows.
Ezreal munchable, so it doesn't matter. Not saying that LeBlanc can't kill an Ezreal.
I feel like
most
champions can walk away when they see the enemy on a ward.
Are you positive?
But then who needs a map, you know?
You know, I just want to say I saw in a Reddit post once that who needs wards when you have...
I don't know what the conclusion to that is, honestly.
I don't
feel like wards, unless you have some kind of braille wards. I don't know.
With that either, actually.
I don't know what the conclusion is. I disagree. I guess they're saying you can spot when someone is missing. Almost always missing. Hacker might be missing from the scoreboard because look at the CC check. Down he goes. Icon dragging not up for another minute and a half, but hey, Castle got the blue buff.
Yeah, yes he did, and like you already pointed out, they killed Hacker, which turned their bot priority into hovering mid and then going towards that second Herald.
Yeah. And I like Yu Yanja, man. I want to talk about Yu Yanja for a second here because, you know, top esports, if you're Yu Yanja, it's going to be hard to make a name for yourself, even on a roster like this, because it's going to be hard to outshine these guys,
right? It's like good. Like, other than to people who, like, truly know this game on, like, a micro level and, like, especially, I think, bot lane mains and, like, High Challenger and other pros, it's going to be very hard. No matter how good you play, they can just be like, well, it's Jackie Love.
It's that kind of meme of the support feeding the AD carry all game long, and then they're like, oh my god, AD carry your dude so well. Except it's compounded.
I'd say the good thing for him is he is more of a playmaking support on champions like Thresh. Easy to see Xiaoxi's impact in the game because of the way Xiaoxi plays.
Nice in a 1v1. I say that. Cost has arrived.
And we see 369 pushing out. He TP'd top, which gave him prio. Push that out, is heading down towards bot, and is hopefully going to secure TS a Dragon with numbers advantage, and recognizing that OMG
couldn't quite get that started by Carson, as you rightly say. OMG move up. Well, they try to move up towards the Herald, but top esports, they want their cake and to eat it.
The one thing I love about Mordekaiser, though, is when your enemy jungler is doing an objective, you can time for your jungler to arrive.
He absolutely can, but Cold wants to make the play, and it's Jackie Love caught out one time again this series, and Knight wants to answer for it. Cold does survive. The Rift Herald did reset. 20 seconds on Jackie Love here.
And it does look like they're going to posture to try and stop OMG from doing it. They did blow 3 flashes for that, by the way.
Yeah, but with Knights, 369 might just be able to kill Hacker, which is exactly what he's going to do. I guess 369 is just putting everyone on his back this game. In Cold pulling everyone in, and Knight chased down by the Monkey. This is the fight. Snowball that they need for 2 games. Herald goes their way.
That is so depressing because 369, like you said, he was putting that fight on his back, killed Hacker, but still we at this point in the game, Jackie Love was already dead, so pretty much 369 versus the world.
And not having any damage, also didn't have ultimate available.
True.
Like, what are you really going to do as Orianna, aside from just one? It felt, again, kind of disrespectful from top esports to even go
posturing from them, because we saw the value of a Mordekaiser, right? And it's something I feel like we don't see enough of in objective fights. But the fact that Jackie Love got caught out, and even saying the word caught out feels hard because they did dedicate ultimates. SMLZ Cold, unfortunate. Should he have path better? Probably, but ultimately, still TS making a mistake by then trying to fight without Jackie Love, right?
Exactly. Trying to fight without Jackie Love, without 369. Like, despite his scoreline, is still actually looking really good this game. So many times he's in situations where he's outnumbered, he's the one against the wall, and he'll find himself a kill somehow.
OMG want to try and pull Knight, and Icon feel fine sitting in the side lane. Neither one really wants to go toe to toe with 369. Curse, but Icon definitely wants to steer clear of that, but it's about making Knight come, and obviously, as we see here, Karsa has to Mobile Mage, can't safely sit there himself, and then try,
Maybe not. Shockwave is there. Curse followed on through. Cyclone is not quite enough damage, and Knight will survive. True Shot Barrage, just in case from Jackie Love.
From TES, because, okay, 369.
Okay, 369 is
gonna kill someone.
Not gonna be in trouble. Hacker in the 1v1 once again. And that's gonna be a kill onto the Mordekaiser. Should lead to a tower as well. It's not stopping anytime soon. Karsa doesn't have the Dragon's Rage, but Yuyanja could just solar flare on in. Nice little cleanse from SMA down. Great pressure across the map here from top esports. OMG trying to answer in the bottom side.
And it's great to see how it started, because OMG doing what they wanted, right? We were talking about them setting up in side lanes, pull the Karsa shadows. TS know the plan that OMG are trying to do 1v1, or just get priority on him from your kill threat and then rotate to mid first and look for a skirmish. But finding the kill and then winning out in 2 lanes as compared to OMG just being able to pick up that bottom lane turret.
And it's such a dramatic difference to the first game. OMG actually winning out on these macro decisions. This time around, top esports, they read the playbook. They go, look, play.
I love that you point that out, because in the last game we saw a very good lane setup coming out from OMG, opting into the 1-1-3, right, with their 3 trio trying to get bot lane turret while Jackie Love and Yuyanja were in the mid lane.
Now we do have to quickly mention 30 seconds until this Cloud Drake spawns. This would be Soul for top esports last game, because it is that Cloud Drake, but it is still important to get the Dragon Soul, but also Icon. We talked about as looking amazing this game.
He has been able to find the presence kind of going in it. He was amazing on it.
And it's off the back of us, you know, we kind of criticized him in the early game not being proactive enough. Against Mordekaiser, against JackeyLove, he's still been able to find.
He is going to have a flanking position.
They're just going to get sold before the fight even kicks off. Now we go JackeyLove, but can't quite connect the damage. The chains went wide. Curse into the backline. 6ix9ine pulled him into the death realm. JackeyLove gets one for himself. Even Yuyan just surviving. Icon can't get the chains. He's flashing away. JackeyLove not going to chase for that one. Now,
superior position. Got the dragon. OMG were late on the
Knights
fight.
found him. He's not going to get away with this one. Icon can't escape. Or can he? Blast code to finish him off. No, okay.
But I actually didn't even see where Rookie used his down.
Rookie's not playing.
Oh, not Rookie. I'm sorry, Knight.
Yeah, that's how synonymous Rookie is with Oreo.
I was going to say, I see. Look at Knight's ultimate. It's actually already back up.
Yeah. Past level 11. It is a very long cooldown to start with. But this is also the strength of themselves elite. They will snowball so quickly. Getting the Baron off the back.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to go put themselves. You look at OMG's wave clear. The fact that they opted into a LeBlanc means it's not really there. But let's look at this fight again. I want to see where Knight uses his shots. Go put it down. Okay, hits it. Now, 369 just done a ton of work zoning the members of OMG and leaving JackeyLove in a good position to deal so much free damage, but isn't able to. And yeah, now I expect us to get into the siege position where OMG don't really have the wave clear to.
Once again, we saw 369 in that fight. Curse comes in, tries to do Wukong things, tries to set up, but Death Realm happens. So he doesn't get to do any of that. He doesn't get the option to pop off and carry. Icon trying to get onto Knight. Knight's picked up as a stealer. I can't talk to them.
I want to touch on the Mordekaiser. Let's ignore the Mordekaiser.
Yuyan thought things off because he's Leona and he caused. But Yuyanja has gone down. And JackeyLove has jumped straight into a Cyclone. But you know what? That Cyclone on cooldown.
It's as he can. And that shows why you don't only start a fight because you freeze it.
But it actually has kind of worked out for Top Esports. I'm not quite sure how, but hey, Casa pulled away, safeguard to safety.
They would have been on the inhib turret regardless. They had Baron.
Really argue with that. They need to get their other waves in order as well, honestly, because I don't know if they're going to be able to finish off a tower at this rate.
They do have a ton. Is SMLZ.
So importantly, look at the ultimates on the side of OMG. It's only SMLZ's ult ups. So they're kind of fine to just keep this going.
Now his ultimate as well, it's going to be up in like 30 seconds or something, so.
Okay, they're going to back away in the end. Yuyan just arrived, moved to the mid lane to clear.
Still, big mistake, right? Or had they not made that mistake, more Yuyanja, who once again is getting caught out.
Yuyanja away out of this one, I'm afraid. And we'll see who gets the kill. I think Curse will be so damn fast. He is real speedy, but he's going to just about fall down in the end. I don't know, damage won't quite connect from the tree shot barrage. That means he could be in trouble himself, but the chains go wide. JackeyLove Curse as well, taken into the death realm. His 369 arrives. Big old thumbs up.
Yeah, they get some kills, but sadly they don't have. Does really feel like a missed opportunity in that top lane siege, but
yeah.
Also, Yuyan just showing us why.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know how he was so fast. He nearly escaped. I think he's running water walking or something.
I have no comment.
Okay.
I have no comment.
He's trying to talk to a politician right now. No comment. Moving on. And 10-10 on the scoreboard at 26 minutes. It's not been that than that kill score actually denotes to.
It feels like it, right? This game feels like it's been pretty much the fact that every time Knight's team lane to look for a play. So we also got a lot of like skirmishing back and forth in the top lane, like that 1v1, even if it didn't always end up being a kill.
Has to be said, even though he did die in that last fight, Icon is doing pretty well for himself. He's 5-1-1 on the scoreboard. Forget the items on Jackulov right now. We already talked about the death stance. Icon 5-1-1. If he can land, he can be the difference maker.
I feel like if he doesn't find a pick,
well, he might have found a pick.
Oh,
Jackulov by True Shot Barrage flashed away from by Icon here. In they go. Him, Curse trying to get onto the back line as well, but Jackulov survives. In the meantime, 369 is on to SMLZ. Double kill for him. Is out here. Icon do nothing. Caster styles on him to finish that fight out. And this is going to be game for top.
yeah, and we're actually getting a full series out of this, but also really impressive from 369 in these fights.
369 on Mordecai as looks. Top esports in general. Jackulov managing to survive that fight. Really nice solo flare from Yu Yan as well. And all things considered, top esports coming back and showing a few cracks, showing a few weaknesses.
Yeah, you have questions, but 16 best of threes until playoffs.
Yep.
Do you really need to, you know, show your 200% just? But
No, no, you don't. That's the answer, Lyric.
Thanks.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
for there's the word, but
That's okay, buddy.
ultimately, we saw take advantage of its mid-game elements against what TS had drafted. We didn't see the LeBlanc really be able to make. You saw them trying to abuse the Trundle and the Lee Sin matchup with their mid lane priority, but it never really. The thing that we loved that we got to see from TS was they kept using their TP on, were making plays in the side lane.
I think, honestly, one of the most impressive things, or not necessarily impressive, but one of the most important SMLZ could come online, right? This is for the vast majority of the game. He wasn't able to have an impact during the fights. And a lot of that is down to he's a crit 80 carry. He finished the game on just the IE and like a Zeal item. Couldn't have the impact in the late game team fights that you expect from an affiliate.
And another big, we can start seeing OMG try to pull the members of TS across the map and abuses LeBlanc and Wukong in side lanes, and then maybe get a tempo advantage or get a pick. But Karsa figured it out. So for the last fight, I was going to say, if Icon can't find a pick, he needs to coordinate jumping in at the same time as the Cyclone and the Nautilus. But that didn't by himself, and instantly gets blown up.
Really working out for OMG, despite having a good scoreline, especially in these late game fights. I mean, how do you assassinate an Ezreal? How do you assassinate an Orianna?
That's really scary for... It's all about the late game. Right? We're seeing every time the scaling comp wins these days.
The games are getting longer and longer. I mean, top esports showing that I don't feel like they were necessarily just a scaling composition, and they won pretty quick.
And like the interesting thing is, like last split, Renekton was in top 3 of LPL presence. Even in the first week, the first like 3 days, he was. So it really shows you what teams are feeling with this meta and what champions are strong right now.
We could have a late game split. It's feeling like we're getting longer and longer, but we'll have to wait and see. We've got one more game coming your way to decide this series round. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
有另一边，小狗从后方切入，这个时候
太自信了，直接从后面切进来，
顶着3个人，所以说还没
非常牛逼，
我真的没有死。
要被秒了，现在这个一招的有点尴尬，大招放出来怎么放？漂亮，生哥拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。小豪往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下不光。强，只要一口，还没有机会，还在秀，后方别肉没有关系，在经常。3下不光没打出来，最后。漂亮！
看黄色怎么选择，想一 Q 被躲掉，被小白给 W 完被躲掉，走了，逼走了以后端就想比谁肉谁就比谁大个肉，老鼠被已经先死了，没人打老鼠啊，没人打老鼠啊，龙龟死了，这都可能站出来了，教你什么叫揍。好，现在2个大哥在前面 ，kill， 回要收割，继续。
开大，但是人这里反正打漂亮哇！我的天，这一波垂直抢进来秒人，但是一个奥拉夫也是秒不掉，蛇女在侧翼被优哉直接切死。不过1飞的伤害太高了，完全 double kill， 4杀 kill， 完成了一波 A。
你觉得小狗这把有什么太好了？密尔有没有带他们看见推上去的？这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，炸一下，炸到2个塔皮的上，妹夫这边可能完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，第4个操作了，这边继续跳，刚才是临死之前秒掉了优哉，之后已经有火炮了，这波可以打，这波给我打了。也不能落来，这小也秒掉，这边还能打上，逼出了3杀，小王了，起来了，遇到2个人，最后一个上钩，一波素质3连，
维珍想接盘，但是想的有点多。一剑麻辣香锅麻辣香被炸回来了，但是大招保住了他，戳回去，那个艾希的输出位置很好。2边 AD 都在疯狂切前排，9组分又在输出非常的高，
一波切中国队赢了。他是杠推着
来，
太到了，由头帮忙把对方的一个输出给顶走，但是点上他让对一个大招反身用卡，优哉没有死。哇，这波天辅助直接先秒掉，优哉收割了，杀落漂亮。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. The sun is hiding the moonlight. Ooh, this is all. Make the walls fall. Disaster.
Welcome back to the LPL, everybody. Series between Top Esports and OMG. OMG having a strong performance here, managing to take Top Esports to Game 3 in itself is an accolade here, looking amazing. And Top Esports managed to take control of the series once again and getting themselves the Dragon Soul, getting themselves those mid to late game team fights. Definitely feeling like the stronger team.
They were always in the driver's seat. To me, was the biggest thing we saw. Jackula pretty much defaults to this Ezreal now, right? We see him.
Yeah.
We see him on Ezreal every game. We almost should just stop calling him Jackula and just call him Ezreal. Real impressive player was 369. He had a lot of impactful, not like ultimates, but even just in the front saying, "Hey, come at me," was like what defined it for me.
No, the front also just stepped forwards and going 1v1 me, bro, because that's literally what his ult does. Hacker being the clear MVP of game number 1. Hacker just got bullied by 369 and killed individually. Anyway, our MVP for game number that it was, but we'll bring it up on the screen.
I set you up for that so
okay, well.
But it's actually kind of nice because there are a lot of days where when we see the MVP, we're kind of confused, like, oh, well, maybe. I don't feel like this one was super obvious, right? Like, he didn't have some super flashy KDA or something like that, I guess. But if you were watching the game...
I mean, twice in the early game, this was 2v1. There was another fight where he like had to battle it out.
Oh, the bot lane one, yeah. But even in team fights, Jackie Love or Knight stand out, but the standout thing to me was always, like you said, 369 walking forward or flashing forward and saying like, hey, come fight me. Like, I'll fight any of you, I'll fight all of you, let's go. And that's really what led to TES comfortably winning these team fights.
I hold during that fight as well, because I'm pretty sure he was in the Death Realm. Killing the Death Realm, so I don't know how that one worked, but either way, he's going to be our game. Now we go into game number 3. And the draft is going to mean a lot. Right, so at what point do we have to start banning Ezreal? Like
now.
Like, assuming you're from an OMG perspective, is it strong enough that...
I'd say since TS haven't been figured out yet, they haven't lost the series, like we talked series, so... And their second series with Jackie Love, if we remember, because Chocho played the first one. Your only super set red side ban right now is obviously the Varus, but I'd say other than that, is Kalista? We didn't even last split. TS, their games are banning the Kalista.
Yeah, true.
So
perhaps not. Look, they have been tending towards later stages of the game, right? And Kalista falls off pretty hard after the mid game, so be able to scale up to the later stages.
And SMLZ was one of the players who loved Kalista last. So we were talking earlier about supports that was always paired up right alongside the Kalista. So you're then going to guess it. TS is. We see that Ashe is now coming out as an answer people like to the Aphelios. Gives a lot of proactive options. Obviously doesn't scale as damage in the late game because you are a crit AD. We will see.
Although people don't build too much crit on Ashe, generally speaking, these days. I mean, people are even going away from their IE. If that's going to come out, we'll see how this draft is going to pan out. Syndra banned away, the set once again.
Actually, there we go. I wouldn't say you need to red side ban Syndra against. You're facing Knight Syndra, that is a red side ban.
And I love how going into playoffs, Knight was like, look, I don't consider myself against him because he just performed so with it. Well, do you know what? Going back to the conversation AD carry. OMG say, look, we don't like Jackie Loves Ezreal either.
I was going to say, I want to see if they go for a jungle or if they go for the Thresh, but instead of opting for the jungle. Thresh, of course, pairs well with very immobile AD in the jungle, to where this is clearly the S+ tier support in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It is on 49% gaming.
Whoa. That's not as... It's completely dependent on how good you are. But I guess that's OMG up against top esports. Not to do any low-key flame when we are 1-1 in the series, but
well, Hacker is going for the lead with in game number 1. He's been looking amazing.
Any of you coming to watch top esports versus OMG, to be seen here, neither of these junglers picking up this split as of yet. For who here in the LPL, I say this many times, but our drafts are very dependent on what champions you like to play.
We get Jackie Loves.
This actually goes to what I just said right now. It's about what champions you like to play, and this actually is generally played Kai'Sa, so this is on what he likes, and even if you check out his solo queue, he still plays a ton of Kai'Sa.
I'm looking at the Jhin hover. Jhin on the rip.
We have a lane dominant Jhin Thresh bot lane against Nautilus, which I guess if you do go for the Hail of Blades Kai'Sa, and we've already talked about on broadcast about Nautilus and setting up her passive damage, you are able to trade one of the lane 8
SMLZ the last few series. He kept getting caught out and blah 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 blah, right? But if he's gonna lock in Jhin every game, I'm excited to watch him.
The thing I love pick comp, you obviously have the single target CC from Thresh, single target damage from Lee Sin, and Jhin going back to season 7, roam around the map, open up your ultimate to, find picks and set up siege on a turret.
I mean, you mentioned the ultimate. When you think about the reason that engaging, Jhin offers us similar engages.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan. Obviously not too good into tanks, which TES have already opened up their composition with, I'll say, 2 pseudo tanks. This isn't going to get too innately tanky, and Trundle as well. You're going to be tanky, but you're also going to be as tanky as the enemy allows you to be. But this is locked in.
Yep, one gonna be locked in, so Kai'Sa will be able to get pretty huge, get down onto the enemy. Our solo laners are going to be going for the side of top esports.
Knight does love the Sylas. It's one of his go-tos in solo queue. It's actually really strange to think of, blindable. It's not what peeps fine picking all of it. This still can be a top lane pick. It has been seen as a pseudo counter to the Ornn in the sense that you can lane against it and take its ultimate. I expect it to go mid.
Yep, especially with the Wukong locked in for 369. Get his own chance to shine on this monkey. We saw Curse playing that earlier on in the series.
Here's a bit more insight for our views in the sense that you know what they're going to play from what they're playing in solo queue. Even Twyla earlier spamming Galio, always playing the Sylases, the Dianas. Go check his solo queue, you'll figure it out.
The icon is this Zoe player. We know him to play Zoe so many times in the past. He's going to go for that pick once again now that the LeBlanc, as you rightly say, it's one of additionally good on.
It's his best champion by far.
I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table here. Very interesting composition from OMG. So, Lyric, kind of explain this, break this down for me, because I'm not 100% sure how Jhin functions in the current meta.
Watching, but let's start with very, very scrappy, very brawly, right? You want to see Sylas and Wukong jump in pretty much in tandem with Kai'Sa as well, right? You want to see all of them jump in first, delete them, and further. It can play as a front-to-back team comp just for the way that TES have drafted, but still Kai'Sa going to be a late-game monster, and Jhin, not about the picks, right? You have a ton of single target CC, you have the ability to rotate around the map first and open up a ton of long-range engage, not only from the Jhin, but also from the Ornn. So it's going to be all about OMG playing with this range, and TS trying to set up with TP flanks or use.
See if they are going to be able to close that gap, use the tempo into these close-range brawls as you just icon with this signature pick. SMLZ bringing out the Jhin. He's going to be able to play his own skin. He's going to be on his kind. We'll see how these late game.
If we just talk about scaling, I really like TS's composition because it should be pretty easy to find steals the Call of the Forge God, opens up with I saw all room to jump in, and we've already said Jhin not much of a tank buster in the.
But it is worth mentioning as well that top esports lineup is not going to be that tanky.
They don't have
Obviously,
like a.
you're going to have Karsa,
Yeah.
but other than that, I mean, even Nautilus, I think a lot of people think that Nautilus is very cooldown.
Yeah.
Nautilus is not that tanky.
It's very deceptive, and it's one of the reasons why we went out, because, you know, Leona's W, his shield is all about HP, not about giving resistances.
See, top esports starting on the bottom side of the map here, Karsa. He was spotted on a ward, so full information here for OMG on how this game is going to begin. Same could be said there.
Let's see Rune. So nothing too
Just going to batter each other to start the lane.
Yeah, and Wukong is always not only with his passive, but also the attack speed you get, so.
Curse is in trouble here. 369 not going to fly. Really putting his foot down in this top lane.
It goes because, so once again, we have immobile mid laner against, you know, a pillar. So nowhere to go, sets up for the E very well. Instead, Hacker did to him. We've already seen that Trump do go that press the attack route, and I haven't seen Jhin in a while. I'm not a bot laner, but this was the route he used to take when he was meta.
Yeah, I mean, in a while.
I did remember seeing Hail of Blades for a little bit, like a while ago.
I played Jhin maybe, and I went on pro builds, and people, I don't think anything has changed for you to not still go, but I could be wrong.
I remember he used to go Doran's Ring as well, if you remember that a few years ago, and just like spam your Qs. And
don't remember that.
Oh, those were good times. Those were good times. That might have been the season 7, all that stuff.
Could be that, but Karsa trying to move into the top side, and I missed the Doran's Ring. I think Curse might have missed the fact that this is about to happen here. He's going to try and force the trade with 369.
Yeah, and our observer decides it's not worth seeing, but actually, Curse pinged the question mark. Some funny business going on.
It's possible minions saw just between the gap and he managed to spot it out. But look at the health difference right now between 369 and Curse. He's on.
Yeah, and moving to the other side of the map, we did already set up bot lane and laning phase, and of course Zoe will be able to push in the Sylas. Range versus melee, has the paddle start, very easy to wave clear. So it's going to be all about seeing how OMG plays around this priority bubble or a roam from cold, even finding ganks in the bot lane, because you have a Jhin, you want to get ahead.
Curse just about gets past the pillar. What a time in that top side. It's going to be unfruitful. Root doesn't quite land onto Jackie Love. Cold taking it.
And miss his death sentence as well, so not able to return anything either.
Hacker. This is going to be Icon's moving over as well. He's got a GLP right now on his spell. Thief. But he's not going to be level 6, so a bit more difficult to make this play happen.
Set up the fact that they want to play around their bot prior Jhin, and they're proactively looking for it. And to me, that's always the one of the deciders of a team be, a strong team or not is, are they...
Oh, what a hook onto... Is able to block it. Well played by Yanja to deny that play, but great hook in the first place from Colt.
2 summoners for 1, so you're feeling great. Hacker is still around bot lane, so he can look to come make something
as well. Spot Warden back to the Dragon Pit. JackieLove going for a trade on SMLZ. SMLZ has no mana, but Yanja has no health right on. JackieLove just going to flee for the hills right now. One more shot. And it's...
I feel like as the LPL cast, we're pretty critical players, but when does it become to Yanja on this team? And clearly makes...
Well, look, I like you, Yanja, okay? For the rest of this cast, Lyric.
Biased LPL caster, guys. Go spam him on Twitter and get him out of here.
Lyric is
Let's
the biased
cancel
one.
him.
Not like this. Please don't cancel me, Lyric.
Point is, going back to, the earlier...
Hey, look, at least...
Oh, God. That hurts. That's true. I don't want to change it. I want it to be my name.
Yeah.
But your game-related point, teams that only play reactively, those are the teams that it feels okay.
This Brett's not going to save him. Nice little wait. Kill in the top lane.
This man is having such a good split so far. Only his 3rd series in, but he's even built from MSC, where we're just like, man, look at this guy. He's so underrated, but strong argument that he is the best top laner in LPL. I don't want to make statements like that, this soon. I feel like our top lane one is but man, 369 with a really solid lead.
He's definitely making a step. The thing is, it's like, here's what sets him apart in my mind, is that he still shows up. So many of the other top laners in the LPL, it's like, okay, he's got his chance, it doesn't seem to matter.
Me and Hysterics were talking about this on cast the other day, that his champion pool is literally a mix of like the Shaku, Jace, Quinn, all of these types of champions. In pro play, constantly playing the Orns, the Mordekaisers, he plays weak side fine. He obviously links up with Karst a lot and plays that team fight. Does well in laning phase. Like right now, it's very hard to pinpoint a weakness for 369. And even last year was that he didn't show up in clutch moments. Yeah. This year, that's not happening.
And it's quite a popular phrase now that in the Chinese side, they say he's called 369 depending on what number he's going to roll. Yanja caught by the death sentence, but Cold taking a lot through. Yanja dodges the final one, but Cold just about survives as well. Both supports barely getting away. 4th shot onto JackieLove. No. Oh, JackieLove, nice little sidestep. The grenade doesn't bounce and top get away.
Had he been a bit Bill, I'm happy to see SMLZ and Cold playing like this, drafting with confidence lead, but it actually might bite.
Gonna be in trouble. JackieLove ults in, but he's very, very low right now. He's out of mana. Oh, last auto comes through in the last second. And Caustic.
Kind of worth for OMG because TS dedicated there. He didn't, but also not really because Hacker wasn't making a play on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. I think I said he's out of mana. I meant there's not many games that you have to talk about ammo.
Oh, wait, what happened mid? So we see Sign up on the wrong side of the lane. So, okay, no, I'm wrong. Actually, Icon's all in Ignite.
It was close, though. Good effort. In the meantime, just trying to clear away some of these waves as you hear it as well. He doesn't need to get dived if he walks that far up the lane, though. Bellow's Breath going to be available. He's going to need it for just everything. I mean, against a Wukong and a Call the Forge God, there's only so much your W can do.
There's some teams in fun against. TS is definitely one of them because remember last game, guys. Instantly keeping top to help 369. So Curse not having a fun time.
No, Jackie Love isn't either. And maybe Jackie Love's fine. Ward hop forwards. Hacker finishes the kill off. New Yanja has no answer whatsoever.
Jackie Love
not having a good game, that's for sure. On. Maybe banning the Ezreal was the answer after all, as he's really struggling now.
He's played it three times now, so and like throughout his career, he's shown he can play everything. But last split, like Kalista Misfortune, even last split when he came in at the end, he was still one of the people gravitating towards an Ezreal.
Yeah, comfort, and Ezreal is that comfort pick, and we have seen when he's on the Ezreal, he looks like one of the league. But maybe it's a question of how deep is the champion pool for Jackie.
It also suits their how Karsa doesn't typically play around bot, but Karsa playing around bot.
Curse, he doesn't have his flash. It's still going to be on course. Another kill in the top lane, and I mean, you know, Curse is 0-3, but
he didn't get to play League of Legends. Let's be honest. But so win conditions wise, we're back to a similar point where team pressure in side lanes, kind of like that game 1 where it's about the Karsa Knight duo.
God. They're just gonna continue. Gonna kill Jackie Love. Top B supposed to get a kill.
You know the worst part is to where you can kind of make an excuse for Curse early on from getting scoops. He's just walking up in the middle of mid lane and getting hooked.
And like well played by OMG to carry Jackie Love. He's playing like he's playing Ezreal, but he's on Kai'Sa.
Looking for proactive plays and trying to create those situations, but Jackie Love's kind of giving them free reign.
Well, the Jin already has his IE. He's going to very quickly get to the point that...
Yes, that fourth hit is... fourth hit stacking crit is just ridiculous.
Yeah, let's just revisit the fact that lineup here... They have found Hacker, though, for themselves, and they will be able to get the first kill of this fight. Icon comes in! Jackie Love gets his 4th death of the game. Very fitting in spots, though. 369 trying to carry this fight. Cold will fall. OMG with yet another skirmish.
Ultimately, this is Icon's best champion. I call Icon this like 2-trick for a reason. He's actually very proficient on the LeBlanc and on the Zoe. So you also mentioning the strength of Jin opening up his ultimate, still good. And 369 tried to make something happen, but ultimately the big damage dealer of this combo to be found. So we see that they headshot Hacker early. Knight jumps in. Icon just playing that well, but still, look, Icon was from here. They try to commit to the fight, but Curse zoning Karsa, killing him, and Knight in with 369 because we talked about it before, right? It's very like a dive buddy. One of them doesn't just get focused and burst it out.
And really important to mention here, you were talking earlier in this series about how this Rift Herald is often above of his team early on in the game. Well, they've realized that he's really far behind. He's not going to be the factor in giving it over to...
Still fine. Silas obviously scales really well, does a ton of late game damage sustained in his W, but OMG are having a really good mid-game centered composition, and like TS just keep...
Yeah, look at the plate gold going over to SMLZ as well. He is feeling more of that plate gold. And Curse, DC isn't there, or is it? Gets the knock for the last possible second, and Curse is gonna go down here. Knight.
If there's one person you want to achieve that kills, it's going to be Knight. But even our heavy criticism for TS right now, patient you come in with, where we are building them up as the best team in the world, they set up win. They're setting themselves up as the LPL Summer Champions, which, you know, that's the attitude we need. But to do better, even in some of their macro decisions, we look at game 1.
Like you say, they still have 30 by no means it's important that also a tournament like MSC having such confidence as well. Let's bear in mind, nowhere near as close as this group. It feels like they've almost got a little bit looking at
I do also stand in the camp that it's stronger than it is to, like, let's say they went 16. You go in sprint, and no matter what's going to happen.
the guys. Kind of feels like what happened to you.
I don't want to be the guy that proves up my first game last year when we lost the final. I heard no experience to get past it.
I haven't said, like, so what government is it?
Well, thanks for sitting down. Basically, we want to look at just sort of how people are
You have a
for example,
perfect
Chris,
season.
who we all love, who we think is doing a great job, isn't here today. You don't snap your fingers and say new producer and we fly one in. Like,
That's going to really affect you when it
understand that everybody is
I'm working my ass off just like everyone.
right, but you do have very little empathy or compassion for everybody. Do you feel like you respect the people that are around you? Basically, you want to look at just sort of how people are treated. You got to we all we can get rid of it, like demand that we're Chris and other people and we fly one in. I think some compassion and understanding everybody for sitting down just makes basically so you want to look at just sort of how people are treated. Like, for example, Chris is right, but we all love Chris. We think he's doing a great job. Isn't he the amount of work that goes into keeping you happy with crew and trying to producer we fly one in? I think so compassion and understanding You didn't get rid of her, you didn't like the man that pushed him out of actually recruit. It's bubbled up to a point that we have to figure out a way to move forward. Just makes
people out there who probably need production jobs.
The amount of work that goes into keeping you happy with crew has bubbled up to a point that we have to figure out if we move forward.
Overwhelming for you? I'm sure there's a better way of handling it.
Right, but out of 9 moms, you're the only one that's the problem.
I'm sorry.
In goes Icon.
Discarded a mysterious group of
floundering here, 369 gets cycled. Jackie
who, according to Nick,
alongside him,
once were
SMEC from 369.
Ukraine is a tough place to
Carrying
live
the
in,
fight,
so it's not
still
surprising that it's
survives.
become a hotbed for drugs. It has some of the world's highest rates of substance abuse, which often results in domestic violence, infamous for human trafficking and male. The Escarda are a mysterious group that self-professed and heard were modern legendary yielding access somewhere up according to Nick, someone of many parts of what is now. But the Escarda has been around since Ukraine is a tough place to be a woman, so it's not...
OMG honestly having the better position, having the better decision, and straight up mechanics, keeping top 6-9 playing out of his mind to even give his team a chance. And great, love the Jhin ultimate, the curtain call coming out, poking them so low. Great bubble coming out from Icon. And so already a 5v4 to start off with, but I'm gonna keep my eyes on 369. Him and the rest of OMG walked too far. So honestly, more of a blunder from OMG, but still good position to take advantage. I want to see if JackieLove even had to flash here to get auto animation had already started. Okay, no, it didn't. And you know that one was going to be more of luck in my opinion. That last one.
Yeah, so he did have to flash to get on over. And I just want to mention, this is JackieLove having a bad game. That mechanical game, that's nuts.
I mean, he's definitely in the conversation for one of the best ADCs in the world. You already see one of the things too is that he's gonna like carry on the spirit of like Uzi and Chinese AD carries. Done it before, and as a Draven player, if you watch these casts, get a lot of confidence.
In the meantime,
you know what this reminds me of? Game 5 against JDG, where he picked the Silas, was in top of like, oh, the best top in the world, Zoom. Once again, it is just night editing.
Yeah. I don't know. He doesn't seem to have a good time against Orns.
I mean, Orns seems to be his
Achilles heel.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Horde and well, OMG have complete control of the Baron area right now. You can see it just on the minimap. It's the sneaky wards that just outside the Baron wall, so you can't clear it.
He goes in, gets the E with chain flash. Obviously 10 seconds of Conquer, it looks like. Belts in and just gets double knocked up. Dies to
from Curse, wins him that 1v1.
Yeah.
Because it stopped the knockup from Knight's copied ultimate.
Yeah.
Well played by Curse overall. Especially he had. So both of our guys that had terrible early games now showing up in.
The good thing for OMG in this position where TS get vision first is one, they're on red side. So obviously getting to poke into that Baron pit will always be able to face check brushes and be able to walk in. So TS not able to abuse that.
Caster and JackieLove are just going to two-man Baron. Going to be spotted though.
Yeah, it's
and that
too
should
slow.
deter everything.
Time. Ooh, so much.
JackieLove is going to be able to walk away with his life. Nowhere near though. He can't actually just go for this. He's going to go for it anyway. 1v4 from 369 to buy time. They trade top laners. And a good amount. Look how much damage.
Doing so much work, but again,
Knight trying to carry the game, trying to be the guy. JackieLove jumps in, and Icon is ruined.
Decisive plays. No moment of hesitation for Knight, because that's what you need if you're not going to be able to coordinate these. I actually love the flank, but OMG just peeling off too soon with Curse zoning the rest of the members.
Hey, top of being proactive. You can't say anything other than that, because right now here, but Cole's pulled in. So is Hacker right now, rooted on up, but jumps out with a safeguard. Curse, here we go. Curse steps forward. Yu Yanja wants to zone, then wants to find a hook. He's on to Curse. Knight can't get in though. It's just Yu Yanja falling. Start this one off. Cold is low. JackieLove can't do the damage. Curse is so damn tanked. About to come off cooldown, and he hits everyone all out of the map though. And 369, he's CC'd. Cyclone finally goes on it. Goes down for the triple.
And we finally see how it's supposed to work. That diving duo with Knight and 3 should just be able to turn it towards a Baron, but the threat from Icon Zone.
Icon can one-shot JackieLove if he finds. Wait, that's true as well.
Well, kind of disappointing, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
LPL Baron's Icon. We've seen it. He stole a Baron with slice and dice. Believe in yourself.
I feel like this is the beginning of a speech where you're going to have it with motivational music.
I already did the DMO well, but We see this fight start off, and it's a bit of an unfortunate position. Not able to jump in. Does get it back up just in time.
And they group up.
Exactly. So he gets hit into it as well, and guarantees the kill on 2. And coming out from both of them. Knight doing so well, and I just want to keep praising 369, man. Like, this guy is having an insane series.
369 is playing out of his mind. 2-2 on the silent. And as you rightly say, picking this one blind, but he doesn't care. Control.
And you know what I love? We've had games where we just continuously praise Karsa. We had Jackie Love's Ezreal. So we praise Knight. Now we have this game with 369. Just each of TES showing up. And the thing that kind of scares me a bit is best team, the best player. But players...
Maybe not though, because Jackie Love is just... And I mean, that is how this comp from OMG functions in a nutshell.
I just want to know what's happening him after the game 1 and game 3 he's showing us.
I don't know, man. That ain't it. Karsa rooted by the Jhin, but doing much right now, and 369 continues the siege.
I'm going to be someone who takes... Jackie Love's not my best AD carry in the world.
Oh! Who is then?
He needs to earn it up.
Who's?
Yeah, hey, for me, in my heart, sure, but let's go with Hope for now. I like Hope. I like Hope.
Best in the world?
Whoa.
Spring, now Lyric. Best AD carry in the world. Hope, unprecedented growth.
I'm just picking an arbitrary name.
Absolute stonk.
I thought he was the best AD carry in Spring, but we're not going to talk about him. I'm not making controversial statements
not in this conversation.
Oh God, I'm not having this conversation with you.
What put your foot in your mouth?
I did.
This has nothing to do with me. Oh dear, top esports, they've got the Baron and they're going to take some towers here.
And they can pressure off wins against an Ornn and a Zoe. They also have a Zoe, so can play out the whole map. TP's also going to come up soon, so going to be able to react if OMG want to try.
Poor Razor Chicken.
That is pretty depressing, actually. We were having this conversation off cast really about the depressing life of minions. But that is the
sheer genocide. Evidence of games of League of Legends played every single day.
Oh, it's just the dying with his hand on the ground was so depressing.
And like, look, it's considered a good 200 minions at 20 minutes. How you, Jackie Love, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. In fact, SMLZ.
Like political t-shirt-like statements today. You made one earlier. I can't remember what it was, but
I don't know. My memory is not my strong suit. I just say
things. I don't blame you. OMG are playing a competitive 16 to 15 kill game with TES.
That's insane as in of itself.
But TES do outscale, so
they have a 2-tower advantage. But hey, that's what I want out of my LPL.
The thing is, when you have a front line and you have like pick potential and hard CC like from an Ornn and a Zoe, there is realistically but I don't expect to see it this game.
One of the is that you are extremely immobile unless you get your 4th shot, but having this Thresh from Cold is going to be crucial in these later game fights, especially against 369. What to do is get onto us.
This is why we were talking about that Thresh first pick maybe would have been, you know, a better choice when you have more options to where Thresh really is the clear-cut #1 in LPL for supports. You could put Yuumi in that argument as well, but Obviously, to where Thresh, you have a ton of options. Ooh, not in any threat.
Yanja is caught though. Remember earlier when I told you that Nautilus, now they go straight onto Cold. And it's the team, but Hacker is alone right now. Jackie Love finds himself a double kill. Some by Jackie Love, triple kill. Making the quadra, and Scumbag. Nice.
Knight actually deserved that one. Great team by coming out from TS.
You know, it would have been really painful, honestly, if Jackie Love got a penalty performance earlier. But you know what? It doesn't matter either way. The game is OP Sports. Come back against OMG.
That's why I don't agree. Not Scumbag Knight. It would have been a disservice to, you know, 80 carries that don't get caught out.
True, I guess. The game. He wasn't playing like an 80 carry. He was playing like an assassin. Which is exactly what... Basically beyond, I guess, the 20-minute mark, every single fight, SMLZ didn't get any damage off because the second he went for the curtain call, everybody jumps on.
You're playing in a mobile 80 carry against... We kept using the term like Dialys, the Wukong, the Kaisa, the Nautilus, if he's alive.
Sucks. Playing that 80 carry against a composition like that, against things like the Zed as well, the backline, it is the worst, right?
Let's remember, he opted into that. He saw the fact that they had the Trundle and they ended up building, but he at least opted into building Jhin into this comp that was comp, and even then you could have saved 80 last pick, I guess, which saving 80 carry last pick doesn't sound like the plan.
Nah, they did go for the Zoe on the last pick. The Zoe looks great. Icon overall, like his LeBlanc.
This is the problem. So I'm happy with OMG this series because they're showing us more signs of OMG. They did take a game off of E5. This is for OMG are there, but especially more performances on other champions like you've played on Zoe and LeBlanc. Sure, he can play Cassiopeia, he can play Echo, but when it's such a clear-cut difference, it's like, well,
not on a professional level. Not against top esports are going to finish this one out. It has to be said as well, the big glaring weakness for top esports right now, it's kind of Yanja in that bottom lane, getting caught out on it. The Leona's great because he's get caught out when you're that invincible. He still managed it in game 2, where he just kind of started a fight all by himself. But ultimately, this series is a huge glaring.
Rocket Pick is making a lot more sense to me when you talk about him like this. The fact that he does default to the Alistar, right? It is a pick hard to die with that ultimate. So Yanja not showing up in series, not just this game, this whole series showing signs of mortality. Again, you're an 80 carry. Typically, there aren't champion pool issues on traditional 80 carries, but he's been very focused on a opinion of his own, or is it a stylistic thing for TS wanting to play more around their soul lanes?
That is the big question. Champion that you can farm safely on alone in the bottom lane at least, but the Ezreal definitely play anyway, so that's just a perfect match right there. The big question is, if the meta does shift away from Ezreal, does shift away from Kai'Sa, I mean, Kai'Sa's not even really in the meta, do they continue to play these picks? And how much is it, as you rightly say, just the style that they want to play? And will that work later on in the year?
Questions around TS, but I still feel like we default to, hey, you have 16 series in the split, with 200%, well, this is how this team is going to look. Yeah. Obviously, Yanja has been the question mark. He had a great MSC, but we didn't know if he can replicate it. Still feel pretty good as TS because think about it.
Yeah.
Your weakest position is support. Everyone else is good enough to two of them have good performance. You're going to stomp like against Rogue Warriors. So that's a very great Yanja.
I mean, with Jackie Love on the team having a formula that's like, okay, we just need at least one guy. It sounds a lot like IG. That sounds a lot like last time Jackie won the.
That sounds very similar, but we saw in this series that Knight and 369 are.
The guy on IG that people called the weak link of the team. Wasn't that the support?
It was Balon.
Megan.
Yeah. That was his name. Before your time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, but point is, TS have a lot of ways to win the game, a lot of ways to carry. I'm a big fan of 369. Sure, yeah. Knight also played well as well, but he did to where I don't feel like 369 had any of those moments. Yeah. So I'd be happy to see another 369 MVP.
369 3 games, even when they were losing, he looked great individually. Hacker as well. Hacker, I think, the standout performer by a margin on the side of it, able to do so much work on the Lee Sin, but I think in terms of consistency, he was very much up.
Same vein of Icon to me. To me, they were the two best performing members in the series. Feels bad for Curse, didn't really get a chance. Hacker also having some champion pool question marks, right? He doesn't play the Graves. I think he played Graves last split. Hasn't played it once this split. And it seems like a very important chance. He just really tends to go towards like, well, if these get banned out, you don't really look the same.
It's really interesting to me the way that we think about these players and the way that we think about these champion pools, in that when we talk about Jackie Love's champion pool, it's like, it's Jackie Love, so maybe it's stylist pool. It's like these guys...
Not good. You know, like even going back to the Jackie Love thing.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense, but obviously it's going to turn into a problem later down the line, unless you could be like Teacher Ma and literally have just enough champions to where
champions. Yeah. So you're always one above the amount of bans.
Exactly.
Oh dear.
I mean, the Teacher Ma straight. Yeah. 6
Look,
champions.
if they have to ban everything for one guy, the rest of the team can just pop off. Right, yeah. So there we go. Let's take a look at our MV, the top esports win. Knight's gonna get it. This Silas just looked amazing. Able to just farm Curse.
4-0 to start. He was playing these skirmishes extremely well. Even the one where, sure, it was 369's Wukong that knocked everyone up when they grouped up, did secure all those kills. And his really only bad moment was that dive.
This play was huge. Just jumping straight onto Icon
to
set this up.
Having the confidence and being so decisive. It starts off with Yanja getting picked off, and then he finds the way to get on top of Cold, and they try to keep the fight going. Just great job on this Silas. Once again, buying the Medjai. Always having this confidence that he's going to pop off every game, right? If you watch LPL, you know Knight buys Medjais every game.
Yeah. It's just, it's what he does. And obviously, off the back of that last fight, he was on like, what, 18 stacks? They didn't need him at that point. They managed to finish the game off. So well played by Knight, well played by the game. But I feel like both of the supports had a pretty rough series. I feel like a lot of these fights, Yanja and Cold, trading their lives at the start of fights. That last team fight was a pure example of that. Yanja gets caught out, then Cold immediately fire.
It's pretty disappointing because I used to be a fan of Cold when he was known as 5. He had a really insane Rakan back in 2017, but he hasn't shown up for a while. When are they just going to say, hey, let's just try to integrate Sora into this roster? Very similar champion pool and play style to Cold.
Well, the problem that they had with bringing Sora in today is, not many people know this, but Karsa actually has a Korean account named after a Korean voice actor or something. I've never seen Karsa and Sora in the same room, Lyric. All I'm saying is it could be the same person. Maybe he was in twice. Huh? Do you ever think about that? Let's take a look at our results at the end of today. Today has been some pretty good games. Way better games than I was ever expecting coming out of today, to be quite honest.
Okay, the second game of Game 1 was extremely close. It's exciting to see DMO show signs of life. And then this series, we did not expect this to go the distance.
Hey, OMG stepping up. You know, we've been pretty harsh to OMG in this series. They were against... Taken a game to perform this well is something in this.
It sucks because it's getting to the level of their opponents in that like cliche sense, right? They took a game off E5. They should have beaten EDG. The only like clear loss was the RNG series, but the glimpses are there.
The thing is, they're not. They're playing just below the level of their opponents.
Exactly.
Every losses on the trot for OMG. But let's take a look at tomorrow's games. We've got plenty more coming your way, and we are starting off with IG versus Rogue Warriors. That's going to be a bloodbath.
If any of you remember Spring, this was the series that went all 3 games, was back and forth, and ended with Pup and Southland backdooring with a Tom Kench ultimate.
It was nuts, and it was utter chaos, because that's how those two teams play. But then we also have kind of the opposite of that with EDG against Suning, two very calculated team fight heavy teams.
It's kind of been on a... They've had a rough patch with their last 2 series, but still, to me, these are 2 teams that are in a very similar tier, so it's a very important win to secure going through the
round out our day in the end. I believe Top Esports now will have taken the first place spot in the standings, because WE were on 3 wins and they were on equal game difference. So Top Esports climbing to that #1 spot, and I think rightly so as well. But that's going to be it from us. Make sure you do tune in tomorrow. We've got plenty of games coming your way. We've got that IG versus Rogue Warriors, which you really do not want to miss. But I've been Munchables. This has been Lyric. Any final things you want to tell the audience before we go?
IG Rogue Warriors, I'll be on cast. You'll be in Twitch chat.
We'll see.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. Sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall.
что, товарищ? Иди ко вниз. Надоел. Надоел есть все подряд. Ты офигевший?